Welcome to the grand finale, day 3 of the Military Influencer Conference, broadcasting with pride and excitement from Las Vegas. Today is not just any day, it's a day steeped in honor and tradition as we celebrate the birthday of the United States Marine Corps. Join us in a heartfelt Semper Fi to all our Marines, past and present. Our lineup today is as special as the occasion, featuring a distinguished roster of patriots and pioneers. We're honored to welcome Army Command Sergeant Major John Wayne Troxell, who has dedicated his life to service with valor and vigor. Actor and filmmaker Nate Boyer, a man of many talents and a heart for service, joins us to share his remarkable journey. Austin Alexander, the fitness influencer who embodies the strength and discipline of our forces.
Hoorah! November
Happy
10th.
birthday, Marines.
Hoorah!
Just kidding. Happy
Hoorah!
birthday, Marines.
Outstanding. Tiffany, we made it. It is.
We did it. I feel like Dora. Remember at the end? We did it. We did it.
Just a tremendous journey.
It's great.
From my first Mick is absolutely unforgettable. That's why Pink Panther's here with me. He's providing. He's like my comfort panther.
Yes. It works. It works.
just to soothe, because it's been a jam-packed, informative. I mean, just a tremendous. It's hard to describe what Mick was for me this year.
It's really indescribable, and I think what we're learning this year, or what has been recurring with all these conversations, is finding your tribe. That's what the MIC provides, is a moment for us that serve, continue to serve, and those that supported us and support us while we serve, to come here and find like-minded individuals that have that crazy ideation of changing the world, because we can.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
And it's ironic. I mean, it's I retired last year and did the whole transition thing, and I thought, you take the uniform off, and then a couple months later everything's good. And and transition is different for everyone, depending on how long they served and all of those other factors. But it takes a while to kind of shake loose all that stuff, whatever the branch of service is, and kind of normalize yourself to the civilian world. It's different.
It is different. And that's why I'm thankful, like shameless plug, for Parade Deck, right? Because when we all go home tomorrow and Sunday, we're going to be coming off of this high. And often we're like, well, how do we stay connected? Ta-da! The Parade Deck provides that platform to stay connected with love and, just integrity. And it's, I don't know, I'm speechless. This past couple days was a lot.
A lot, and a good. I mean, because
the best way.
In the best way, with fellowship, with esprit, and if you're talking about esprit, we started off and acknowledging one of the greatest days of the year, especially to my fellow Marines. One of the finest days, November 10th, way back 1775. Something happened in a tavern in Philadelphia, and across the Marine Corps today and tomorrow. Marines are going to gather, whether there's 3 or 3,000, and recognize our fighting spirit, our legacy, cut the cake, have some beverages, and
eat some crayons.
and maybe get into a little trouble. Hopefully nobody's going to be a liberty risk, but it happens. I know Lance Coconut Player did that back in the day. So why don't we check out a video that we prepared to acknowledge the Marine Corps birthday.
To this day, young men and women choose to raise their right hand and swear an oath to something greater than themselves.
going to die, I was going to die with my boots on. Let's do it.
Combat is ugly.
You see, I don't like this. Damn, I got a flashlight. He's gone. How you know? He was laying. Because he was laying right there. He's not there no more. He was laying up. I shot him like 5 times when I came back.
If you think combat is great, then you haven't been there.
So we were taking fire all day long. Lieutenant Calvin bent over to grab his radio. A tracer round came through the left armhole of his flak jacket and out the right armhole. It just barely penetrated the skin. Crazy thing was that when he was a young enlisted Marine, he got a tattoo on his back that said Marine, and the tracer underlined the word Marine. That's the kind of story that people won't believe unless you show it to them.
I've been shot a few times and blown up and stabbed. I owe my life to Navy corpsmen. Those are unsung heroes.
When you're in a battle and you're wounded, but you know you can still pull a trigger, the thing that keeps you going is the man to your left and the man to your right.
Since its birth, the Marine Corps has sought to find those exceptional individuals who embody the qualities of toughness, grit, honor, courage, and commitment. Qualities required of a professional warfighting force that is not only capable, but willing to do the hard things on behalf of the nation.
Victory in every climb and place does not happen by chance. From the unforgiving jungles of the South Pacific, to the snow-covered mountains of Korea, to the bloody streets of Hue and Fallujah, Marines have prevailed because they had moral courage, steel backbones, and a ruthless commitment to a tradition of excellence.
And with preparation comes confidence. The more prepared you are, the more you rehearse, the more you drill, the more confident you get. And so we're ready to go.
The Marine Standard is the only standard, and discipline is the currency of our Corps. This is the bedrock of our ethos and what makes us unique from any other fighting force in the world.
Discipline and being lethal, I see it every single day, from the fire team to the squad to the platoon level, when the Marines are running up recon, running through the load trail, going to the dojo, making themselves more lethal and fit. And that directly correlates to when we go do, ranges 400 or do a company cliff assault. That's only going to continue to bleed on when they go overseas and take care of business.
Today, we continue to prepare for the next fight. And while the faces, weapons, and formations are new, the fighting spirit of the individual Marine has never changed. When the nation calls and the orders given to send in the Marines, every friend and every foe understands that help or destruction is on the way.
Right now, we have more capabilities than we ever had in the past, from weapon systems, platforms, and technology, to able to be lighter and faster and more lethal.
As Marines, we do not decide when the next fight will come, but we do decide who wins.
The Marines who came before have paved the way. They prevailed against all odds, in the face of unimaginable hardship, and yet they kept their humanity. They kept their honor clean.
The character of war will change, the battlefield will evolve, and the equipment will modernize. But the warrior ethos of our Corps stands firm. We do not simply say that we're first to fight. We work hard every day to prove it.
To our adversaries, I would say, if you see that U.S. Marines and you see that MARPAD, I would say you better stand by. Because if you don't think these Marines are working every single day to better their craft and skills, you got another thing coming. Because these Marines aren't going to stop until the mission is accomplished and you're destroyed.
It's funny when you're a Lance Corporal and you got combat action, Navy Unit Commendation, Marine Corps Expeditionary Medal, and a Sea Service. And they look at you like, where have you been? Nowhere. I just went where the Marine Corps sent me.
We are people who are dedicated to the service to others. If there's somebody that's in trouble, a Marine is not going to turn and walk away. They're going to do whatever's necessary, to the point of giving their life.
Admiral Chester Nimitz said about Iwo Jima, uncommon valor was a common virtue. The stories I hear at reunions should be on Silver Star citations.
Marine Corps history is very important, and I'm glad that it's still being taught. I'm glad that my fellow Marines that didn't come back are being remembered, are being discussed in squad base till this day.
Marines are tough. I think there's something about a young man or young woman who comes into the Marine Corps that they perhaps were born with and didn't even know it.
You can do it. You can do it all. You are capable more than you think. And there are so many people in the Marine Corps who want to enable that. You're now fighting for your brothers and sisters.
What was common then, and from what I can tell, what's common now, is the camaraderie. You watch my back, I'll watch your back. You don't want to let people down on either side of you.
There's no better thing than camaraderie and talking through it and sharing certain pieces with individuals, because it creates a bond that is unbreakable.
Everybody wants to be a champion. Everybody really wants to be part of the best.
Marines, you are the strength of our Corps, and your actions determine the fate of millions of future warriors and their ability to stand on your shoulders. I know that you're ready.
As we come together to celebrate our 248th birthday, I encourage every Marine to reflect on our history and think about the moment when you ask yourself, do I have what it takes? You are on the journey that few have dared to begin.
Take pride in what you represent. You are the pinnacle of professional warriors and the model for others to follow. Sergeant Major Ruiz and I are proud to stand among you, and we'll be with you every step of the way. Happy birthday, Marines, and Semper Fidelis.
We're Marines till we die. And we require a 2-week notice for that.
Hoorah! Once a Marine, always a Marine. No better friend, no worse enemy.
I don't even know what to say.
All we got to say is outstanding. It's always motivating to hear that message every year. And no better way to introduce our next guest than with, that video, because we got a Marine veteran, Steve Weintraub, and Reagan Hawthorne, Navajo Code Talker.
Yes, and Reagan is my favorite. I have a favorite, is Reagan and his wife, because it's fine. But I'm super excited to see them with Steve, who I love also. So it should be a good one.
Indeed. Stay tuned.
My friends are in the club, we'll go all night. I see you in the back, the mood is right. If I just had your number, I would let you know how I feel. You walk up to me, start dancing to the music and the chase. Like this was meant to be. Take my hand, I feel my heartbeat.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why our esteemed partner, the United States Concealed Carry Association, stands out as the fastest-growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
Not gonna tell you how it's going down. Oh, Mike, you gotta keep telling me when I'm hitting the stage, man. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Greg Hush Williams, host of the Final Life Show. We are here live at the Military Influencer Conference out of Las Vegas 2023 at the MIC. Now listen, you know I come in hot, I come in big, and listen, Anthony and Milton have been very nice because they've been like, Greg, we just not gonna give you all the good honey and give you all the free gear, but I'm gonna get me socks today. What's going on, y'all? Anthony,
Hey,
Milton, Sticks, come on, man, sell it, man. Steezy, baby.
What's going
There's
on?
Steezy in the house.
Yeah.
Hey. Go ahead,
Oh,
introduce
man.
yourself.
No,
Talk
man.
about Steezy, man. You
No,
know what the
thank
deal
you,
is.
man. My hype man right here. Love it. Hey, Anthony Cosby, founder and CEO of Steezy Footwear. So we are a footwear company specializing in socks, and our real mission is helping young athletes reach their goals, dreams, and aspiration. And we've been doing that all over the country, all over the world, and just really grinding and really understanding the opportunity to help those and impact lives.
You see how Milton is not giving me the Steezies yet. I guess it happens after.
You got to earn them, man. You got to earn them, just like everything else, man. The grind is real. The grind is real. It didn't happen by mistake. It didn't happen by mistake.
So a little bit about you, Milton, because you know Anthony just sold it all, man, and he's trying to give you the mic, but
Yeah,
you
right.
know.
Well, I appreciate that, brother. So Milton Roberts, I'm the CEO of Steezy. 30 years in the military, Army, Sergeant Major.
Hoorah.
Not hoorah.
But we got to give a shout out to the Marines because it's their
Shout
birthday.
out
Yo,
to
Rico.
the Marines, our brothers
Happy
in
birthday,
arms.
brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Happy birthday.
So really, what has been the feedback? What has been, everybody coming up to your table? I seen the mob. The mob has been real. What has been the feedback that you've been getting here at the MIC, man?
Yeah, no, the feedback has been amazing. USAA invited us. They recognized us a couple of nights ago during the Vet Together, which was amazing. The feedback when folks come to our table and get the socks, put them on, it's like walking on clouds, or they feel like butter. We get that all over the country, all over the world. Tons of professional athletes, influencers, celebrities are wearing our product, and it's just amazing to see. And we're just ready to scale this bad boy.
So really, let me ask you, who came up with the idea? We got the purpose, but like you came up with the idea, who really put it into play?
Yeah, no, it was a collective effort.
Lot of blood, sweat, and
No,
tears.
it was a collective effort. Nobody likes to see how the sausage is made, right? But in the background, between Milton and I, we came up with it. Steezy stands for Strength Through Zeal and Youth. And one of our things is really impacting those lives of young athletes. We look at product equals purpose. Product, the socks. Purpose, impacting lives. And now with the product, it's just so amazing. And so for us to create the most comfortable sock in the world, and now being able to just scale it, and especially as a veteran-owned company,
Yeah.
as we're going into Veterans Day, Marine Corps birthday, it all fits. It all fits. So
Yeah.
I would say for you guys, look up Steezy, support us, because we're going to be supporting those young athletes in your community very soon.
So I'm gonna take it right now that you're gonna have to put out the website. Go ahead, because he was
Absolutely.
about to do it. But you, come on, Milton, do
So
it.
www.steezyfootwear.com is where you can get your socks. And when you get them, drop us an Instagram post at Steezy Socks. Let us know how you like them. Tell us all the amazing things that you're going through in your mind when you put them on. Even the first sound that you make when you slip them on. So we want to know all.
Hashtag sound challenge.
There you go.
Hashtag. No, that's too long. Sock challenge. Yeah, hashtag Steezy sock
There you
challenge.
go.
Let's do it. Now,
Awesome.
listen, we're gonna get to the next show. Steve Weintraub. Let me just be quiet because it's about to get hot up in here on the parade deck. It's your boy Greg Hush Williams. Keep it locked. ParadeDeck.com. Parade Deck TV. Speak to you later.
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
you know, there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to give up previously.
It's hard to be able to take your family anywhere, like the costs involved and sort of all of those barriers. They kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to kind of meet and do something out and just cool experiences.
I've seen the Islanders, I saw Taylor Swift, I saw Kenny Rogers.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for VetTix. You know, being a middle class, kind of, you know, work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do.
VetTix opened up a whole new world for me for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. You know, we go to different concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, real good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her 2 friends to experience an awesome live event that I don't think they would have got to experience otherwise.
I'm from Reno, Nevada. Coming down to the Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. It's great that VetTix throws tickets out to veterans and get us to come out and see other veterans and thank them as well as be out with them and their families as well. So it's a lot of fun.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How the heck are you? Hey, greetings from Military Influencer Conference, Mick, here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Steve Weintraub, the Chief Strategy Officer of Veteran Tickets Foundation, VetTix. And to my right here is my very good colleague and friend, Regan Hawthorne, who is an Army veteran. He is the son of Navajo code talker, Roy Hawthorne. And we're going to talk about some really cool things today. But before that, I'm remiss if I don't say happy birthday to the Marine Corps, Semper Fi. Yes, today's a great day, and then tomorrow we hang over, and then we do it all over again for Veterans Day. So happy birthday, Marines, and a pre-happy Veterans Day to all our veterans and their families. So with that being said, I want to talk to Regan about, he's got such an amazing past and so many cool things about my good friend here. And I don't want to take any more from that, but Regan is doing something really cool, and it has to do with the term unbroken. So Regan, if you can tell us a little bit about what you're doing and even your background.
Hey, Steve, thanks. Good morning and happy birthday.
Thank you, sir.
But listen, before we get into what I'm about, we're right on top of 2 real big things here. You know, 1775, this democracy was in a threat. And so a bunch of people got together in a tavern somewhere and decided we're going to stand up and defend, and we're going to take care of this democracy. So happy birthday, USMC. Happy birthday, Marine Corps. In 1942, America was in trouble again. And once again, they called on the Corps through drafting or enlisting, I should say, because all these fellas signed up voluntarily. Navajo code talkers, they drew Navajo teenagers from the Navajo Indian Reservation.
For the Navajo Nation.
For the Navajo Nation now. That day, and thank you for that, because at that time it was still referred to as a Navajo Indian Reservation. So that story is what I'm about. That story is me telling what I know and what others have found out about the Navajo code talkers. And you mentioned the word unbroken. Thank you for that. Unbroken, the Navajo language used in World War II by these Navajo teenagers was indeed and remains today the only indigenous language ever militarized. And it is now the only military code unbroken or never broken.
It is. And if I'm stealing your thunder here, forgive me. But one of the things that I always talk about with the code is that it was a code. It wasn't just a language. And that's where if you were Navajo or you knew Navajo language and you heard 2 code talkers talking to each other, transcribing the code back and forth, you would have no idea what they were saying. You would hear it in Navajo, but it would sound like gibberish because it was a code. It wasn't just a language.
That's absolutely right. It's absolutely right. The teenagers off of the Navajo reservation then, they were beyond boot camp. Now, they went through boot camp like every Marine does. Every Marine has.
And they had to get through just like everybody else. And
Exactly.
there was no special dispensation. So they had to go through just like they went through the same curriculum as every other Marine that went through boot camp.
That they did, and I think a big part of the significance of that, not only that they could become Marines, but the project itself was of such dubious nature that there's really no confidence that this program would work. So initially, well, let's make them Marines first. And so they did go through the boot camp. They went through all of the training, the rifle. As a matter of fact, the first 29 who were enlisted as a platoon 382, they scored what I believe is to be yet the record on the rifle range during Rifle Week, a 93.1. Now, I don't know if that's ever been beaten because I'm not a Marine, okay? But what I understand is that was a record at that time in 42, and I don't know that it's ever been beaten. But they went through that, and then they went through language school. This language school was so secretive, nothing in or out other than the clothes they had on and their bodies for weeks. So they couldn't bring in any notebooks or, today we walk around with our water bottles and, our little pads and everything like that.
And our phones.
These guys are 17, 18 years old, and all they have is what's upstairs. And they're taking this language and militarizing it. Again, the significance being, it's not just conversation. And I want to stress that real quick, because as early as World War I, the Army was using Choctaw Native Americans to transmit messages. Now, they spoke in their conversational language and understanding it back and forth. As a matter, that particular group, that particular band was very successful at removing some American troops out of harm's way. So they moved, I think it was a battalion, through that conversational Choctaw language. And so the idea carried down through World War II. The Army again entertained various Native American tribes, the Choctaw, Arapaho, Hopi, Navajo, others that were in there. So when the idea came that we need an unbreakable code, and I'd like to talk about the need for that at some point down the line.
And another part of that, maybe you can kind of shed more light on, is these Navajo Marines had no idea what they were going to be doing. They were learning the code, but they didn't know why.
They went in, number one, first and foremost, and I like to believe that all of us who have joined, who have enlisted, and maybe even a majority of those that were drafted back in the early days there, they went in because they had this sole purpose of defending the homeland. They went to defend the homeland regardless of what the challenge might be, regardless of what the task might be. Example, my father, you referred to him earlier, Roy Hawthorne, he had a childhood dream after reading Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. He wanted to be a submariner. And so when the war broke out and he was ready to go, he went to the recruiting station and he was going to sign up. But the recruiter told him, well, are you Navajo? He said, I'm Navajo. Well, all the Navajo boys are being sent to the Marine Corps for a special project. And so they went in not knowing what that project was going to be, but they wanted to serve. Some wanted to be Marines, others became Marines. So in that aspect there, it was so secret. The initial 29 went into this program, and they were charged with using this ancient sacred language to develop a code, and not just to develop a code, but to develop a code that could be unbreakable and defeat the enemy.
And when you talk about the language, correct me if I'm wrong,
Likely.
The language was one of the native languages that really hadn't been a written language. So Anglos, other people couldn't understand, didn't know the language in writing. So it was all verbal.
It was totally oral. And then there was such a small population that even spoke it, because the Navajo Nation at that time was small in number. So it was the unwritten language. It was just verbalized. So the people that were that could do this were right there on the Navajo Nation. So the Marine Corps said, let's go get them.
Yeah, and like you said, very few non-Navajos knew the language, and that's why they chose it, because it was just that tight knit of an oral language.
And not only that, Steve, but it's such a glottal nasal usage language. There's so much inflection that takes place. The slightest misapplication of a particular inflection could take one word and mean 3 or 4 different things. And so I have been found guilty of doing that quite often. When I want to say one thing, I end up saying another.
Well, and that's a great point, just the inflection. So if you weren't raised with that being your first language, it'd be very hard to learn or communicate effectively. And shameless plug here, but I think I've got a nickname or a moniker in Navajo that I won't even try to say, because I will butcher it.
Well, we use the Navajo language in an expressive fashion, and a lot of that, well, all of it was put to use in the development of the code, and as a full bird. That if you'll all the veterans and everybody, if you'll think with me for a second about the insignia of a full bird colonel, and it's that silver eagle, is what it is. And so in the Navajo language, they'd look at that and they say, well, that's an eagle, and it is silver, so we're going to name that colonel Atsa Beshlakai. Okay? Atsa Beshlakai. So the silver eagle, that's your silver eagle, okay? Now, we could, why don't we listen to, now you referred to my father, and let's listen to some of his native tongue. This is a short video where my father, Roy Hawthorne, was interviewed, I believe the year is 2012. Now he's since passed, he's gone. He died in 2018. But this is what I was brought up with. And I'd like to introduce this video just by saying, my father served with the United States Marine Corps as a Navajo code talker, 1st Division. And the stories he didn't tell me are far more important than the ones he did tell me. So if we have that video, let's go ahead and take a look.
Semper Fi. Semper Fi is right. Yeah. Corona Khilkhashnegi 8A. Neve Hobizadegi Althanas Nilga. I served during World War II as a Navajo code talker with the United States Marine Corps. I served there for a little over 2 years, stymieing the Japanese with our language that we had developed a code from that ancient language.
Because of the secrets the code talkers had to transmit, they were the first to hit the beach and the last to leave.
So when we got in the military, we had to talk about submarines and bombers and battleships and all these types of things for a reconnaissance plane. Well, it flies at night. It is quiet, doesn't carry any armament, and we said, well, that's a hummingbird. So in Navajo, it was Dakitien, and that's hummingbird in the Navajo language. Say you wanted to give the rank of maybe the commanding officer, who might be a captain, and so. To say captain, we would use the term railroad track, and so we would say in Navajo 2 tracks, besh nakie, 2 irons.
Probably one of the toughest, most important missions in the war.
We didn't win the war by ourselves, but we were very instrumental in the war's favorable outcome for our country. And so we consider our language to be a precious commodity today. خود ایشان اکو نهزادگی اید ایت ال باشش لگو کج اخولجی.
All right, that's my dad. That's my dad, and that's what I have in me.
And no doubt you're proud of your dad, and we have a lot of commonalities, and that's another one, because my dad was a Marine, and I see you're getting choked up because you get to see your dad there. And my dad was a Marine. He didn't serve in the wars. He was a grunt too, and so we're very proud of our dads and their service. And yeah, I mean, to get to see your dad like that and to hear those stories, I see how it's impacting you. So, and when in that video, they're in Window Rock, which is the capital of the Navajo Nation. So if you're ever in the Southwest, anywhere traveling in that area off of Interstate 40, it's worth the detour to go check out Window Rock and the plaza where the memorial is, and maybe talk a little bit more about that, Regan.
Absolutely. The Veterans Park there where that was filmed is in Window Rock, the Navajo Nation capital. And it is northwest of Gallup, New Mexico, just off of Interstate 40. As Steve said, the Navajo Nation Veterans Park considers a wide variety of veterans, KIA and things like that. But the statue there is that statue dedicated to the Navajo Code Talkers that one of our veterans group had it installed, and then they have the bricks down at the base of it with a number of the Code Talkers. Now, not all of them, because there were over 400, but to visit that park in its entirety is very, very special. I have an uncle's name on the KIA wall for Vietnam, and I have my dad's name on the Code Talker Memorial there. So it's a strong thing, and I'm kind of leaking right here. That's true, but that's all right. That's all right. The code. The Navajo teenagers, again, they were charged with developing this code, and it could not be just conversation. They had to dwell upon two major divisions in the development of that code. The first of all was the alphabet. They have to represent the letters. So for every alpha character that we have in the English language, there were Navajo words to represent them. The more common letters would have multiple representations in the Navajo. How many A's are in Guadalcanal? 4. Got you off guard. Yes, that's okay. But you see, so in Navajo, there had to be a multiple series of Navajo words that represented A. And an example would be A is apple in English. Apple in Navajo doesn't begin with an A, it begins with a B. So if a Navajo was to say Belasana, they would know that's an apple. But you let, like you inferred earlier, you let a non-Navajo Code Talker hear that word on a radio net, and he's scratching his head. So that guy's over there having dessert, and I'm here catching fire, so they don't like that. So there were multiple words in Navajo to represent every letter. And then they had to attend to the military lexicon, machine gun, aircraft carrier. My dad referred to a reconnaissance plane there in that video. So a lot of these things had to be manufactured inside that. And I'm imagining a Quonset hut. I don't know. I've never been to Camp Elliott, not as it was. But these 29 teenagers were sequestered all day long for weeks at a time, creating this, learning it, memorizing it, so that they could go to battle. And it became so effective. See, the Navajo Code was first. Let me say this. The Navajo Code was baptized by fire on Okinawa in October. 2 Marine divisions went in. I think it was 1st and 2nd Mardiv went in. And that was when the Navajo Code was first put to the test. Every Marine division had Navajo Code Talkers in all the major campaigns throughout the Pacific. The Navajo Code was last used in combat on Iwo. My father was on Guadalcanal. He was on Peleliu and a couple of the other encounters there. That language, that code, when the Code Talkers landed a couple of days after the first assault on Iwo, there were 6 radio nets operating on Iwo, and there were over 800, over the course of 24 hours, there were over 800 messages encoded, transmitted, and decoded, completely free of error. And the second MARDIV signal officer at that time, or a little bit later, he allowed the fact that were it not for the Navajo Code and the Navajo Code Talkers, that the Marines very well might not have taken Iwo. So it was very, very significant, very effective. The Navajo Code took what was before pre-Navajo Code, a 3-line message to be drafted, encoded, transmitted, and decoded would take 30 minutes. The Navajo Code changed that drastically and cut it down to 20 seconds. So that was how effective it was.
Yeah, and I was going to bring that up. It's just the speed that the Code Talkers, the Navajo Code Talkers, were able to communicate to each other, get the messages back and forth, and then up and down the chain of command, basically got into the enemy's, what we call in the military, Colonel John Boyd, Air Force officer, coined OODA loop, the OODA, observe, orient, decide, and act. And that code got into the enemy's OODA. The
It
OODA
disrupted it.
disrupted it. And I mean, imagine being a Japanese, monitoring the American radio traffic and hearing the Navajo code. They must have been having just migraines trying to figure out.
And they were the premier
that
code
was.
breakers. They were the premier code breakers. And so it was a situation to where my father, and that's my rock. My father would always talk about, he would say, we don't know for sure, but given the tradition and the culture of the Japanese, there were probably a great increase in harikari because the code breakers couldn't break the code.
Well, and I mean, imagine the stress that their commanders were putting on them. It's like there's radio chatter, and we hear it at every battle, and you guys need to figure it out because they're kicking our ass. And one of the things you alluded to, your uncle KIA, there was Navajo Code Talkers that were KIA. So it wasn't just them in a cordoned off area, kind of, hey, keep it, look out for these Code Talkers. We got to keep them safe. No, they were Marines. They were on the front lines, and the Navajo Code Talkers, several were KIA.
There was nothing sanitary about it. You're right. The Navajo Nation lost 13 Marines, either in direct combat or as a result of wounds. So some of them are buried in Guam area. Some of them, I think there's 1 or 2 in Philippine cemeteries. So there is a movement underfoot now to see if the families want to repatriate those remains. But there's a lot of things going on there. But no, there was absolutely combat is combat, and ever having been in combat, we understand that. Foot soldier, Marine, whatever, you're going to be right there on top of it. And of course, the radio nets were operating land to shore, shore to land, air. So there were Navajo Code Talkers in every aspect, air, land, and sea. But when the platoon commander's out there under hot and he's got to get some support, the cry would go out, Navajo, and so. Whatever that Navajo was doing, my father was on a Browning. And so whenever he got the call for Navajo or for Code Talker, it, release that Browning and run to the radio. And on that radio, he'd get that message. The message would be written in English. And he's looking at it and he's talking in Navajo. And it's going across the airwaves and it goes to the ship where the big 16-inch guns are. Goes to the ship and the guy on the Navajo sitting there on the ship and he's hearing it in Navajo, and he's writing it down in English, and he tells, we need some bullets. And that's how it was. Yeah.
And one thing you talked a little bit about, but we didn't touch on, is the code was so effective that it wasn't declassified until what, 68?
1968, declassified.
And that's, I mean, because the DOD figured, wait a minute, we might need to use this.
There's always that chance that we could use it again. Yeah. And then of course, as Number one, as the Navajo-speaking population increased, then it began to be written down, and so you lose that surprise factor. You lose it there. So in 1968, it was declassified. Real quick, we talked about the lack of understanding, a lack of commonsensical understanding about the code. There was an Army soldier, a Navajo soldier, who was actually captured by the Japanese, and they held him, they tortured him. They knew he was one of them. They didn't know what he was, but he was one of them. And they would tell him, we know that you speak that language. Tell us what they're saying. And he said, I couldn't tell them I knew what you were saying, but it didn't make sense. And in that torture process, one of the biggest things that I remember, and I met this man through my father, we talked, but they had him out in the prison yard there. I wouldn't call it a parade deck, but it was the prison yard in the middle of winter, and they poured water on his feet, and his feet froze to the ground. They would not let him move. And he just kept saying, I'll tell you what they're saying, but I don't know what they're talking about. So after all of that ordeal, and he came back stateside, when the Navajo Code Talkers began to realize that they had a legacy to perpetuate, then they got together, and this Army soldier went, and he told them, he said, you guys kept me alive. By you speaking our language, you kept me alive. You may have been talking about eggs and potatoes in the language. I didn't know what it was, but as long as the Japanese thought that I could say something, they kept me alive. And so thank you for keeping me alive. That was the significance.
Yeah, I mean, just think about that from being in his, perspective that, yeah, they're speaking Navajo, but it makes no sense. And so you talked about your dad got to meet him, and let's move a little bit forward in history to after the war. Your dad, all his fellow Navajo Code Talkers, they came home from the war, just like all the other service members, and then they just went back to their daily lives, and they weren't able to talk about what they did.
You know what, Steve? And again, every combat veteran comes back, and there's baggage. We know that, but they were instructed by the military, don't talk about what you did because we might use it again, type of thing. But herein lies the separation, the distinction that I've experienced. These Navajo men now coming back, they're probably 19, maybe 20, maybe 21 years old, and so they jump right back into that Navajo culture. Herding sheep, watching the horses, taking care of the agriculture, that type of thing. And so they go back to living. And time again in conversations, my father would say, we did our job and we came home and picked up where we left off. That was the big thing.
And let's dip a little bit into Navajo culture. And if you can explain to us, before they went off to war, and then when they came back, the ceremony, the way.
There's a number of ceremonies. Number one, before the young man goes off to war, there's particular ceremonies, and the ceremonies, the significance of them, the details of the ceremonies, I don't know them because I've not practiced them. My father, when he left the Corps, of course, after the Korean conflict where he was with the Army, he was called to the ministry of preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ. So as a child, they were training him in the ways of the medicine man and those cultural practices. But after that war, after that combat experience and such, and he came back stateside, he was called to be a minister. So that's what he did. That's how I was raised up. But in my understanding, there are a number of ceremonies. There are a number of blessing way ceremonies, the enemy way ceremony. Enemy way is a cleansing, and it's a 3 or 4 night ceremony. And I'm talking about it very generally, and in no way is there any intention to delegitimize it at all. But every one of those Marines who came back from the war. They had baggage. And in the Navajo culture and the Navajo ways, the enemy way is a cleansing ceremony. There is a blessing way ceremony, and they all blend together to relieve the spirit of the one who is in combat. And so there's just a number of opportunities there.
And thank you for talking about that, because in our Anglo culture, and we come back from service, from war, or we leave the service, and we just get punched out into society, right? And so in a lot of these native cultures, and in this case Navajo, there's these ways that, like you said, are cleansing them spiritually, so they can cleanse, relinquish all the bad energy, whatever that is, and again, spiritually allow them to move forward in life, and maybe have a better way of dealing with what they experience. And again, they came from the Navajo Nation, which was very remote, and they got thrust into a war in a place that they knew nothing about. In culture, in the Marine Corps, they knew nothing about. But again, their warrior spirit was when they wanted to protect their homeland, the land that their fathers, their mothers, their grandmothers, their clans had all lived in. And for them, they wanted to protect their homeland, but they knew nothing about what was going to be ahead of them. And then coming back and reintegrating into that culture had to be really difficult for them.
Having to separate, and the ceremonies really would serve to spiritually, emotionally divest that man's spirit from all of the atrocities and everything there. Now, I understand there were times when the men were overseas in the middle of the combat, that there were times where they would take upon themselves to perform versions of the ceremonies for protection and things like that. So coming back to a Navajo land, coming back to the homeland, the Native American per capita has always been high up in military service. Right now on the Navajo Nation, there's probably around 6,500 veterans out of a population of about 325,000. So they come back and they go back to, again, agriculture, livestock, that type of thing there. They're going out, they're chopping wood for heating, they're chopping wood for cooking, they're hauling water for drinking and bathing. And so they go back to this after they've seen all of these things. And it's anybody who's come back from combat has to deal with these things.
Yeah, and and the way they did it, they were onto something. We got about a minute left, but before we punch out, if you can give us about corn pollen and the significance of that.
The corn pollen, the Navajo name for corn pollen, it's a pouch. It's held in a pouch, and it's a degree of sacred, taradin, and it's used in many of the blessings, particularly in the early morning when the Navajo greets the sun to the east and offers up his or her prayers. And we're talking about the Marines so we're going to say his, and they take from their pouch the corn pollen, and they bless and ask for blessing and regard their service throughout the day as honoring to the deities. And
it was important to them to bring that corn pollen with them into
battle.
Yes,
to take it with them. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we wrap up, I mean, we could talk for hours about this, but I mean, Regan, you're working on some things. I think we're working on some things to amplify the legacy of the Navajo Code Talkers, the over 400 of them, to better educate society about their accomplishments. And so we're going to be doing some really cool things. And I know on your podcast, you're going to talk more about that. So that's maybe a little bit of a teaser to follow Regan on his podcasts.
All right, thanks for the plug. Steve, thanks very much for the questions. There's a lot of things there that I assume people know about, And so when people ask me these questions, it's all the better. But yeah, Unbroken, the legendary code makers of World War II, that's what we're looking at. And Parade Deck is a wonderful format, and I appreciate all that's being done in that regard. Before we go, I don't know, I've got enough time here. Listen, I want to give a shout out. I've got 2 Marines in North Carolina. One is my son, one is my son-in-law. They both served in the sandbox. They're both now serving. One is retired. They're both retired. One's medically, one's retired. But to my son-in-law, my son, thank you for serving. Thank you for your effort. And tomorrow's Veterans Day. So for all of you who have put on the uniform, for all of you who have stepped forward and answered the call, that call to protect the homeland, that call to protect this experiment we call democracy in the United States. Thank you.
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
You know, there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to give up previously.
It's hard to be able to take your family anywhere, like the costs involved and sort of all of those barriers. They kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to kind of meet and do something out and just cool experiences.
I've seen the Islanders. I saw Taylor Swift. I saw Kenny Rogers.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for VetTix. You know, being a middle class, kind of, work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do.
VetTix opened up a whole new world for me for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. You know, we go to different concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, real good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her 2 friends to experience an awesome live event that I don't think they would have got to experience otherwise.
We're from Reno, Nevada. Coming down to the Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. It's great that Vetrix throws tickets out to veterans and get us to come out and see other veterans and thank them as well as be out with them and their families as well. So it's a lot of fun.
Nate the Great Boyer. Come on, man. Green Beret, Seattle Seahawk, filmmaker. Now you can add paradedeck.com to that lineage. How are you doing, my friend? Just say, thank you, my friend. I wish you could be. I know you're a busy man. You got 1,000 things going on, but you could take a few minutes to carve out some time for us. We're blessed to have you on deck.
No, it's great to be here. I felt kind of open to be there as well. Currently up in Idaho, it's actually gorgeous country up here.
So
you get to hard to leave from, so you know, I'm just thanks for accommodating me. Happy to spend some time.
Fair enough.
No, I'm not Marine, but Marine Corps birthday, got to give him props.
Well, we appreciate that because, you know, if you didn't, I'd put you in a headlock the next time I see you. But you did play a Marine in MVP. So you rate to say hoorah whenever and eat a slice of cake tonight to celebrate the birthday.
Hey, that's the closest I'll ever get. You know, it's a different breed.
True.
And not because I don't want to. I just you know, I'll get cracked. What are they? What's it? Almost ready to be a what's the Army thing?
Ain't ready to be Marines yet.
Yeah, that's it. I don't see. I'm so dumb. I don't even know how to say it. Ain't ready to be a Marine yet. You know, all that fun stuff.
All good, brother. Hey, but you know, MVP doing well. Folks can see that on. They can stream that. But you've got a survival show that's percolating. Also, I saw a couple of episodes. Can you tell our viewers about your survival show?
Well, tell me what you thought first.
It was surviving the raft.
Yeah. What'd you think? I said, tell our viewers what you thought first.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Oh, okay. So it's basically like based on a social experiment from 1973. So 50 years ago, this anthropologist took 10 people, 10 strangers, didn't know each other, from different walks of life, different politics, different religions, you know, different races and beliefs and all that. And he put them on a raft and they floated from the Canary Islands in Spain to Mexico, across the Atlantic, 101-day trip. just to see if they could put aside their differences and come together. I mean, this is in 73, it's like we're coming out of the Vietnam War, Watergate, Roe versus Wade, very divisive times similar to today. So we recreated this experience, or this experiment, I should say, in 2023, and did it down in Panama. And it was very interesting. It was a difficult show to pull off, and I was just hosting it, so I wasn't in the mix as much as like the contestants. I shouldn't say contestants, the crew of the raft, honestly. But they're living on this raft together, floating around these islands. They got challenges they got to go through together. So it was pretty cool.
Excellent. And Nate, you are a tremendous advocate for the veteran community. I know your organization, military veterans and players, just do tremendous things for the community. I missed the gala in Dallas. My schedule didn't allow me to be there, but once again, I'd ask if you could unpack what MVP does and what the mission of MVP is.
Yeah, definitely. And you mentioned it before. So quick ways to learn more about MVP. I'll say first, go to vetsandplayers.org and watch the MVP movie, which is on Amazon Prime, Apple TV, Showtime, lots of places. It really tells the story of how we started. And what we are at Emerging Vets and Players is, a veteran service organization, but also we serve athletes as well, because we're bringing together combat vets and former pro athletes and helping them both find that purpose and identity when they lose a uniform. We've probably got, I'd say 80-85% veterans and less on the athlete side. So we're always looking to grow that. We've got a lot of athletes who are also veterans that are part of our program. We meet up on a weekly basis in the gym. We've got a fantastic chapter in Vegas at Extreme Couture. Randy Couture is actually on our board. And he's a great example of someone who served in the military and then went on to be the six-time heavyweight champion of the world in the UFC. But, typically we're pretty young when we lose that uniform. Randy was 48 during his last fight. That is rare, but he's built different. Most athletes and veterans, in your 20s, maybe 30s, you sort of lose that identity, you lose that uniform, you got to transition to that next phase of life. And it can be really tough because we're accustomed to certain things. We're used to having that sense of purpose and that team and that tribe and the camaraderie and the locker room or the team room or whatever you want to call it. And of course, we would never compare war to, playing sports. That's not the same thing, but the preparation is very similar in a lot of ways. The camaraderie is very similar, and feeling sort of empty and lost and like you'll never be great again. That's very similar with these athletes and vets. I myself, I served in the Army for 10 years and played college football at Texas and for about 5 minutes with the Seattle Seahawks. But I enough to know that it's the same, that part of it is the same thing. That transition is the same thing. And so that's what we do at MVP. We are recreating that locker room. We meet up in the gym every week. We train together. We huddle up. It's peer-to-peer coaching, an open forum where like no one's got all the answers. We're just there for one another. And there might be a vet that can help an athlete with something or vice versa. And it's pretty cool. It's just nice to have something consistent, same time, same place. I would say same uniform, but you can kind of wear whatever you want within reason. And we're always going to be there for each other. We got your back, and so no matter what, knowing that is nice, because life, it's as and everybody knows, whether you're in the military or not, it's a roller coaster. It's ups and downs, happy, sad. Like you're supposed to experience all those things. It's part of it. But knowing that you've got people to lean on when it does get rough is always nice.
And Nate, that's on target, brother. And again, really appreciate you taking the time to spend some time with Parade Deck. Now, I only have a couple of questions left, but one of them is for the young influencers that are watching. You understand brand and the importance of maintaining and defining your brand. Do you have any insight or recommendations to those aspiring young influencers and content creators on developing their brand?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm definitely no expert. But what I pride myself on is being myself, trying to be myself, whoever the hell that is, trying to do that every day. But just being honest to that, like, what do I want? What gets me excited? Like, what am I passionate about? Be clear about that. Be honest about where I'm at with that, and be specific about that when people ask me, like, what do you want to do? What's your goal? Knowing those things or figuring those things out, I think is essential, and then being able to communicate those things. but like trying to be something you're not, or someone you're not, or trying to imitate or emulate a person who sort of built something, it's not going to work out for you. It's just too hard to do that. And it's not going to be fun. You're not going to enjoy it because it's not you. So I think that's the most important thing. Because of MVP, honestly, it's taught me, the group, the people that are a part of it, the people that have built it, it's taught me that to be vulnerable and to be open. And like, when I'm not doing so hot, ask for help. And sometimes that's publicly, if people, if something's going on in your life, it's not like you have to share all your personal stuff, but I think wearing a mask too much and trying to show that things are going better than they maybe are. And that doesn't just mean like, oh, I'm happier than I am, but just generally, I think that we see that a lot on social media. Of course, you're going to see people's highlight reel. You're not going to see what life's actually like typically. And not that everybody needs to go out and have a blog where they're just sharing every moment of their life. But when people ask you, and when you have a chance to share your story, just be as honest as you can about it. Be as real as you can. I think people connect with that. When they feel like something is super scripted, or somebody's telling them a story and not just sharing with them their experience and where they're actually at, and it feels like they're being kind of fed a narrative, they don't, in my experience, they don't respond to it as well. I don't respond to it as well. I love when people are just open and honest and brutal, and like kind of tell that everybody's got a story. Everybody has a journey. Like tell the truth in that space, no matter what you're doing. I think that's the most important thing. That's what people respond to. And it's hard. Don't quit. Don't give up on it. If this is what you love, this is what you're actually passionate about, and it's your dream, because life it's just like in the military, man. It's a war of attrition. Like the people that give up, and most of them will, are the only ones that aren't going to succeed at some level. Like if you just don't give up, at some point it's going to happen, and it may not be what you envisioned it to be. The universe may kind of move you in a different direction. Be open to that, because maybe that's what you're meant to do. You never knew it all along. So I think that those are I don't know if those are pearls of wisdom, but those are just how I think and the path I try to follow. I learned that from other people in my life. It's not like I made these things up or just discovered them.
Fair enough.
And I think those are some key points that have really helped me.
That makes a lot of sense, Nate. And as we wrap things up, in MVP, you portrayed a Marine. So happy birthday to you, because you did a great job in doing it. We talked about your nonprofit, and of course your Surviving the Raft series. Is there anything else? What's percolating for Nate Boyer in 2024? That's what we'll close with.
Okay, yeah, it's coming up. So literally last week, I shaved this really creepy mustache I had off, because we finished shooting a movie up in Cleveland called Sweetest Day.
In Cleveland, Ohio, my hometown.
You're from Cleveland?
Yes.
Well, we were actually centered in Warren. You know where Warren is?
Absolutely.
Like a mafia HQ from back in the day. It's halfway from Cleveland to Pittsburgh. It's also halfway from Chicago to New York.
Okay.
In the middle of Lake Erie, there is a Confederate cemetery, believe it or not, which is crazy, because back in the Civil War, the Union Army had stockade there. And so prisoners of war from the Confederacy were kept there. When they passed, they were buried. So in our story, it's modern day rural Cleveland, outside of town, amongst some of the urban decay and whatnot. And this zombie, who is dressed up like a Confederate soldier, because that's what he was, is going after people in this part of the country. And there is more stops along the Underground Railroad in Northeast Ohio than like anywhere else in the country. It's really bizarre. I didn't know all this history until I kind of dug into it. And so that's why he chooses to go back to this place. But at the same time, it's a horror comedy. It's a lot. It's a lot to digest in a short explanation. But hopefully when we get to the edit, it all makes sense. I played like the local sheriff who was an Army vet, served in Iraq, and then was Youngstown Homicide Division for about 10 years. And now he's trying to get away from all the drama. He moves to Warren, a smaller town out there. And of course, this happens. He can't escape it. So we'll see what happens.
And what's the title?
Sweetest Day.
Okay, outstanding.
You know what Sweetest Day is? Have you ever heard of that holiday?
Yes.
It's from Cleveland. It's kind of a Valentine's Day for guys. It's sort of developed in the early or in the 1920s or so. But about half the people from the area have heard of it, and the other half are like, I don't know what that is. but that's
All
what it's
good.
called. He comes back around this time of the year. So
Nate, my friend, thank you for being aboard Parade Day, squeezing us into your schedule. Stay safe, stay motivated, and stay in touch, my friend.
God bless you all. Happy Veterans Day. Happy Marine Corps birthday.
Hoorah.
Hoorah, and all that good stuff.
All right.
Hoorah.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why our esteemed partner, the United States Concealed Carry Association, stands out as the fastest-growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
What's going on, everybody? It's that ordinary podcast with the extraordinary thoughts that tells you stop being great to be extraordinary. I'm Demetrius Thigpen, also known as Meech Speaks. I'm live at the Parade Deck at MIC 2023, and today I have next to me is President of the Vanguard 21, author of Practice Makes Permanent. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Dr. Anthony Randall.
Hey, Demetrius, thank you so much for having us on the Parade Deck.
Absolutely, sir. Go ahead, do me a favor. Can you just tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Anthony Randall. I had the privilege to serve in the United States Army for over 20 years, retired 2.5 years ago. So I started out as a engineer officer in the 82nd Airborne Division, jumping out airplanes and blowing things up, as we always like to say.
I love to see that.
And then got out of the service for a few years and then came back in with a calling and spent my last 15 years in the Army as an Army chaplain, which was just absolutely phenomenal experience.
Oh, I love that. Now, one of the biggest questions that was on my mind is what birthed the Vanguard?
Yeah, so Vanguard 21 is a leadership development and executive coaching company. And really what birthed it was when I got out of the military after 5 years, I went into sales and was in the pharmaceutical sales industry. And I'd go to these sales conferences where, they'd bring in some really powerful speakers and everybody would get hyped up.
Yeah.
And then we'd go back and do work. And 2 weeks later, everybody would be doing the same old thing.
Same old thing.
That we did before the conference.
100%.
So I was like, I think we can bring more substance to this. So about 8 or 9 years before I retired, I started Vanguard 21.
Yes.
And it's a leadership development and coaching company. So not only do we do high performance, high culture leadership development, but we add executive and leadership coaching to it so that people not only come and get some phenomenal world-class training, but we continue to help them build high character, high culture, high performance organizations through coaching in depth in their organization. So that's where it came from. Yeah.
I love that. I love that. Now we talk about coaching. My question is what is a good coach and what is coaching and what makes a good coach?
Well, that's a longer conversation than we probably have for today, but I would say that, coaching is an art and a science. And I would say that the greatest coaches out there are coaches that are able to follow their clients and empower and inspire their clients. And so one thing that we teach in our coaching courses is to coach the person and not the problem. I'm sure leaders out there have tried to, for years, people bring you the problems and you try to help them fix their problems. And sometimes you give them your solution and they don't execute that too well, right? So when you can coach people to solve their own problems and when you can follow them and ask powerful questions and really evoke awareness and facilitate their growth, be a good active listener, embody a coaching mindset, create a space where they can discover and explore, what you begin to do is you begin to spend more time helping them explore who they are as leaders. And that's why we do transformational leadership development.
100%.
Yeah.
Now, as a 1341 HE mechanic, I fall in the engineer field.
Okay.
And one thing that stood out the most is that you made the transition from engineer to chaplain. Can you tell me about that transition and just what brought about it?
Yeah, so pretty interesting story. So I spent 5 years in the Army and finished my career as a captain in the 82nd Airborne. And got out, went in the corporate world, was doing very well for a couple of years, really enjoying myself, and literally, got that calling from on high, heard the voice from on high that you're going to go back in the Army as a chaplain. And there was two things that I knew at 27 years old. I was not going to go back in the Army, and I was not the guy for full-time ministry. So I tell people all the time, it was the first time in my life that I didn't make that choice, that I finally surrendered my life and my calling, to receive the calling from God. And so that's how we got into full-time ministry. And again, spent the last 15 years of my Army career with some really awesome organizations, conventional units, Special Forces, Ranger, Special Operations units, and then had a privilege to be an ethics instructor and teach transformational leadership in the Army to officers and NCOs.
100%.
And, got a pastor and awesome chapel service and served with great soldiers and great leaders, and then retired as the garrison chaplain at Fort Benning, now Fort Moore in Georgia.
Wow. I tell you, they say that chaps be having some crazy stories. You know what I mean? Now, my next question is how did switching over affect your leadership?
That's a great question. I think going from that engineer mindset of solving problems and rules and regulations and SOPs and policies and those kind of things, and really diving deeper into the human dimension of who people are. And so I think it was that aspect of seminary training and becoming a pastor and taking those other aspects of leadership that I'd learned being an Army Ranger, and the leadership principles, being a leader of character that I learned at West Point when I was a cadet, and merging those together. And then it was in special operations where, we really talk about the whole person concept.
100%.
And so really starting to develop processes and programs to develop the whole person for high performance and human performance, spiritual, mental, physical. And so I think it was merging those two together. And I've been a martial artist for 30 years.
Really?
Yeah. And so, the thing for me was always, how do I make faith practical? And how do you infuse that into the warrior ethos? So one of my favorite things with soldiers has always been doing jujitsu, getting out there and doing some combatives, and I always just enjoyed being in the field and being with my guys. So, yeah.
Did they tell you I work at the Martial Arts Center of Excellence?
You do?
Yes.
No kidding. What do you study?
I'm right now more boxing.
Okay.
Yes, but it's the combatives program from the Marine Corps Martial Arts program.
Okay.
Yes. So
at Camp Lejeune or
Raider Hall, Quantico, Virginia.
In Quantico.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Well, we'll talk offline. I've got a buddy that you probably know that trained up there for several years.
100%. I look forward to that.
Yeah. Do you know Monty Massey?
I have heard that name.
Yeah. So Monty's a good friend of mine as well. Great jiu-jitsu player, phenomenal jiu-jitsu professor.
100%. Now, Marine Corps birthday, November 10th. And as we sit back and we talk about leadership, the Marine Corps has 13 leadership traits. JJ did tie buckle. We also have the leadership principles. And these are guidelines that help form us as the leaders that we are today, or just to keep us on that path. And my question for you is what are qualities that make a good leader?
Well, happy birthday, first of all, to the United States Marine Corps. You guys are phenomenal. I always enjoyed my time with Marines. And then the Army has our 7 Army values as well. And one thing we teach in our leadership development courses is understanding who you are as a person of trusted character. I think leadership comes down to the values and the virtues that shape you and shape your ethos and who you are. 100%. And we tell people all the time, who you are directly impacts how you make decisions, whether they're moral and ethical, whether they're tactical, operational, strategical, or strategic, not strategical. And then who you are and how you make decisions impacts how you lead and is reflected in your leadership. And so I think one of the most important pieces of being a leader is understanding that. So I've got a quick Marine Corps story. Can I tell?
Yeah, please.
All right. So this is a really awesome story. It's about, it's about what this military influencer conference is all about. It's about connection and community and doing those things. We, when I was a pastor back in Denver, Colorado, I had a young man in our youth group, and he came to me one day, knew my background, and said, "Hey, Pastor, I want to be a United States Marine."
Okay.
And I said, "Man," I said, "let's go do that. You would be a fantastic Marine."
Yes.
So I take him down to the recruiting station. I drop him off, and I say, "I'll come pick you up this afternoon."
Ooh.
So I come back later that afternoon, and I walk in, and the young man is sitting there, and his shoulders are slumped forward, and his head's down, and it looks like it's been a long day at the Marines.
Oh, I know it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm tracking.
And I'm like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?" He's like, I didn't know they were going to make me run 3 miles. I didn't know that they were going to make me do these things." So the gunny comes out of the back room, and, the classic gunny sergeant has a sunburn on his head, the narrow haircut, the big muscles, and he sits down, he looks at the young man, he looks at me, and he gives me that Marine Corps draw. He's like, "Sir."
Yeah, there it is.
And I
Come
said,
on now.
"Gunny,
Yeah.
And then he looked at the young man. He said to the young man's name, and he said, "What's the motto of the United States Marine Corps?"
Mm.
And man, this young man sat up straight, and he's like, "Gunny, you're looking for a few good men." He said, into the knife hand, he said, "That's right, son. We are.
Damn right.
You're not one of them." And the pastor side of
I
me
hear that
wanted to
too.
hug that kid, and the ranger side of me wanted to sign up for the Marines. And he said, "Son, we've got a contract for you with the Army." That young man found his tribe in the Army, did 2 combat tours to Iraq, and left the Army as a sergeant in the United States Army as a combat veteran, found his tribe. So that's what I love about the Marines. You guys have never compromised your values. You're still looking for the few and the proud. And I think that's why you guys continue to recruit some of the best people in our country.
Come
Where
on
the
now.
other branches are struggling, you guys continue to control the controllables, and you continue to recruit that with that culture, that ethos, and those values.
I love that. And once again, thank you so much for sharing that. Now, as we
Absolutely.
come to a close, one question that has just been sitting on the back of my mind,
All right.
especially as a leader,
Yeah.
is what is mindset? Why is it important for a leader to adopt the right mindset? And how do we overcome obstacles when we face adversity?
Oh, that's great, man. I think, again, that comes back from my martial arts background. I think we have to have a white belt mentality.
Oh, I love that one. I love that reference.
Sensei Jigaro Kano, father of modern day martial arts, wanted to be buried in his white belt because he was a lifelong learner.
Mhm.
And so that's the biggest thing that we always encourage when we're in the leadership and coaching space is put on a proverbial white belt.
Yeah.
Let's have a white belt mentality
Come on
and a
now.
growth mindset. So I'm always growing. I'm always, continue to find opportunities to grow and learn as a leader so that we can continue to pour in and serve those that we're leading.
Yes.
Yeah. So white belt mentality, man, growth mindset. There you
Oh,
go.
I tell you, being a white belt ain't pretty.
It's a rough day.
It's a rough day. It's a rough day. And just closing, Mars, what are some fun things that you have for the parade deck and also for MIC 2023?
Couple things I've what?
Closing remarks for the parade deck and MIC 2023.
I'll tell you, if you are a active duty service member, military spouse, if you are a veteran, or if you support our veterans and our military, you need to come to this conference next year in Atlanta. This is a phenomenal opportunity to network, to collaborate. It's a phenomenal opportunity to serve. And I think that's what I love about what Cortez Riggs has done with Mick, is at the end of the day, this is about servant leadership. It's about coming here and giving of yourself and serving others and helping others to aspire and be inspired in who they are and what they want to do, not only while they're in the military, but after their time in service, to continue to serve our nation as leaders and servant leaders. Yeah.
100%. And once again, thank you so much,
Oh,
sir.
thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. Look forward to seeing you soon.
All right. Well, hoorah. Happy birthday.
Hoorah to you too.
Lights are shining bright. My friends are in the club, we'll go all night. I see you in the back, the mood is right. If I just had your number, I would let you know how I feel. You walk up to me, start dancing to the music and the chase. Like this was meant to be. Take my hand, I feel my heartbeat.
What's going on, everybody? It's that ordinary podcaster with the extraordinary thoughts that tells you to stop being great and be extraordinary. I'm Demetrius Thigpen, also known as Meech Speaks. I'm live at the parade deck at MIC 2023, and I'm the host and creator of the Talking Crazy podcast. Now, before we get started, let me talk to you, but let me talk a little Talking Crazy real quick. So the Talking Crazy podcast is a mindset, motivation, and what it means to be human podcast. And when I talk about what it means to be human, that aspect of emotional and mental health is some things that we just don't talk enough about. Now, with that being said, I'm out here right now at the parade deck at MIC 2023. And one thing that really burrows in my heart is mindset. Now, father of 4, all right, and one thing that I have learned is that our kids tend to teach us certain things. And as I look around and I see everybody, and they're chasing after their dreams, focusing on their paths, walking in their purpose, I can't help but be remiss to talk about this story. Now, with that being said, Staff Sergeant in the United States Marine Corps, been in the Marine Corps for almost 14 years. The days be rough, all right? The days be rough and the hours be long. And when I came home, my kids, they come up to me and they say, "Dad, can we go to the park?" I looked at them, I said, can y'all go to the park on y'all own? They said, "Hey, we need you to come to the park." I said, "I hear that too." My kids, they take me to the park and I sit off to the side and I do that new age parenting. And when I'm talking about that new age parenting, you know what I'm talking about. I sit down, you know, I look on my phone, I look back up. I look back on my phone, I look back up. I say a couple of things. Hey, if y'all not gonna play right, then y'all need to go on home. I look back down on my phone. And my son, he pulls me off to the side. And he says, Dad, can you watch me for a second? And I said, yeah, I'll watch you. Go ahead. I mean, I thought y'all was gonna play, but I hear that too. And he gets up on the pull-up bars. And it's actually like this jungle gym set. It's about 8 bars there. And he gets up on it, grabs the first one, comes crashing down. I say, all right, well, have fun. I mean, once again, this is that new age parenting. Don't call me over there just so you can jump 2 inches off the ground, spin around in a circle. I need to see something. But he stayed. And something was different about that. So once again, I sit over there, I watch. He grabs it again, comes crashing down. So I got up and I walked away. I was like, all right, I hear that too. And I bring that up because a lot of people will fail on purpose just to say that they did it. And as you take a look around, MIC 2023, so many people are transitioning out of the military, going into job offers, entrepreneurs, chasing after something that was bigger than them from the moment that they stepped on those yellow footprints or met that recruiter. And then there's other people that failed on purpose just to say that they did. And the people that's watching, I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. Well, I almost joined X, Y, and Z, fill in the blank of that military branch. I almost talked to a recruiter. So once again, I got up and I walked away. I said, come on, Connor, let's go see what your sister's doing. But he stayed. And for some reason, he stayed. So I sat there and I watched. And he climbed up it again. This time, 1 bar, 2 bar, 3 bar, comes crashing down. I say, dang, I hate to see it. But he gets back up. And he gets back up there again. 1 bar, 2 bar, 3 bar, 4, comes crashing down. I'm like, dang, go ahead, get back up there. And at this part right here, I really just want to take a moment for a second. Because a lot of people, they out there, they chasing after something. But they going to back out if they feel like they're not supporting. They're going to back out if they feel like they're not being supported. He gets back up there again. 1 bar, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom, comes crashing down. And I ain't about to lie to you. He came down fast and he hit the ground hard. And he lets out, damn. I say, hey, nah, easy. Easy, you only 8. And he said to himself, what number was I at? I said, you were at 5. You were at 5, son. And I really just want to take a step back because a lot of times we'll back out of a dream if we feel like we're not being supported, just like what I said. We'll feel like because we're not being supported, this must not be the path that we're supposed to be walking on. Because we feel like we're not being supported, we'll feel like we'll go and chase something else. Take up somebody else's blueprint. Pick up somebody else's advice. Take somebody else's opinion. I said that you were at 5, son. Get back up there again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He comes crashing down. He comes back up there again. From 5 to 6. At this point right now, he done gathered everybody's attention. When I say he done gathered everybody's attention, now I'm standing there. His mother's standing there. His sisters are standing there. And when he came down again, he came down hard. He came down hard. And I ain't about to lie to you. He did hit the ground pretty hard. And I wanted to reach in and bring him back up. And before I can do that, his mother did it. And I told her, no, leave him. Let him cook. Let him work. See, one thing that you got to understand is that, see, the dream and aspirations that you be chasing after, your loved one's going to come in. And we always worry about, you know, people that won't support us, but you need to take into consideration the people that will support you and the people that love you. See, they have a vision for you, but that vision for them, for you may not be the vision that is right for you because theirs is based in love. So when she interjected, I really want people to understand that when she interjected, she wanted to stop him from getting hurt, but he need to finish that. See, he invested into that. He put his time into that. And I really want to just bring that up real quick is that when you put your time, your effort, and now you got the support of others, see, we rooting for you. How dare you quit? How dare you quit? He gets back up there. 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7. He comes down again. He hits the ground. He hits it hard. Nobody says anything. I tell him, get back up there again. He does the exact same thing, 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7, and he finally gets to 8. He finally gets to 8. And when he comes down, he says, Dad, I did it. I said, you sure did. And for the first time, I can honestly say that I was proud of my son I was proud of my child. And it wasn't like that typical parenting where the kid brings home like a drawing and you put it up on the refrigerator. Oh my God, thank you. I'm so proud of you. This is great. You know you're going to take it down later on. They jump off the ground. You're like, oh my God, I'm so proud of you. He ain't really do anything. See, what he did right there is something that a lot of us tend to be facing with on a regular basis. He overcame an obstacle. He overcame some adversity. And I'm pretty sure there's somebody right now in the crowd that's going through some type of adversity. They're not sure of themselves. They transitioning out. You went from the man and now all of a sudden you're this person again, back to general population. But I'll just be honest real quick. You weren't born a quitter. See, you weren't born a quitter. You were the sperm that made it to the egg. And when your mother brought you into this earth, you weren't a quitter then. You might have been named Patrick. Heck, you might even been named Eugene. But I know for a fact you weren't a quitter. And a true testament to that was when you learned how to walk. And we all know that. When a kid learns how to walk, they're clumsy. They may hit the ground. They'll stand back up. They get to walking again. They'll hit the ground. They don't care how many times they hit that ground. They're worried about how far they are going. They never even worry. They clap for themselves and they get back up. So I know for a fact you weren't a quitter then. You became a quitter when life started letting you. You became a quitter when life told you that it was okay for you to quit. You became a quitter when everybody told you that it's okay. You can try something else. When you start taking advice from other people who didn't get the exact same vision that you got. When you start taking advice, when you start taking opinions from people who were too afraid to follow their dreams, so you went on ahead and followed yours. That's when you became a quitter. And as I sat right there, I couldn't help it. Because the biggest issues that we face out in life is the mindset. And we all know the right mindset gonna be able to get you far. And the right people will get you even further. And I just really want to just take a moment real quick. Every time that you decide that you want to walk away from something, you betray the trust of the people that believed in you in the first place. From the moment that they sitting there and they watching you overcome that obstacle, or let me rephrase that, grab that bar, fall down again, get back up, fall down again, get back up, fall down again, and you decide right then and there that all of a sudden you don't want to do it no more. You betray their trust. You betray their confidence. You betray their fidelity. And then when you finally say to yourself that nobody supports you, how dare you say that nobody supported you when we supported you in the very beginning, but you didn't want to do it yourself? You weren't born a quitter. And to be honest, you don't have to die like one either. Oh, shit.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why our esteemed partner, the United States Concealed Carry Association, stands out as the fastest-growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour, 2, 3 hours.
You know, there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to give up previously.
It's hard to be able to take your family anywhere, like the costs involved and sort of all of those barriers. They kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to kind of meet and do something out and just cool experiences.
I've seen the Islanders. I saw Taylor Swift. I saw Kenny Rogers.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for VetTix. Being a middle class, kind of, work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do.
VetTix opened up a whole new world for me for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. You know, we go to different concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, real good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her two friends to experience an awesome live event that I don't think they would have got to experience otherwise.
We're from Reno, Nevada. Coming down to the Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. It's great that Vetrix throws tickets out to veterans and get us to come out and see other veterans and thank them as well as be out with them and their families as well. So it's a lot of fun.
To this day, young men and women choose to raise their right hand and swear an oath to something greater than themselves.
I was going to die with my boots on. Let's do it.
Combat is ugly.
You see, I don't like this. Damn, I got a flashlight. He's gone. You know, he was laying. Because he was laying right there. He's not there no more. He was laying up. I shot him like 5 times when I came back.
If you think combat is great, then you haven't been there.
So we were taking fire all day long. Lieutenant Calvin bent over to grab his radio. A tracer round came through the left armhole of his flak jacket and out the right armhole. It just barely penetrated the skin. Crazy thing was that when he was a young enlisted Marine, he got a tattoo on his back that said Marine, and the tracer underlined the word Marine. That's the kind of story that people won't believe unless you show it to them.
I've been shot a few times and blown up and stabbed. I owe my life to Navy corpsmen. Those are unsung heroes.
When you're in a battle and you're wounded, but you know you can still pull a trigger, the thing that keeps you going is the man to your left and the man to your right.
Since its birth, the Marine Corps has sought to find those exceptional individuals who embody the qualities of toughness, grit, honor, courage, and commitment. Qualities required of a professional warfighting force that is not only capable, but willing to do the hard things on behalf of the nation.
Victory in every climb and place does not happen by chance. From the unforgiving jungles of the South Pacific, to the snow-covered mountains of Korea, to the bloody streets of Hue and Fallujah, Marines have prevailed because they had moral courage, steel backbones, and a ruthless commitment to a tradition of excellence.
And with preparation comes confidence. The more prepared you are, the more you rehearse, the more you drill, the more confident you get. And so we're ready to go.
The Marine Standard is the only standard, and discipline is the currency of our Corps. This is the bedrock of our ethos and what makes us unique from any other fighting force in the world.
Discipline and being lethal, I see it every single day, from the fire team to the squad to the platoon level. When the Marines are running up recon, running through the load trail, going to the dojo, making themselves more lethal and fit, and that directly correlates to when we go do, Rangers 400 or do a company cliff assault. That's only going to continue to bleed on when they go overseas and take care of business.
Today, We continue to prepare for the next fight. And while the faces, weapons, and formations are new, the fighting spirit of the individual Marine has never changed. When the nation calls and the order is given to send in the Marines, every friend and every foe understands that help or destruction is on the way.
Right now, we have more capabilities than we ever had in the past, from weapon systems, platforms, and technology to able to be lighter and faster and more lethal.
As Marines, we do not decide when the next fight will come, but we do decide who wins.
The Marines who came before have paved the way. They prevailed against all odds, in the face of unimaginable hardship, and yet they kept their humanity. They kept their honor clean.
The character of war will change, the battlefield will evolve, and the equipment will modernize. But the warrior ethos of our Corps stands firm. We do not simply say that we're first to fight. We work hard every day to prove it.
To our adversaries, I would say if you see that U.S. Marines and you see that MARPAD, I would say you better stand by. Because if you don't think these Marines are working every single day to better their craft and skills, you got another thing coming. Because these Marines aren't going to stop until the mission is accomplished and you're destroyed.
It's funny when you're a Lance Corporal and you got combat action, Navy Unit Commendation, Marine Corps Expeditionary Medal, and a Sea Service. And they look at you like, where have you been? Nowhere. I just went where the Marine Corps sent me.
We are people who are dedicated to the service to others. If there's somebody that's in trouble, a Marine is not going to turn and walk away. They're going to do whatever's necessary, to the point of giving their life.
Admiral Chester Nimitz said about Iwo Jima, uncommon valor was a common virtue. The stories I hear at reunions should be on Silver Star citations.
The Marine Corps history is very important, and I'm glad that it's still being taught. I'm glad that my fellow Marines that didn't come back are being remembered, are being discussed in squad base till this day.
Marines are tough. I think there's something about a young man or young woman who comes into the Marine Corps that they perhaps were born with and didn't even know it.
You can do it. You can do it all. You are capable more than you think. And there are so many people in the Marine Corps who want to enable that. You're now fighting for your brothers and sisters.
What was common then, and from what I can tell, what's common now, is the camaraderie. You watch my back, I'll watch your back. You don't want to let people down on either side of you.
There's no better thing than camaraderie and talking through it and sharing certain pieces with individuals, because it creates a bond that is unbreakable.
Everybody wants to be a champion. Everybody really wants to be part of the best.
Marines, you are the strength of our Corps. And your actions determine the fate of millions of future warriors and their ability to stand on your shoulders. I know that you're ready.
As we come together to celebrate our 248th birthday, I encourage every Marine to reflect on our history and think about the moment when you ask yourself, do I have what it takes? You are on the journey that few have dared to begin.
Take pride in what you represent. You are the pinnacle of professional warriors and the model for others to follow. Sergeant Major Ruiz and I are proud to stand among you, and we'll be with you every step of the way. Happy birthday, Marines, and Semper Fidelis.
We're Marines till we die. And we require a 2-week notice for that.
Dun, 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 dun. Sherry, I'm giving you hype up music. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, hey, dun, dun, dun. Oh gosh, all right, let me just stop everybody. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy, Greg Hush Williams. I am the host of the Finer Life Show, which you can find on paradedeck.com. Shout out Andrew, shout out Rico, shout out Olivia, shout out Charlinda. I'm just shouting out everybody.
Let's go right here. Keep shouting them out.
All right, so listen, we are at that time where we're gonna have to get into the nitty gritty. Okay, we are gonna get unfiltered, not too raw, but we're also gonna get uncomfortable.
Okay.
All right, but listen, I'm gonna let Sherry Mason just vote because I was like, Sherry, how do you want me to lead in? What do you want me to lead in with? Because we've got military spouse, we got you know what? I'm gonna just say OAC. Original. I ain't even gonna use the gangster term, arm candy. You're gonna learn about that term later on. But I mean, presidential appointee, VA, Sherry, talk your story.
Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm Sherry Mason, and I am the fourth chairman of the Board of Veterans Appeals, first military spouse and female to hold that position. I was presidentially appointed to that position with unanimous Senate confirmation. So, and as a military spouse, I just did some things differently in that position. I led by taking care of my people. But in addition to that, I am also a multiple suicide loss survivor. I lost my father and my brother to suicide before I was 18. And I'm now retired from the Department of Veterans Affairs, where I served as the chairman, as well as several other positions in my nearly 30-year career at VA, as well as DOD. And I am writing a book called Dare to Relate, Leading with a Fierce Heart. I'm also launching my speaking, and I have my own business where I am the chief catalyst at Catalyst Leadership Management, and I am the proud mom of 2 grown young men who are carving their paths.
That's a job in itself. That's a job in itself right there, Sherry. So like I said, it's too much. I was not gonna play myself. I was not gonna play myself and be like, I'm gonna remember this all. Presidential appointee. That's all she had to say with me. I was like, ooh, look at my show. My show about to be hot. So Sherry, I mean, we gotta go back. We gotta take it way back. Because there's a military spouse or service member or veteran that is watching this right now. And we have to talk about the evolution of communication throughout time, okay? I mean, I'm in the U.S. Army Reserves, happy birthday, Marine Corps. All right, happy birthday, Marines. All right. Yeah. And over time, I've done my deployments. I've had the blessing of Skype and FaceTime. And sometimes Google if you can't catch that signal. But when you got married, the evolution of communicating with your spouse, talk about what did you do? How did you do it over the course of the years, and how has it evolved?
Well, let's just go back to communication with my spouse. That's a whole different ballgame. He's an engineer. I'm a lawyer. That's like a completely different
You're
world.
always fixing things legally.
But when we got married 37 years ago in 1986, I don't think the internet existed.
You didn't get that. This is AOL.
And our first base, he actually, shortly after we got married, I stayed in law school, and he went to Mississippi for training. And so we got to talk on the phone, maybe now and then. And so for the first year we were married, we were separated for 6 months while he was in training. We got to our first base, didn't know a soul at Offutt Air Force Base.
So that translates throughout time, because there's a spouse right now on the base, like, where do I go?
Where do I go?
And they're doing this.
Yes. And it's so hard because it comes at you and there's nothing there, and you really have to get out there and look around. So we fast forward in time, we went to DC, then we went to Germany, and in Germany he was deployed. Well,
so wait, he left you, he took you to Germany, and you're like, oh, we're about to do this up. And then he had to go on deployment.
That's how it works, ladies and gentlemen. And I had a baby, of course.
What?
Yeah, I had a baby in Germany.
Baby in Germany, husband, deuces, I gotta go.
And and did we have cell phones? No. did we had computers, kind of, you could call them that, but he got to call a couple of days a week if he wasn't in the field.
I ain't gonna say nothing because I know that's what I'm putting my way through right now.
And so you fast forward many years later, when he retired in 2007, completely different world. So, now we, even in his secure location, they actually have phones in there that you can talk to them on. Not cell phones. No, those are not allowed. But I can reach him at his desk.
So wait, is he like this? He's like, yes. So we're gonna do this. I'll call. Hey, my wife, hold on. I can't talk to you, Shay. I'm working right now.
No. When the phone rings, he sees who the caller is, and he gets to pick it up.
You better pick up.
But when we got to our first base, we had one car. I sat outside the facility, and I had to wait for him to come out.
I don't even want to, this is just making me feel bad. Like, you really went through. Anyway, God bless all the major bases now that just let all that be. I cannot, no.
And, the senior spouses, when I became a military spouse, they told me I wasn't allowed to work. I wasn't allowed to have a job, think about a career, because I was selfish just thinking about it, because my job was to support him in the United States military.
No, that's not okay. Now we're gonna go to the next question, because we're getting really if you're a service member and you senior leader, now you know how your wife feels right now, or husband.
But there's been a lot of change over the past 20 years, I'm happy to say. Actually 30.
So okay, now it's not all gumdrops and lollipops.
No.
What have been some of the barriers that have become a little bit easier to overcome for military spouses today, in your words?
Oh, well, my goodness. I mean, there's so many resources, the network, the connections, just like here at MIC. There's people everywhere who support you. There's so many opportunities to find out, to learn what's out there. In fact, it's almost overwhelming. It really is.
So we have somebody that's watching right now. They're like, MIC. First of all, if you don't know what the MIC stands for, it's Military Influencer Conference. Shout out to Kurtz and everybody. But this is where we all get together and we all just basically not only have fun, but your network is your net worth. And we grow it.
That's right.
So yes, there's a lot. Please give the rundown for military spouses, who they should be really talking to, how they should navigate their life, help them glow up and grow up.
Okay, so first and foremost, military spouses, I'm going to tell you right now, right here, you can be and do whatever and whoever you want to be. Don't let anybody put you in a box or define you. And you have to, this is my hashtag line, stop being a secret.
Woo, say that again. Hashtag.
Stop being a secret.
Elaborate.
Well, military spouses over the years, we've had a tendency to hide, because we can't hire a military spouse because they might move, or, we don't know, what your skills are, or I don't know, you're really complex. No, that's BS.
We're about to get up.
That's BS. And look, if you don't tell what your skills and your abilities and who you are, how are they going to know? They don't know. The private sector, only 1% serves. So you got to get out there. You got to connect. You get on LinkedIn. You find me, Sherry Mason, on LinkedIn. You can follow me. I will connect you with everybody I'm connected with, and it's a lot of people. But there's such a strong military spouse community that we want to support, from military spouse entrepreneurs to programs where we can help you, whether you're a military spouse, a veteran spouse, a divorced spouse, whatever. We can help you. If you've been a military spouse, we can help you connect and get the training you need and the skills you need to do what you want to do. And remember, today, more so than ever, you can write your career path. You can make it whatever you want to be. I didn't even know I was doing it, but I did it.
So I have to ask you, is this what the basis of your beautiful book is about?
A little bit. There is
a little bit. So give me half. Don't give it to me all. Don't give me the whole thing now.
Okay.
But give me the hot takes. We like hot takes on
Well, the hot takes are, being a military spouse taught me so much about relationships, about impacting, about supporting each other, and about leadership. Okay, so that's a teaser about where the book took me, because when I stepped into those leadership roles, I did so unconventionally, and people didn't think I was going to make it.
Ooh, you had some haters.
Oh, yeah.
Now, okay, let's navigate that world now. Now we're going to go down this path now,
Okay.
because I like going down this path when you have a you hate us because you ain't us mentality. And usually, let's be for real. When you're in the military, it is one team, one fight. That's what we use in the
Absolutely.
Army. And you're supposed to have a broader support system. But there are going to be sometimes barriers, whether it's personal wise, office politics wise. How do you navigate that as a military spouse? Because not only is your spouse dealing with it in the office, but you might be dealing with it at home.
Oh, yeah, you will be. Trust me. I was discriminated against from pretty much day one. It continued for the next 30 some years. And, you have to call it out where you see it, but you also have to be who you are. You have to be true to yourself. And, one of the things when you're you're a military spouse, one, you have a great network of other people who can support you, who will be there for you. Not only the veteran community, the military spouse community, but just the community you build, right? That's important. But your service member is a big support system. You have to be support to each other. And so, when the senior spouses started telling me you can't have a career and you're being selfish, and all this stuff, I went home and I'm like, honey, I'm in law school. I'm an intern on the base, with the JAG, and he's like, you go be you and you let me worry about being me. Wow. And so, but I would not put up with anybody trying to take him down because I was doing what I did.
Now, do you kind of have to attribute it to, because the military, it does evolve over time.
It does. It has.
And military spouses evolves over time.
Absolutely.
Do you attribute it to something called the old guard, but now we're like in this era of new information? Ooh, I love that smile. Go ahead, Sherry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I just went there.
So what I watched as a young military spouse when we were coming on active duty and for a few years, the force was starting to transition. They were starting to draw down. And so that did challenge some military spouses. Remember, military spouses have long been heroes of the home front. And technically we still are, just home front has evolved. But that home front changed, and the base support military spouses were doing volunteer jobs on base. And all of a sudden, the force drew down. Those volunteer jobs became paid jobs. And guess what? Military spouses were unqualified.
What?
For the jobs they created. Because they were military spouses.
That would make no sense.
That's how it worked.
Huh?
So they pivoted and they started their careers and they started businesses. But that drove the change throughout the military spouse community, because all of a sudden we had to figure out how we were going to do this and how we were going to do it differently. So today's senior spouses, who are my age and a little bit younger, are extremely supportive of supporting, our military spouse community. They understand the importance of military spouses either running their businesses or having careers, even taking pauses and coming back, because that's what we do. We understand that. We know how to support each other because it's about supporting the family.
Now, you liken military spouses to being like modern day entrepreneurs.
Oh, yeah.
Where they are bosses before they're bosses.
You better believe
boss.
it. Mm-hmm.
So how do you attribute that whole lifestyle of being a boss and translating it into becoming a boss? I just like saying boss.
I can tell you like that word boss. I like the word CEO.
Woo!
So in my family, I told you my husband had a nickname, and I'll tell you what his nickname is in a minute. But my nickname as a spouse, as I was climbing the ladder, was Sink Home.
What?
Sink Home. Now
Say
it wasn't
that one more time.
Sink Home.
Okay.
And it wasn't sink as in S-I-N.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, we turning on the faucet, we gonna get something to drink?
No, because I don't cook. So no.
Okay.
I was the commander-in-chief sink of the home. Right?
Wordplay.
Uh-huh.
You would beat me in Scrabble.
So, but that's what military spouses bring to the table. There's so many amazing skills and opportunities that we have that we don't even realize we have. But that's why when military spouses do step in and become CEOs and entrepreneurs of their own business, they do it well because they already have those skills. And I'm going to tell you a secret.
Ooh, I like secrets.
Military spouses are masters of transition.
Really? Elaborate.
Well, wait a minute. How many times do military spouses move? I mean, we moved five or six while we were active duty and 3 more times after that. Who do you think's handling the movers and the relocation and navigating everything else while the service member is off doing whatever they're doing?
Yeah, no, I'm not. No.
Yeah, I wonder who that is. Yeah. So we handle transition and change really well. In fact, we recalculate better than any GPS I know.
So if you are a business owner, or better yet, if you're a bank lender, yes. Yeah, give some capital to that military spouse.
You better believe it.
So I'm going to ask you, what has been one of the most gratifying moments of basically everything you've just gone through up until this moment? I know that's a very unfair question because you've just accomplished a lot. But what has been one of your most, gratifying moments, or most heartwarming, recharging moments or experiences?
That's a hard question.
I know, so loaded.
So I have 2. I'm very proud.
That's cheating.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm a lawyer.
All right, sure. Go ahead. It's your world. I'm living in it.
I am very proud of the 37-year marriage I have to Original Gangsta Arm Candy, also known as OGAC.
She said Original Gangsta Arm Candy. Original.
Also known as OGAC, and it takes work. And it takes communication. But that leads to the other part of the gratifying, and it's the people. It's the people I've connected with and worked with and who have impacted me and who I've had a chance to impact and support. Because you can do a lot in your life, but when you bring purpose, impact, and value to other people and to their lives, that's when you make a real difference. And I did that at the VA, and I hope I'm still continuing to do that now because that's what I want to do.
Wow. So what's one piece of advice that you received that you still put into action today? Because now you got to pass that on to somebody.
Be the catalyst you were meant to be.
Ooh, what? Elaborate.
So I had a boss almost 21 years ago say to me, "You are a natural catalyst." Now, I knew what a catalyst was, but I was like, he's like, "Look, everywhere you go, change follows you. You impact people, you do what you do, and you bring change to wherever you go." Not everybody can do that, but when you have that capability and you have that drive to do that, you can be. So I think everybody has a little bit of catalyst in them. I think we do. I think we all have it. It's just finding it.
So now I really want you to, let's be raw and real.
Okay.
What do allies need to do to create change? And the reason why I say we're going to get real and unfiltered is because some people just want to be on the Jew buggy for a ride.
I know.
And they don't want to go all the way to the destination. They just want to get on for a quick ride and then hop off when they need to, when they should have stayed on. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
So I am not about appearances. I'm about action and doing. So what I see sometimes is I see people checking boxes. Oh, yeah, we hired that veteran. Oh, yeah, we hired that military spouse. That's great. I'm happy for you. But are you using them really where they sit? Are you engaging them as the valuable resource that they are? As the contributor they are? As the leader, the change maker, the catalyst that they are? That's what you've got to do. And you have to understand who they are. And to military spouses and to veterans, don't be a secret. Stop being a secret. Get out there. Tell them who you are. Show them who you are, because that's the only way you're going to be able to drive change. And it starts at the roots of the tree, not at the top of the tree. You start at the ground up and go up the tree.
Now, Sherry, it's shameless plug time.
Okay.
It's shameless plug.
Shameless plug.
Plug it all in. Don't give people your phone number now, because somebody be like, doo, 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 doo. Sherry, you said that I can be a catalyst. That will happen.
Okay. Okay, well, so first of all, follow me on LinkedIn. It's Sherry Mason. It's got some parentheses to say Cheryl because people still know me as the Honorable Cheryl. But the shameless plug is for my book. It's Dare to Relate, Leading with a Fierce Heart. And you can find out more at my website, www.catalystleadershipmgmt.com.
All right, I'm down with that. And I'm going to do a shameless plug because Greg Hush Williams, yes, the Final Life show, it's on Parade Deck TV. We taking over. I had to say it like that because I'm trying to be like Rico. Like Rico got the curl juice going on. Like this is natural. This takes a lot of frizziness and work. All right. Yeah. But listen, check out the Final Life show. We changing the world, change makers. Let's get together. Let's capitulate and let's take over. But anyway, shout out to Mu Beta Phi Military Fraternity Incorporated, Mu Phi, and shout out to just basically all the veterans, all the spouses. Shout out to everybody in MIC. All right, I got to give a shout out to this room is just filled, Sherry. But
amazing.
You know what? You and I gonna go get a cookie. And,
Okay.
and Mike, is my countdown happening? Yo, shout out Icon Industries because they making it big. They making this whole thing run. But do I get the countdown? He's not even doing the figures. He's like, Greg, keep it moving. So I'm gonna just keep it talking because I could do this forever and ever. No, cut it. All right. Well, listen, we're gonna continue to create change. We're gonna continue to create impact here at the MIC, live from Las Vegas Military Influencer Conference 2023.
Thank you.
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does like make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
You know, there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to give up previously.
It's hard to be able to take your family anywhere, like the costs involved and sort of all of those barriers. They kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to kind of meet and do something out and just cool experiences.
I've seen the Islanders, I saw Taylor Swift, I saw Kenny Rogers.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for VetTix. You know, being a middle class, kind of, work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do.
VetTix opened up a whole new world for me for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. You know, we go to different concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, real good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her 2 friends to experience an awesome live event that I don't think they would have got to experience otherwise.
I'm from Reno, Nevada. Coming down to the Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. It's great that Vetrix throws tickets out to veterans and get us to come out and see other veterans and thank them as well as be out with them and their families as well. So it's a lot of fun.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here in Las Vegas, and it's so odd just being on the West Coast time, but yet my mind and body is like so East Coast. So, went to the gym this morning, and I am like ready to like wind down, but yet everyone is still like getting up and still trying to drink coffee. But so I thought I'd take the time out this morning and just kind of answer some questions that I constantly get in messaging and emails about my journey and my transition, and thought I'd kind of just answer them kind of in this like open forum. So for a lot of people that follow my journey from a social perspective, I am a retired lieutenant colonel from the United States Army. Happy birthday to the Marine Corps. But, I am biased. I think I am part of one of the best branches, the United States Army. So, and with that, I retired 2 years ago, and it's so hard to believe that it's been 2 years. Time has flown by. And I believe that transition leads to transformation. And for me, it's all about trying to answer that big question of, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I was supposed to have that answer all figured out, right? Because my last job in the United States Army was U.S. Army Soldier for Life, which was in the business of transitioning service members. So I was supposed to have it all worked out. I was supposed to have it all mapped out. I was supposed to be the expert, and yet I crashed and burned. And And I've shared that story. And I hit rock bottom. And once I kind of, went through all of that and I've talked about it, I've talked about my storm, and my hashtag is I am that storm. And with that, part of my journey is pageantry. And so, I'm sitting here with this crown and this sash, and currently I am reigning as Ms. Virginia Petite. And so I get asked a lot about what am I doing? Like, what is this crown? And particularly, what is this sash? So I thought I'd answer some questions specifically about pageantry, because I had no idea about pageantry until I actually got into it. So let me kind of back up. Most people know pageantry from the perspective of what you grew up in watching on TV, which is Miss America or Miss USA and then Miss Universe, because those are the most widely known pageant industry because it's what you see on TV. But here's the thing. There are actually a lot of pageant industry or companies, if you will, that are out there, just like the option of, if you will, from a car perspective, right? Like there's tons of cars out there. You could buy a Ford, you can buy Toyota, etc. Here's the thing when it comes to pageants. In pageantry, each company, if you will, has the opportunity for the contestant to identify in which how they want to be able to express the platform in which the girl or the lady wants to really speak to what they believe in, their platform, if you will. Like I talk about I Am the Storm. I Am the Storm is about shining a light, breaking the silence, ending the stigma, and rewriting the narrative on military mental health. And with that, each one of these organizations allow these contestants to really hone in on what they believe in. And for me, this particular platform is the Petite organization. And with that, it's not necessarily the size of the woman in terms of the weight, it's the height. So every contestant must be 5'6" or shorter, which is something that I really wanted to, or allowed me to gravitate towards, because when you are someone who's 5'1", and some of the contestants are 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", or even taller, you kind of get drowned out by them. Because they're just like these beautiful, tall women. And when you're 5'1", you kind of get overlooked sometimes. So it's kind of nice to compete against other women that are around your height. And so that's what I really wanted to do, and be able to compete against other women that were about the same height. But here's what I want other women to know about pageantry, and why I think from a perspective of someone who's retired out of the military. Pageantry has given me confidence in a way that I didn't think I would gain from pageantry, because I had confidence coming out of the military, but it gave me the confidence in the way of being able to own the stage in a completely different way. Because let me tell you, there's something about being able to walk onto the stage in a swimsuit when there's so many different people looking at you and it's all eyes on you. I mean, I've deployed to Iraq, I've led a company of men, and that's tough and that's scary. But when you're coming on stage in 6-inch platform heels and everyone's looking at you and critiquing your body, that's kind of death-defying, I think, to me. And to be able to overcome that fear and have confidence in yourself and to have grace to perform on stage in a certain walk pattern, to have your head held high, and just to be able to really walk through that. And I've learned so much, to have grace, poise, to be able to interview through that process. I mean, yes, I'm a communicator, a public affairs officer, but it's a certain type of unique communication strategy. And what I've learned through pageantry is the ability to be confident in oneself. And I've been able to take those key aspects and really push it back through my business, and being able to take those key pieces and now teach those elements in my business. And the other key part is all of that is that I've been able to teach those key messaging pieces and really be able to use that as a motivational piece. So oftentimes I get messages from women saying, you know, Olivia, I never thought that I could do it myself. And now you've given me the opportunity and a light to see myself as someone who's in their late 30s or 40s or even in my 50s, and I can chase that dream. But more importantly, pageantry gives me the ability to talk about mental health. So while you may see a sash and a crown, I see it as a platform to talk about the need and the lack of resources that we have for our military community, and how it's important that we must work together. And when I talk about together, I'm talking about the military community and the civilian community working together to bring our two communities together in the fight against ending soldier suicide. So the fact that that I think that through my transformation, doing something I thought I would never ever do has actually been a unique transition and transformation. It's become a hobby that I didn't think I'd ever do, and it's opened such interesting doorways.
Find or what you should be resourcing to our service members, our veterans, is that be able to service our veterans beyond that 1 year. Because they're gonna need to. Because our veterans aren't gonna necessarily have the answer at the 1 year mark. They're gonna still struggle in being able to figure out who they wanna be when they grow up. And for those that wanna take the entrepreneurial journey, listen to your mentors. In fact, I'm gonna reference again the interview that I had yesterday, how, Trevor didn't listen to her mentor and how key that is. And if you don't have a mentor, to find a mentor. I talked about that when I was in the Army, how key it is to have mentors, have more than one. Being able to find your mentor, listen to your mentors, and being able to key in on the things that they say, especially as an entrepreneur, is so vital. And be humble and ask for help. Again, that is so hard. Incredibly hard. And I say that because that's hard for me. And I shared that yesterday as well. And I think the other part is often that I get asked all the time is, how do you tell your story? How do you storytell? And honestly, there is no tips, there is no tricks to it. There's no magic pill to it. Honestly, it's just, you just start. You just start and you start sharing. And you just start sharing your honest, vulnerable pieces of you in small ways. And that's honestly where you go with it. And if you don't recognize that the best ones that succeed are the ones that share who they are in the most simplest, vulnerable ways of themselves. And that's really what I share every single day, whether I share them openly and honestly on my post and also within my direct messages. And that's really what I wanted to take this moment to share with you guys this morning, because that's honestly what I spend a lot of my time in my messages, and a lot of it that I feel like I keep repeating every single day. And honestly, that's what I get stopped a lot of times when I've been walking the halls the last couple days, and thought I'd just take the time out just to kind of share with you guys. And the other thing is I just want to say thank you so much. I truly appreciate all the thank yous, the shout outs, the comments, and the support that I get for telling me the work that I'm doing. It makes my day, and it truly matters that you take the time out to tell me so. Thank you so very much. And I appreciate all the work that you guys do for the military community, and I truly do appreciate it. So I hope if you guys are here at the MIC, if you haven't stopped by to say hi, please stop by. And if you're not here, would love to be able to connect with you guys. So just keep shining your light. Thanks so much, guys.
That's the age interview, right? The
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why our esteemed partner, the United States Concealed Carry Association, stands out as the fastest growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
Jerry, Scary Jerry. Thank you for being the Airport Parade Deck. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your military journey. More on audio.
His mic.
Jerry Washington. I served in the Marine Corps 23 years, retired in 2016.
Happy birthday, Marine.
Right, loved every minute of it. It was my time to transition, wanted to go do other things with my time with my beautiful family. So yeah, 23 years, combat engineer, 1371, and deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. So did that day, and then, like I said, retired in 2016. Spent 7 years pursuing education, all the way from bachelor's to a doctorate.
Outstanding. So education. So let's anchor in the Marine Corps experience for a little bit.
Sure.
So those things you learned, JJ did, type buckle, and all that good stuff that Marines know. What from that journey helped you as you began your educational journey?
I think it was the language that we learned in the Marine Corps. Some of the words we use as persistence, staying in top, being adaptable. That vocabulary stayed with me, once I retired. Of course, some modifications there. Some of them I had to modify, but understanding what consistency looks like, and being able to internalize what that word means and put it into application while in school is huge. Persistence is the key to get education. It just takes time, so just being repetitive about staying on top of that is key.
So tell me a little bit about your relationship, your rapport with my main man, Mario P. Fields.
So my brother, Mario P. Fields. So Mario and I go way back. We were stationed together in Okinawa, Japan. Matter of fact, my kids and his kids call me Uncle Gary. My kids call him Uncle Mario. Super tight. We've stayed together in contact, ever since 2006 or 7. Yeah, he's my brother. He's my brother.
Outstanding. So, like Mario, like other podcasters, you get your area of expertise, and then that drives or fuels your mission. So let's talk and unpack your book. What's the title of the book, and what does it encompass?
Gotcha. So the title of my book is Simulated Realities, Generative AI and the Remanufacture of Professional.
Okay, hold on. Let me fix this. All right, so one more time.
Simulated Realities,
okay,
Generative AI and the Remanufacturing of Professionalism.
Now, we only have 25 minutes.
That's it. That's it.
So, wow. How do you summarize that?
Gotcha. Let's start with the first two words, simulated reality. Right. What does that really mean? So we got a bunch of people out there watching us via the internet, right? We're streaming. We're simulated in front of them. We're right there in front of them. They can see us. They can hear us. But it's more of a simulation of us being here together. For you and I are what we say is the reality. You and me sitting here.
Okay.
On the other side, the screen there is the simulation. Okay. So basically, what I'm doing is a play on words. There's nothing wrong with it. People bring information from us, from you guys this entire week, right?
Okay.
But they're getting that simulation, that's giving them knowledge. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with the simulation. But we do need to recognize that it is simulation. But that's the first words, right? So simulated, the realities, we kind of understand that. You and I sitting here together, that's the reality, right? But that simulation together, we're giving a simulated reality.
This is the guy I made a blog
for.
Oh,
really?
I heard the book
All
name
right,
and I
so
was like, that
first
sounds
chapter.
so familiar.
First chapter.
Googled it.
So the first chapter, really the preface. I opened the book up to explain what's going on in our world. Okay, so it was a few months ago.
I
I'm
helped you with your blog.
looking through the webpage, and I see an article reading out the book. So he writes a Substack. I read every single article he publishes.
Okay.
And he's talking about that he's seen people lose their jobs, right? Things change. The industry, like the entertainment industry changes because of generative AI. And I'm like, okay, so what's going on here, right? And so generative AI it's a tool for us. It's no more than a tool, like a calculator. That's a screwdriver. bricks, right? So it's just a tool for us to use. However, this is the first tool that we've created that can emulate us, that can do the things we do. I'll bet not as good,
Okay.
but it can. What else can it do is that it can enhance those that use it. It can level the playing field.
So we're going beyond mimicking what we do.
Yes.
To what?
To the simulation. So Jean Brouillard is a French philosopher. He looked at this in 1982, and he said that we are no longer living in a reality. We are living in a simulation, or what he termed as a simulacrum. Okay, and the simulacrum, what that is, a simulacrum, according to Gene, is that it is a copy of something that doesn't have an original.
The next one,
Okay.
what is that?
So think this.
Is it 1155?
Think Mickey Mouse,
Exactly.
right? It's a copy of a mouse, right? But I don't see any talking mice running around, right? So it's a simulacrum. It's a copy of something that's been so distant from the original that it's no longer the same thing.
Okay.
Make that connection there to AI. We created it. It's a copy of our knowledge, right? We tried the brain, but it's so distant from the human brain that it's no longer a copy of the original. Something in it.
Okay.
But it's a tool we can use to enhance our own abilities. Now, there's some problems with that. So there's some ethical problems with that. And that's what I dive into the book. I don't provide any solutions. I wish I did.
That's the next one. That's the follow-up.
Well, the follow-up book is more of a discussion too. We need to discuss this.
Okay. I'm gonna go
Okay,
to the
because
restroom. I'll be back.
our reality, as you and I just said, is constructed by us. It's constructed by us sitting together talking. It's constructed by the parade that,
right?
By us communicating with everybody. We need to talk about generative AI, its capabilities, and its capabilities to enhance people. And its ability to enhance people is also going to change the way we see professionals.
Okay, so this is so on the scale or in degrees of defining what it is, where would the ChatGPT format be in that?
So right now, I would say ChatGPT is it's a calculator.
Okay.
It needs an input.
All right.
Right. Now there are some ways to make it autonomous to a certain extent, but it still needs to be prompted by a human.
Okay.
So right now we are in just the simulation phase. And this is the hyper-real simulation phase. All right. So we're in this simulation phase. Here soon, when it can operate on something, that's all they've determined. My book doesn't cover that part.
Okay. Right.
But we do need to discuss that too eventually. But yeah, it's a simulation right now.
Okay. So what's the midway point of the book?
Midway point of the book, it really dives into three different aspects. I dive into what AI is doing in the entertainment industry. I dive into what AI is doing in science research and areas like that. And I dive into what's happening with journalism and writers dealing with AI. And it's really a discussion looking at capabilities, the authenticity of it, and also the ethical and moral issues that arise from it, and what should we do about it. So there's a lot of questions in the book that really go unanswered, but I made this book so we can have a discussion and find those answers together. We can't make these answers in the back, right? It needs to be democratic to discover what these answers are.
Okay. All right, so I won't even go to the final chapters, as I want folks to go out there and grab the book and check it out for themselves. But what other projects are you working on?
So yes, I am working on several projects right now. So this initial book is going to cover those three areas. I left business alone because AI is doing a lot of business. And so I will be pulling people together and having interviews, talking to folks to find out what's happening in the business world, entrepreneurship, all those different areas of business and how generative AI is influencing those areas. Then I want to do a second edition that probes that some more that gives people information. I'm also looking at what AI is doing for digging a little bit deeper into the writers. So how is writing affecting a writer's self-efficacy? So their belief to get things done at a specific task. So I've already wrote, it's an 85-page literature review on it, but I'd like to do an empirical study of it.
So books, are you doing any other creative content?
Yeah, I've messed a little bit with the DALL-E 3 that we just put out along with ChatGPT. I'm writing a novel here pretty soon. It might be a little philosophical, something along the lines of The Alchemist or something like that.
Now, when you were in uniform, how much writing did you do while you were in uniform?
A lot of my writings were really light. It was more thoughts, and over
Can't
the
tell
course
if you've seen it or
those
not.
thoughts turned into
think
lots
he
of
has.
pages of thoughts and philosophical discussions, reading older works, studying postmodernism. As far as compiling a book, it was after I was out.
All right, you got it.
So now, was that because, well, on Active Duty, there's 1,000 things going on. You have to execute all the forces, right? They got all that. There was just no desire. And the writing spark is just not.
There was a desire there.
All along?
All along,
Okay.
all along. And then that's why it was more thoughts. There was a lot of talking to other individuals so I could help formulate those thoughts. Mario being one of them. But as far as compiling that knowledge down to a succinct book, that didn't happen until afterwards. Just didn't have the time.
So on the birthday of the Marine Corps, be remiss if I didn't ask you, two questions. One, what's one of your fondest memories of serving? And then, what's one of those memories that not so fond?
Oh wow, that's a good one. Fondest memory, I think, is when I told my wife we're gonna go spend 3 years in Okinawa, Japan.
Now, I've heard that I deployed to Okinawa, but I didn't have my family over in Okinawa. The folks that take their families over, I heard that they really love it or they really hate it. There's no middle ground.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a middle ground, but yeah, you either really love it and just kind of embrace the culture,
right?
Or you come there and you embrace being there, but you stick to what's on base, or then you are miserable. One of those three, I guess.
Talk about the good side.
You said the worst, right? I think the worst is when I told my wife we're going to be stationed for 29 months.
Over stumps. So now I was never stationed there. I think we did a couple of training events in 29 Palms, but man, if there's a miserable place on earth that we could train or fight, the Marine Corps will find it.
Oh yeah.
Because in Hawaii, the mountain ranges of Hawaii, the lava out there, the lava would eat the boots off of your face. It was so sharp and rugged. It's just incredible. So what are your plans for this Marine Corps birthday?
So I'm going to celebrate it with my wife, my family, and I have a few friends back in Anaheim, California that I did with. We should celebrate it. Usually a lunch, maybe a dinner.
Okay, fair enough. So is this your first military infantry?
This is my first military influence.
And have you been able to go into the marketplace yet?
I did, and I ate a box of grounds too.
Wait,
It's real good.
What?
Yeah, tasty.
This is live.
Thank you.
Number 5. So are these the edible ones? No. Because I was like, these look like real crayons right here. These will stick to your teeth. Outstanding. So a couple of books in screenplays and
that'll be my kids.
Oh,
yeah. Well, my youngest daughter, she's a screenwriter.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
And what's she working on right now?
She's got a lot of projects. I won't put any of them out there, but she's working on a lot of stuff.
Okay.
A lot of stuff. She's constantly writing.
Well, I mean, I asked those questions because GreatDay.com isn't just for the veterans, for the veteran and their families. And our distribution platform is pretty robust. So if she's looking to get her creative content out there, I would strongly consider, parade.com as a possible outlet. Well, Jerry, thank you very much for being here on this week. I really appreciate it. Simple United.
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
You know, there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to give up previously.
It's hard to be able to take your family anywhere, like the costs involved and sort of all of those barriers. They kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to do something.
I've seen the Islanders, I saw Taylor Swift, I saw Kenny Rogers.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for VetTix. You know, being middle class, got to work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do. That's it for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. You know, for concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, really good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her 2 friends to experience an awesome live event.
See if our sound engineer is
That's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. It's great that Veterans throws tickets out to veterans and get us to come out and see other veterans.
I need that for support, moral support. This is the 8-minute one, right?
Correct.
So, okay, so Zach is coming up next.
Choose to raise their right hand.
He could probably go longer. For about 15 minutes.
Swear up to something greater than themselves.
Let's give him, see if he can fill 40 minutes. See if, and Chris Torres. Who's Chris Torres? Oh, that's Chris Torres.
Chris Torres.
Yeah.
Combat is ugly.
He's gone. Because he was laying right there. He's not there no more. It was like, I shot him like 5 times.
If you think combat is great, you haven't been there.
So we were taking fire all day long. Lieutenant Calvin bent over to grab his radio. A tracer round came through the left armhole of his flak jacket and out the right armhole and just barely penetrated the skin. Crazy thing is that when he was a young enlisted Marine, he got a tattoo on his back that said Marine, with a tracer underlined the word Marine. That's the kind of story that people won't believe me unless you show it to them.
I've been shot a few times, blown up, stabbed. I owe my life to Navy corpsmen. Those are unsung heroes.
When you're in the back and you're moving, but you know you can still pull a trigger, the thing that keeps you going is the man to your left and the man to your right.
Since its birth, the Marine Corps has sought to find those exceptional individuals who embody the qualities of toughness, honor, courage, and commitment, Qualities required of a professional warfighting corps that is not only capable, but willing to do the hard things on behalf of the nation.
Victory in every climb and place does not happen by chance. From the unforgiving jungles of the South Pacific to the snow-covered mountains of Korea to the bloody streets of Hue, Marines have prevailed because they have moral courage, steel backbones, and a ruthless commitment to a tradition of excellence.
In preparation comes time. We won't prepare everyone before you get here. You need to know what kind of thing you get. This is where you go.
The Marine Standard is the only standard, and discipline is the currency of our corps. This is the bedrock of our ethos, and what makes us unique from any other fighting force in the world.
I see it every single day from the fire team, the squad, when the Marines are running over recon, running through the village trail, going to the dojo, making themselves 180, and then the record doing it. When you go, Rangers 100, do a company for yourself, and only then continue to be on, and then they go overseas and take care of business.
Today, we continue to prepare for the next fight. And while the faces, weapons, and formations are needed, the fighting spirit of the individual Marine has never changed. When the nation calls and the orders given to send in the Marines, every friend and every foe understands that help or destruction is on the way.
Right now, we have more capabilities than we ever had in the past, from rocket systems, platforms, and technology to it would be lighter and faster and more lethal.
As Marines, we do not decide when the next fight will come, but we do decide who wins.
The Marines who came before have paved the way. They prevailed against all odds, in the face of unimaginable hardship, and yet they kept their humanity.
Part of the show that starts to get wonky. Everybody's like, all right, I'm done with this. We still got a bit to go. Sort of like, you know what, I don't really care now. Whatever.
Stands firm. We do not simply say that we're
Somebody found my earring.
We work hard every day.
I lost my earring and then I found it on the table.
Oh, yay!
Yay for me. These are my favorite pair of earrings, and I'm always losing.
You just prefer cheese pizza, right?
Yeah, Sicilian is my favorite.
Sicilian?
Yeah, okay. Big old thick crust.
It's funny when you're a Lance Corporal, you got
I've with their salad, I don't taste it anymore.
Navy Unit Commendation. Marine Corps Expedition ain't that. And the Sea Service. And they look at you like, damn, you've been here. I just wrote a Marine Corps Center.
We are people who are dedicated to the service of others. If there's somebody that's in trouble, a Marine is not going to turn and walk away. They're going to do whatever is necessary. If to the point of giving their life.
Admiral Chester Nimitz said about Iwo Jima, uncommon valor is a common virtue. The stories I hear at reunions should be on Silver Star citations.
The Marine Corps history is very important, and I'm glad that it's still being told. I'm glad that my fellow Marines that didn't come back are being remembered, are being discussed in SWAT meetings to this day.
Why isn't this letting me change?
I think there's something about a young man or a young woman who comes into the Marine Corps that they perhaps were born with and didn't even know it.
You can do it. You can do it all.
I'm just gonna go ahead and tell them like 30 minutes unless they wanted more.
There are
I
so
don't
many
want it to be a
people
bunch of like
in the Marine Corps
to
who
me, I'm like they just
want to
I told Andrew to
you
find some
now
other
fight
ad
for
hoc
your
stuff
brothers and
back
sisters.
to all the
Let's
time.
come in
90 seconds.
and from what I can tell is the camaraderie. We watch like that. I want you there. Don't want to let people down on the other side of it.
There's no better thing than camaraderie and talking through and sharing certain pieces with individuals because it creates a bond that is unbreakable.
Everybody wants to be a champion. Everybody really wants to be Kirk Defense.
Because you are the strength of our core. And your actions determine the fate of millions of future warriors and their ability to stand on your shoulders. I know that you're ready. As we come together to celebrate our 248th birthday, I encourage every Marine to reflect on our history. And think about the moment when you ask yourself, do I have what it takes? You are on the journey that few have dared to begin. Take pride in what you represent. You are the pinnacle of professional warriors and a model for others to follow. Sergeant Major Luis and I are proud to stand among you, and we'll be with you every step of the way. Happy birthday, Marines, and Semper Fidelis.
When Marines do we die? And when we retire, who we think to go down?
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, my fellow warriors. How are we doing?
You know it, right? It's a great day today.
What a great day of multiple reasons. First of all, we're here at the Military Influencer Conference, which I cannot tell you how exciting it is to be here. You know, we get a chance to go to a lot of different trade shows, a lot of different areas, and what you always try to do is find something you have in common with the people that are there. But here you don't need to do that. We all have something in common. We've all been through those things. But then even more importantly, what is today?
Today's Marine Corps birthday. 248 years.
248 years of kicking ass, taking names, and bringing death and destruction to the enemy of freedom. And the brotherhood, the sisterhood that we have in the Marine Corps was on full display this week today. And I got to be honest with you, it's such an honor to be speaking here as a fellow warrior with you, as a fellow Marine, but also as a fellow entrepreneur. And at the Warrior's Voice, the one thing we really like to talk about are people that have taken challenge or hardship in their life and how they've applied that to business, and specifically entrepreneurship and small business. And when I look back on what the definition of a warrior is, I think it gets down real simple. And I think some of the best explanations are found in the Bible. And that is, a warrior is somebody that is willing to put something above themselves to the point where they're almost going to die for it, or die for it. And that something is love. It's a word that we don't use a lot, but what is our motto in the Marine Corps? Semper Fidelis, right? That means always faithful. But I think you can boil that down even a little bit more. That always faithful is love. It's love for our God, it's love for our country, it's love for our Corps. But more importantly, it's love for our unit, and it's love for our fellow brothers and sisters next to each other. And that's what I'd like to talk to you a little bit about today, is what it means not to just be a Marine, but what it means to be a warrior, and how we can apply that to small business and to entrepreneurship. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
So obviously we've been talking a few times while we're out here, and for those that are watching us live, so obviously my introduction, I'm Coach Chris Torres. I'm the founder and CEO of Future Star Sports Clinic. And you know what we do, like what you're talking about, those entrepreneurships, we're a nonprofit organization, but we're different. It's delineation. It's that warrior spirit that you're talking about. And that warrior spirit helps us groom the leaders of tomorrow using sport. So we found a void in the community and said, hey, how can we continue to groom leaders so they can change society as a whole? And we did that using sport as a catalyst or a vehicle to say, hey, sport is huge in this society. Everybody watches sport. Just imagine all the millions and millions of people that are watching Super Bowl or baseball, or basketball. All those people are committed to a dream. They committed to themselves. But most importantly, they believe. They believed in something. And that's where that faith base comes in. So when they believed in that, either somebody believed in them or they believed in themselves. And once that happens, sky's the limit.
So I want to get back to that concept, because I think faith sometimes doesn't capture that. This isn't religion. This is faith is having faith in something. It's honor, it's courage, it's commitment, it's those good Marine Corps warrior values. Faith is also being willing to surrender that you don't have the answers, and you have faith that there's something bigger out there that does. Now, that faith could be in God, it could be in a community, it could be in a philosophy, it could be in a lot of different areas. you did a really good job explaining the what and the how of what you did. I want to get really into the why. So let's back up a little bit here. Tell me about when you grew up and before you joined the Marine Corps, what happened in the Marine Corps? Because one of my hypotheses is the Marines don't make Marines. We're already Marines before we get down there. We just didn't get those
set
things
up
unlocked.
for a half hour ahead, we can just live stream that one for 30 minutes.
So-
Take a break.
I love the question. It's a great question. So I was bred a Marine. So I'm a fourth generation Marine. So I'm sure he's watching right now. My father started this as a Vietnam Marine. Then it got to my brother, was Desert Storm vet.
Three.
Myself, Iraqi Freedom, and my sister was probably watching as well.
Exactly.
She's,
New
doing
record.
in Iraqi Freedom as well.
We
So
were at 5
we were all
earlier,
bred doing it, but for me,
with Regan.
sport was a big thing that changed me who I was coming up.
I want to pause you for a second. What is it that you're most proud of being a Marine? And if you could explain what a Marine is without talking about combat, without talking about the living, what is the essence of what the Marine Corps means to you?
The brotherhood.
The brotherhood.
Simply the brotherhood.
And if we could burn that down even one more step, what is it in that brotherhood that is so important?
It doesn't matter what place you come from, what color you are, what faith you believe in, whether you're a good or a bad Marine, it doesn't matter. Marines take care of Marines.
Again, and that is that warrior concept. And it's not just Marines, we take care of our fellow brothers and sisters in arms and not just in the Marines, but it gets back to that concept of love and having this something that's bigger than you are. So here you are, you have this love of your family, you have this incredible father that has both taught you these principles, but then modeled them for you. You obviously were involved in sports growing up, I imagine, right?
Yes, sir.
Talk me through what it was in sports that was so inspirational to you that made such a difference for you.
Well, it was for me. It was the teamwork. It was building the relationships with these guys that I played ball with. Because guess what? You play football. There's 11 people on the field, but everybody has a job. And
So back to that
Yeah,
brotherhood, that
yes.
teamwork, right?
Yeah, everybody has a job, and once that piece is missing, then it falls apart. But when you have that brotherhood, like to this day, I'm 39 years old, and my best friend is a kid I played football with since I was 5 years old. We talk at least once a week. Alex Shapiro. He lives in Chicago.
And I think football is the greatest example and analogy because you have people that have very different jobs, very different skills, different sizes, but they all have a very important place to play on that team. And the way that you lose in football is one person usually misses that block, misses that tackle, misses something, and then the whole thing falls apart. So you get that love of that brotherhood. And then we get to a point where guys like you and I probably weren't good enough to play in college, or at least at major. So now we want to replace that brother, that love, and that's really where the Marines come in, right?
Yes, sir.
So kind of talk me through your journey and your experience in the Marines and what really made a difference for you. Because when you're in, it sucks. I'm not going to lie about it, right? But the longer you're out, the more you forget about the bad stuff, the more you remember those good things. Marine Corps has a great talent of taking things really fun and making them as miserable as possible. But yet, the more miserable it gets, the more we tend to get excited about it. Embrace the suck, those types.
What I'll do with that is I'll quote another good friend of mine who's a brother from another mother. I'm sure you have one. Well, you're in the Marine Corps, you know? So retired now, Master Sergeant Carlos Aguilar. We talk about this all the time. We're on the phone. He goes, "Say, do you miss the Marine Corps?" He's like, "Yeah." He said, "I miss the clowns. I don't miss the circus."
Man, that is so.
And Carlos, I had to steal it because every time you say that, I have to tell people that because it's such a great quote. And the funny thing is, like, after service, you still talk to those guys. You still find a way to get to them. And that's why when you see these Marines that are committing suicide, they're in that mental health space and they can't get there. And you have those Marines that are in that space, but then when that happens, sometimes the Marines that didn't reach out to them, they get in their mental health space because they feel that they didn't do what they needed to do to help that Marine. But regardless of that, we all love each other. At the end of the day, we all find a way to make it happen. And that's what Marine Corps is about. That's what just being a service member is about. Everybody's here this big for a reason.
Well, again, you've got these young kids, 17, 18, 19, 20 years old, that have all these opportunities and they decide, I'm going to go in the military. They're going to make a very small amount of money to start off. They're going to be in very miserable environments, a lot of them. but they're willing to do that because of that team, because of that brotherhood. They want something bigger than what's in it for them. And I hear that very strongly with you growing up. I hear that something bigger for you on the football field. You get in the Marine Corps, you get to experience it. And I think when we go into that dangerous subject of suicide, there's been study after study, and Team RWB did a great job of looking at this. There's really three things that start that cycle that end up in that horrible decision. First thing is you stop moving. You know, in the military, you PT as a group, you move, and when you get out, the first thing you do is like, I'm not PT anymore. And then you start to gain weight. Right? And I was in the infantry. Almost every guy that I served with, we almost all gained 50 pounds within 60 months being out. So you're used to eating all this food because you got to burn up all those calories, and you ain't burning the calories anymore. Then there's a lot of things that happen mentally, physically, spiritually when you start to gain weight, you start to stop moving. The second thing that happens is we miss the boys, we miss the clans, we miss the tribe, right? There's something that's interesting because when you look at the people you serve with, had you not served with them, you probably wouldn't even said hi to them or see one another. You wouldn't even give them your jacket if it was pulled out. But these are guys and girls that you would give anything for because you have that common bond. So that's the next thing you miss your tribe. And the third one, that's the one that really gets you, is you lose your sense of purpose. And when you lose your sense of purpose, you lose that why, that's when things get really scary. And so one of the things that I really try to work on as a warrior is, first of all, getting that tribe back together, that putting the fun of this function of all these crazy warriors, but more importantly, having that real purpose and really having that drive of what we're trying to do next. And I want to talk about, we talk about all the different warrior principles, but I want to go back to this whole concept of faith and tie that into this discussion about our why and our purpose and everything. You're here because of this incredible work you're doing with your organization. You're an entrepreneur, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the biggest challenges in entrepreneurship is money. I don't care what anybody says, it always comes down to cash. Most entrepreneurs don't fail because they couldn't get enough customers. They fail because they just simply ran out of cash. Tell us about the opportunity here at NIC and what's going on with this competition.
I love it. So you started, let's go back to the faith portion of it, right? So I was talking to you, I think we talked the other day when we were just chatting. So I'm here now, but I wasn't supposed to be here. It's funny because I was at last Saturday, I was at an event, I lost my wallet, and somebody brought the wallet to my house. Well, what's the odds of that? Because I was leaving the next day. So I wouldn't have been able to be here because I didn't have a license, but I got here. And when I got here, there's the second service entrepreneur challenge. And that's one of the main reasons why I came, because I wanted to network with people and then get back in the challenge, because I was here last year.
And that challenge is, the reward is what? What's the reward?
I think it's $65,000.
So that's a huge difference for an entrepreneurial company and to be able to have that. So here you are, that's your mission, that you know that you want to get there. And then as happens with all missions, no battle plan ever survives the first shot downrange. So you got your first shot, you got your wallet. By the way, that's why in the Marine Corps we dummy cord everything, right? Your compass, your life, you got it tied on. We're gonna have to dummy cord your wallet for you. Tiffany, make sure
I have an air tag on it.
All right, but we still have to dummy cord it because the air tag ain't gonna help you when you can't get to it. But anyway, so now all of a sudden we got here. All right, so there's something bigger going on there. This is that faith that we talked about, that thing. How many people are in the competition that's originally submitted for this?
I don't know how many started, because last year when I came, not enough people registered. So they were still trying to get people to register on the rooftop. So I'm thinking it was going to be the same. So when I showed up, I was like, let me make sure I registered the day I got there. When I go register, it was closed. I was like, man, that's a bummer.
So that's the second hitch in our battle plan that didn't happen.
Yes, sir.
But we're using that good armed forces tenacity, focus within. So how do you get in there?
So I was still resilient about it. So let me go to the front desk and see how can I get into this thing? And they said it was closed, but they said, hey, hold on. And a lady handed me a piece of paper and said, Lady Luck, we're only giving 12 of these away. Make sure you register.
We're in Vegas.
Right?
Got that. All right. So now let's get through what happens next. So now we're getting a chance to get up on stage. I understand it was about 50 or 60 total, I think.
So.
And then they toned it down to 20, okay? Did you make it to that 20?
Made it to the 20.
Okay, gotcha. And tell us a little bit about, because I do a lot of work in these pitch competitions. I usually look for three things when I'm bringing someone in. The first thing is, what is the problem you're solving? The next thing I like to look at is, what is your unfair advantage? And the third thing is, what is your plan for really good marketing distribution getting out there? So real quickly, take me through those three things of what you're doing.
So the first one you said was?
What is the problem you're solving? What's your unfair advantage? And then what's your plan for sales, marketing, distribution?
So the problem we're solving is we're bringing leaders into communities. There's no leaders in the community. I noticed that when I got out of the military and I got into the workforce, I'm like, I don't have any leaders. This is where, you have that small unit leadership that, okay, military mercs are going crazy. And so, and the leader in the communities weren't grooming leaders either. So I said, okay, cool, we got to do this we got to do it somewhere. And that was the void. So I use sport to do that.
And I like the fact that you mentioned the word leaders, because I think there's a big difference between leadership and management. We can make managers. It's easy to train managers, but leadership is not almost something, I don't think you can even train it in some ways. It's something that you have to experience. It has to evolve. It involves so much more than management. It involves character. It involves all those other things.
Leadership is being happy that somebody you're mentoring is doing good. You're like the high five, go rock and roll. Managers, hey, get your 9 to 5. Hey, sign your time sheet. Hey, let me do this. But what is that manager doing to elevate that person to be a better version of themselves? And that's what was missing. And that's why I wanted to do this at a smaller scale or earlier scale with younger kids. Now instilling that into them so when they get forward.
So leadership, or I always say management is doing things right. Leadership is doing the right things. It's fine. So, okay, that's the problem that you're solving. You recognize there's a problem out there. We don't have enough leaders. Next thing, what's your unfair advantage? What is it that you're using that gives you an advantage over someone else that had that same idea and wants to compete against you?
I wouldn't say like an unfair advantage. I mean, it's actually, no, there is an unfair advantage. Not a lot of people believe. And the fact that people don't believe is what I'm trying to let them know. If you believe, it's going to happen. If you manifest it, it's going to happen. That's why the struggle we tell our kids is, if you believe you can, then we will. And once that settles, that's why I'm sitting here. That's why I'm talking to you. Because someone believed in me. Someone believed that this program was going to be what it needed to be. And then I ran with it.
And we go back to those warrior concepts and those warrior principles, which is having that mission above you, having that belief in something bigger, having that belief in each other, and that teamwork. And that's really what gets down to that ultimate warrior spirit. So your unfair advantage is knowing that I have to believe more than they do and inspire them, where other people maybe just focus on management. So I think that's great. Think of David and Goliath. Think of when David defeated Goliath. He did it not because he was stronger. He did it because he believed that he could take this guy down by using David's strengths against him. So David was big and strong, but he was also slow. David wasn't strong, but he was fast. He was able to use that. So in your case here, you're using these experiences that you learned from the inspiration of your father and your family gave you, the warrior principles that you learned. And then we also realize that it's hard to teach leadership. It's something you almost have to grow into. And so you're going after this smaller group of people, and you're using a great tool, which is sports, right?
Sure.
Okay, so now let's get to the third part is sales, marketing, distribution. How do you get the word out, and how do you make money? And the reason it's important we want to focus on making money is money's twofold. Number one, money's a scorecard. It tells you if you're doing good or not. The second thing is the more money you make, the more good you can do to more people. And I don't care what happens, is if you can't bring in that money, you're not going to be able to touch that many people. And there's some great churches out there that do great stuff. They just don't have a lot of money. They're messed up. Then you hear these monster churches, they're bringing all that money. Well, that's important because they get that message out there. So talk to me about what your strategy is as a board entrepreneur around marketing, distribution, and monetizing.
So the strategy in the beginning was me. It was me going to all the mom and pops in the community, building the community, uniting the community behind a program that they're supporting for their community. And it was tough. It's tough. Just asking people for money is tough. But when you get them to level with your why and match with your purpose, now it gets easy. And that's what Mick's for. I come to Mick to tell people about what we do because you might know somebody, that person might know somebody that can be the puzzle piece to elevate our program to where we're supposed to be. Now, I'm saying money's gonna run it, more money, touch more people, you inspire more people.
Had it
Well,
ready.
the good
Ready
thing
to
about
go.
this program, I think we've been doing it for 6 years. I can probably say we've raised maybe $25,000 in 6 years, but we've impacted probably 3,000 kids. So just imagine if we got like a check for $65,000 or even more, what we can do. Because right now this is what I found out on Saturday.
So you're in, where's the geography you work in?
So we're in Fort Walton Beach, Florida.
Okay, so Panhandle area?
Panhandle
Okay.
area.
So how do we get a system in place where we can then share that and market and distribute that across the country? Focus on that unfair advantage, which what I hear from you is that whole veteran warrior concept. Wouldn't it be great if we had a platform or something out there that would allow all of us to have that together and be able to share that?
Are we on that platform right now?
Right here behind us, Parade Deck. So having the opportunity to have people from all these different backgrounds that have this
I'm like
common
staring
trait
these guys
of
down to make sure
being
that they see
veterans. And again, my definition of veteran is a warrior, someone that puts a cause
looking
above
at the
themselves and wants to do something bigger than them, that's going to do whatever it takes to accomplish that mission. The other part of being a warrior is when bad things happen, warriors get stronger. Non-warriors, bad things happen, they get weaker, and that's what we're focused on. So here we are. We talked about leadership. We talked about what we're trying to do. We talked about the importance of faith in entrepreneurship, and really the faith was the faith in your brothers and sisters, because you had a fellow veteran that helped you with your wallet, right? Yeah.
It wasn't a veteran, it was just a random person.
Random person found it. Then we have all these other people that connect you up to get to this thing, and now we have this great opportunity here in Vegas. But that's only so much. We need to do more than just these couple of days. We need to have a system where we can share this 365 days a year and do that. And I'm deeply honored to be someone next to someone like you on this incredible platform of Parade Deck, where we can continue the story that you're giving out. So let's kind of close the loop on the story here. So you make it to the semifinals. You're one of 20 people, even after you're an idiot and forgot your wallet and almost didn't make it over here. Where are we right now? What's kind of the next step?
The next step was I had to show up this morning at 10 o'clock, and then they're going to let everybody know out of the 20 who made it to the
Which
finals.
is interesting, because showing up at 10 o'clock in the morning on the Marine Corps birthday in the biggest party place in the world, that's a challenge right there. So you show up, and what happens next?
My name is the last person called, but you know how I got into the competition? It wasn't, the judges didn't vote me, I was the fan favorite. It was something new that they did. And what the fan favorite was having people go and vote that, hey, yeah, we need him in as well. But it wasn't me just talking to everybody here. It was me getting my family behind it. It was me getting my community behind it. It was me texting the entire people, every person that was since the inception of Future Stars, saying, if you believe in this program, here's your opportunity to make it happen.
That's your unfair advantage. That's your why.
I have
That's
another
your
interview
community.
for
That's all that together.
So
What
I have
ended up
somebody else to
happening
do
is
an
all that.
interview for you. I don't want
The
them to hold
finalists?
for an hour and a half.
I have to change my flight now.
They've got.
I gotta stay here another day. And I just went to
Not
check
till
for
one.
$65,000.
Right, we have them waiting until
65,000 reasons why
Huh?
here's one more day. Well, that's great.
Did we
And
need
the other
to find
exciting
something
thing is,
for
and
12:30?
I don't want to sound cliche, but we're all winners through there.
Huh?
And I want you to share a story you told me right before we got up here, because
Oh, yeah.
you would help mentor,
So we
or
have
someone help mentor you. Talk to me about how that
7
came
minutes.
together.
So what they do with the Second Service Foundation,
What's their
before you
names?
do all this, they teach you how to pitch.
Eric Brewer.
So I was able to
Okay.
do that last
Did we
year,
already throw the
and
10
I
minute
learned
warning
from
and stuff
a
up
man
there?
named
Yeah.
Okay.
Cody Albright.
So in 2 minutes
Even
we'll
though
be
What you're doing is
live.
great. So when I came back this time and I
I
found
was
out that it
thinking
was
12:30,
closed,
so I was like, oh.
I had the opportunity to
not even
register as a
doing the
coach.
10-minute
Oh,
yet.
well, it's
Yeah.
closed. I'll go help somebody else. Let me go uplift somebody else. So when I show up and register as a coach, I
Now
got
you stop for a second. You weren't able to get in, you weren't able to do it, but you decided, I still want to be involved, so I'm gonna help somebody else. You couldn't do it.
yes, sir.
Why would you do that?
Why not?
I love it. I love it. Because that's really what, as veterans, as warriors, we're in this together. You know, in the civilian world, where you don't have things like
Yeah, he
words
said he's
like
got someone for
honor,
the next one.
courage, commitment. You'd be like, hey, I'm gonna trip that guy before he walks up to the stage, because that way I know that's one less person that's gonna be gets it. That's the opposite.
It's gonna
You
be
help
Sean instead
somebody
of Aaron.
that actually.
Okay.
So that's the guest.
Are you doing him
Made it to
full
the
up on
final.
stage?
Yeah, so the
And
interviewer's
then
coming
talk
down.
to me about how that
Sean
kind of came full
will.
circle.
So,
Who's interviewing them?
so give us
I
5 or
was
6
now
minutes. Give me
We got
And
seven
I
minutes
like
until or
interviewing,
6 minutes till they're off.
And my expertise was nonprofit, networking, team building. And they wanted to know how I can help them and how I can help them pitch. And got to speak to about 4 or 5 people. One of them really resonated on me. It was a female Army vet. She does something with socks. Her name's Peyton. And I can tell you today when they called all 5 finalists, she was one of them that was called. Like, to me, that's fulfilling. To me, whether I win 65K or not, the fact that somebody that I coach is there now, high five. Like, I'm not gonna trip you going up the stairs. Let's go get it, girl.
And that's,
I'm so proud of
the
her.
beauty
I'm super
of
proud of her.
leadership, it's a full circle, you know? You teach, but by you teaching, you're actually learning too. And I think of that long line that we've had that goes all the way back to the 1700s, but the reality, it goes all the way back to biblical time, even before biblical time, which is you've got that warrior that's there, they've got this great mentor, this great person that coaches them and lifts them up, and then as soon as that happens, that warrior finds the next person and pays that
Jamie, you're doing
forward.
really well with social media.
Paying
Thank you.
forward and forward. And the biggest thing, again, I keep going back to as warriors, is that understanding of having that cost bigger than yourself, having that love for your fellow brothers and sisters to do something more. And I think you're a living example of that, not just the work you're doing down there in the Panhandle with these future leaders, these kids, but what you're doing right here just in the last couple of days and helping out your fellow veteran entrepreneurs.
And it's not just gonna be independent. So my thing is, I was talking with a guy yesterday when we were having lunch, and you gotta dream big. And that's what people are scared to dream big. You gotta reach for the stars, because even when you fall and you fail, you're gonna fall on top. He said that, and I was like, that's deep, super deep. But the main thing with it is like, it's that belief factor. It's the belief factor and watching it continue to happen. And I was watching Tyler Perry. He was talking like motivating somebody. He was talking about like the rockets that take off at Kennedy Space Center. And boom, everybody's watching on TV. And right before it breaks through the atmosphere, what happens? 2 rockets fall off. And you compare that to some people get brought into your life to get you there, and then they gotta fall off because they can't go there. But what happens is those people that fall off end up saying, why not me? Why didn't I go there? And what they gotta really understand is it's just not your time right now. You gotta appreciate that you were put in that person's life for them to get where they need to go. And it's just amazing seeing.
Yeah, I love that. Great. Well, anything else you want to talk about? Anything else here from the show, or anything else you want to?
I mean, you've been talking about me the whole time, and you've done great things yourself. And I know you start one of your businesses had to do with road going in the dark to find firefighters.
Yeah.
And you're a firefighter yourself.
That's fine.
That means something very hard to me. Because my brother, who's also a Marine vet, is a captain of the fire department in Hoboken, New Jersey, who's watching this right now. So things like that.
And actually, Hoboken was one of our original customers. So
Get out of here.
I
Are you
remember
kidding me?
because Frank Sinatra.
That's the hometown of Frank Sinatra.
He actually, I think, was a volunteer firefighter there. But what's interesting is some of the older houses, when you walk in on the first floor, they have this metal plate that's about 4 or 5 inches wide on the ground. And the guy goes, do you know what that is? And I said, no. Well, it's to get the horse crap off of your boots before you went upstairs. Because the horses were kept on the first deck, and then the lodging and the mess hall was up on the second deck. And they still have that in a lot of the firehouses in Hoboken.
Check that out.
So if you go look down the bottom of the steps, that little metal plate there.
Hey, Sammy, when I come and visit in December for Christmas, make sure you show me that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was, I always wanted to be a Marine when I was a little kid. I've always wanted to help serve the country, but specifically serve as a Marine. And I did my time. It was not a great time to be in the Marines. It was right after Desert Storm. It was well before September 11th. And so I decided not to re-enlist. But then 2 years later, after I got out, the world changed. September 11th happened. And I wanted to get back on the team. I wanted to get back in the fight again. I wanted to be with my fellow warriors. And so I became a volunteer firefighter. And it was a great opportunity to reconnect with that brotherhood and that sisterhood. And I tell people in the military, you have a really great talent for taking things really fun and making them as miserable as possible. In the fire service, we take things that are really miserable and try to make them as fun as possible. And for me, it was such a great transition to go from missing my brothers and sisters, seeing them go out and bring the fight to the enemy, so deeply wanting to be part of that, but realizing the front line of the battlefield was no longer in some far off distant land, it was here in our backyard. And as a first responder, as a firefighter, I was part of that. But it wasn't enough for me. I wanted to do something more. And my issue is I got lost in a fire very early on. Couldn't see my hand in front of my face. It was a very, very scary situation. And I came up with a solution to that problem using the technology that I learned about in the military, which is glow in the dark material, to help firefighters see each other in the dark. And that's kind of where my process is now.
Well, that's a blessing, man.
Well, hey, brother, it was a pleasure to meet you, especially on today of all days,
Yes,
on my
sir.
birthday.
My birthday.
It's great spending 248 years with you and our ancestors and everything else. And so honored deeply to be part of Parade Deck and see how we can help grow this community a lot further than just here in Las Vegas.
Gotcha. Love you, brother.
All right, Semper Fi.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why our esteemed partner, the United States Concealed Carry Association, stands out as the fastest growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready.
Does he have a
Now
headset?
it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
Want to take a break and look to see if they have food out there?
Yeah, when?
Once people are out there.
To this day, young men and women choose to raise their right hand and swear an oath to something greater than themselves.
It does sound so much better though.
And how long are these guys for? How long are they here for? Like 10 minutes?
No, they're supposed to go till 1. The next one's supposed to go till 1 o'clock. That's when we have a calling against at 1.
Okay.
And this one is added in.
Okay.
It's not on there yet, I don't think.
That's fine.
I was gonna die with my boots on.
Means there's probably nobody doing it in this place.
Compact is always like,
The speakers on stage, they probably rather our presentation with their slides.
He's gone. Because he was laying right there. He's not there no more. He was laying. I shot him like 5 times.
if you think combat is great and you haven't been there,
So we were taking fire all day long. Lieutenant Calvin bent over to grab his radio. A tracer burst came through the left armhole of his flak jacket and out the right armhole and just barely penetrated the skin.
Who's this?
Crazy thing.
One of the speakers.
We should put a sign up.
He got a tattoo on his back that said,
Do we have any paper? Do we have any paper to make a sign? Because people put their drinks
That's the kind of
down
story
next
that
to
people
all of
won't
the
believe
equipment.
unless you show it to them.
I've been shot a few times and blown up to say I owe my life to Navy corpsmen. Those are unsung heroes.
When you're in a battle and you're wounded, but you know you can still pull a trigger. The thing that keeps you going is the man to your left and the man to your right.
Since its birth, the Marine Corps has sought to find those exceptional individuals who embody the qualities of toughness, honor, courage, and commitment. Qualities required of a professional warfighting
I have a
force
Sharpie.
that is not only capable,
This
but willing
motherfucker
to
just
do the
scared the
hard
shit out
things
of
on
me.
behalf of the nation.
That would scare me too.
Victory in every climb and place.
That would scare
does
me
not
too.
happen
Which is
by
crazy
chance.
because when I was younger, I used to catch a lot of lizards, and I used to keep them as like a pet, and now they just terrify me. I'm not sure why. I think because one time I had a bad dream of like a lizard chasing me on two legs and like crawling on me. You know, sometimes in your dreams you can feel it. That's what happened. And now I'm like, no.
I always caught them as a kid, and handled snakes and everything.
Do you know horned toads?
Huh?
So
The
in
Marine
Navajo
standard is the only
traditions, those are actually
and
like
discipline is the
sacred,
currency of
and
our
we're
code.
not. They're like
This is the
I don't know
bedrock
where it
of
comes
our
from, but
people.
they say that that's
And
like
what
your
makes us
chain,
unique
which is like
from
your
any
grandpa
other
on your
fighter
mom's side,
in the
especially
world.
if he's passed away. So whenever I see those, I'm not scared. I'm just like okay, because my grandpa he passed away, so that's what I think it reminds me of that. But lizards, not so much.
You know the horny toad as a defense squirts blood out of its eyes.
No, I didn't know that. See, and the ones that I've caught, they've always been so nice.
Just grab them and
They're so
I don't know, just
chill. Like a block. Exactly.
We continue to prepare for the next fight.
No food and drink.
And while the faces,
Great.
weapons, and formations are new, the fighting spirit of the individual Marine has never changed. When the nation calls and the order is given to send in Marines, every friend and every foe understands that help or destruction
I'm gonna
is
put up
on.
the 5-minute sign, or
Right now, we have more
yeah, I guess I can.
we ever had in the past, from weapon systems, platforms, and technology to it'll be lighter and faster and more lethal.
As Marines, we do not decide when the next fight will come, but we do decide who wins.
The Marines who came before have paved the way. They prevailed against all odds in the face of unimaginable hardship, and yet they kept their humanity. They kept their honor clean.
The character of the war will change, the battlefield will evolve, and the equipment will modernize. But the warrior ethos of our corps stands firm. We do not simply say that we're first to fight. We work hard every day to prove it.
To our adversaries, I would say if you see that U.S. Marine and you see that modified, I would say you're gonna stand by. Because if you know that these Marines are working every single day to better their craft and skills, you guys have a thing coming. Because these Marines aren't gonna stop until the mission is accomplished and you're destroyed.
It's funny when you're
She's like, I got him.
combat action.
She put them in one of my fermenters and make my home brew.
And a sea service. And they
Oh, he's kind of cute.
Got the blue.
I just
No, because this is like the blue. They got the iridescent blue down their belly.
Oh, okay.
So the mature males will have that too. So that's how you know it's a male without having to check its tail. Because only males have full color. The females don't have to impress. So the males have to impress so they get more color. So.
Admiral Justin Edwards said about Iwo Jima, uncommon valor was a common virtue. The stories I hear at reunions should be on Silver Star citations.
Marine Corps history is very important, and I'm glad that it's still being told. I'm glad that my fellow Marines that didn't come back are being remembered, are being discussed in squadrons to this day.
Marines are tough. I think there's something about a young man
Well,
or
the
young woman
next
who comes into the
thing
Marine Corps
that we
that
have
they perhaps
is
were born with and didn't even know it.
call in at 1 o'clock.
You can do it. You can do it
That's
all.
next thing on the schedule.
You are capable more than you think, and there are so many people in the Marine Corps who want to emulate that. You're now fighting for your brothers and sisters.
What was common good
And from what I can tell, what's common now is the camaraderie. You watch my back, I'll watch your back. Don't want to let people down on either side of you.
There's no better thing than camaraderie and talking through and sharing certain pieces with individuals, because it creates a bond that is unbreakable.
Everybody wants to be a champion. Everybody really wants to be part of the best.
Marines, you are the strength of our core, and your actions determine the fate of millions of future warriors and their ability to stand on your shoulders. I know that you're ready. As we come together to celebrate our 248th birthday, I encourage every Marine to reflect on that history. And think about the moment when you ask yourself, do I have what it takes? And you are on the journey that few have dared to begin. Take pride in what you represent. You are the pinnacle of professional warriors and the model for others to follow. Sergeant Major Luis and I are proud to stand among you, and we'll be with you every step of the way. Happy birthday, Marines, and Semper Fidelis.
For the Marines do we die, and we were part 2 week notice for that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, this is Sean Welsh with Ben SOS. I'm here with my good friend Bill Kiefer. Bill, you've been on the podcast before. I enjoyed so much talking about what you had going on. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing now.
So it's great to be here. As you know,
Do you think somebody can talk over there? Can somebody? Yeah.
I've been doing that for about 5 years, and just this week, we launched a nonprofit, Veteran Career Journey, to help get my books out in the hands of veterans and to deliver training based on those books to folks that are starting that journey into the civilian world.
So let's start with the first book, because I've seen the first book, I read the first book, it's phenomenal. We'll get to the second book, but tell us about the first book and why you wrote it. Why was it important to the transition community?
So the very first book was actually a product of COVID. I was sitting in my home office, and it wasn't quite like A Beautiful Mind, you know, little stickers everywhere, but it was close. And I thought, you know, I've got to do something with all these notes. So I started to compile, and I thought, man, this might be a book. I thought, well, what's the point? Well, the point is that I think, and I've seen far too many veterans that just aren't familiar with what civilian employers look for and what life in the civilian workforce is like. Right, trying to think. So I created this list of 151 insights, I call it, to share a little peek behind the curtain about what civilian employers really expect.
I don't know Ginger's, I don't know.
They build a specific job. Because I found in the transition discussion,
I don't know any of them, so I don't know.
employers are around, but they're mostly around when they're looking to fill a job. You know, maybe there's a
Value
reason
to them, I put them up there, are they gonna get value from it?
to be ready for the world.
Can we bring Jamie up?
So
we can bring Jamie up.
What was the title?
Talk about parade deck.
Military career transition.
I told Andrew I
insight
like
from
being
employer
behind the
side.
scenes.
I love the way you took that from the employer side of the house, because that's something that really is probably an enigma for most of us. You know, coming out of the military, we have no idea. You know, we're shooting blind. We do all the interview prep we can do. We do all the transition stuff. We get the resume ready. But what's that guy on the other side of the table thinking? No idea.
No, exactly. And you know, I've been, I don't know if it's Wes at first, but I'm going to go with Wes. I've experienced that transition from both sides of the fence. I spent about 12 years in the Army officer. I got out, I got very comfortable. I got my feet up underneath me, and then spent 22 years as an HR. So I saw the experience of veteran. I don't know what I want to do.
Someone talking about parade deck.
And then I saw it from the employer side, going, God, I want this person, this veteran, this man,
Why people should be, why
to be successful in my company, because I know what they bring, and I see that they can't tell the story in a way that the employees understand. You know, they bring great capability. Is that better? Okay. They bring great capability, but that doesn't necessarily make them credible.
Right. So, first of all, I'm going to say definitely blessed, okay? Because we're here at the MIG in Las Vegas on the parade deck stage. We're having a blast. We're meeting great people. You've got to talk to people for a couple days now about your book. which is just phenomenal. So let's move into this new book. Tell us the title of the new book and what you got going on with that one.
So the second book is a follow-on really to the first one. It's Veteran Career Journey, more insights from the employer side. The idea there is to share thoughts and experiences that my co-author, Dave White, and I have had once we landed. Because what we found is that, like many veterans, when we landed, we were like, this isn't what I expected.
Pulling up
There's
the
a little
10-minute
gap
card.
here. And so we looked at, how do we land well? And how do we first identify all those things around us, the people, the places, the house, and the what's, just to understand the playing field. And once we get that done, we focus on integrating that, understanding and really learning about who are the people, what are the processes, what are the products and services that we're out there supporting. How does it all
Is it
fit
the one
and
on the
how to
right?
weave that
This one?
inside of it. Both in process terms and in terms of working together with. And the third section of the book is about how to thrive and survive in the long run. So your career and life journeys.
Oh, okay, I see. I was like looking at this camera.
So you're telling me that there are some veterans who do everything right in transition. They land that perfect job and they're not happy. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm telling you, yeah.
Some people are not happy. Okay. So I've heard that more than once, actually. It's amazing. The transition process has so many elements to it, right? And there's so many things that you could potentially do. And it's tools like yours that really, I think, make an impact. So I was blessed in the sense that we started the podcast 6 months into my transition. So I'm learning from people like you, learning the horror stories, the things that went wrong, picking up a book that you wrote that helps people understand what they're looking for. So I owe you a debt of gratitude for helping me have a great transition, because it's people like you that really helped our community, make it to that next level.
Well, I appreciate that, Sean, and it's really cool to be part of your transition. When we first started talking, I didn't realize you were in transition. I thought, here's a cool dude doing a cool thing, like, holy smokes, I'm part of your journey.
Yes.
And it's a very cool thing, so I appreciate that.
No, it was absolutely amazing. And then, so you got these 2 books. We didn't talk about this beforehand, but isn't there something else you do that you and I sat down and looked at?
I do a lot of things.
Yeah. Anything dealing with the why?
The YOS.
There you go.
Oh,
yes. That was one of those things I really found valuable. I'd love to just talk for a minute about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you brought that up. I'm thinking, why is he bringing that up? Now I get it. So every coach, every consultant's got multiple tools in their toolkit.
Oh, absolutely.
And along the way, I got exposed to the Y operating system assessment, and it starts with the question of what's your why. And it's all great stuff, and there's other folks that provide why, but I was really intrigued by this one because the assessment and the model and the coaching based around it extends the question.
Yes.
What's your why? Or I like to say, what's your purpose? What's your how? What's the process by which that purpose comes to life?
Absolutely.
And then what's your what? Or I like to say, what's your promise to the world? Now, that's a cool assessment, and we can talk about the particulars of the technology, but I think the value add of it, especially for folks in career transition, is it helps define a whole lot of important things that you need to know when you're engaging and trying to find employment. So if I can explain to somebody that, my why is to make sense of things. I like to go broad and deep and time available to really understand what's going on. And my how is through research. I dive deep, right? And my what, my promise is trust. I wouldn't have known that in that way, but for the Y operating system assessment. I think it's helpful, but it's helpful in odd ways too. It helps you write your elevator pitch. It helps you understand how to clearly document the top part of your resume. That introductory summary that folks read, because you only get about 6 seconds on an initial read. And it helps you write that introductory piece with your profile. Now, everybody's going to be a little different, but it gives you a framework you can start with.
Oh, absolutely. And so the values and action survey that you did through resiliency in the Army, I love that one. That told me a lot about who I was. Doing the DISC assessments, definitely tied in and everything lined up for me, saying, okay, I understand this better. Yeah, I'm definitely like this.
Right.
doing the YOS with you was phenomenal to sit down and actually see that piece. It really helped, I would say, provide a little bit of clarity.
That's awesome.
You know, to where I should be looking, where I should be going, and those types of things that I have to offer. So it's one of those things that I was really happy that we got. I thought that was an amazing tool.
Yeah, well, thank you. And you know, a lot of what I do, I think about in kind of simple terms, right? I'm not a very bright guy. So I think in terms of the what and the so what. And you know, a lot of times with these assessments, you get the what, whatever the assessment was. Oh, okay, there's my result. So what? What do I do with it? And this particular assessment I really like because it gives you path forward to turn the information into action.
Oh, absolutely.
That looks like
Yeah, no, that is absolutely. It really, like I said, for me, it helped with the clarity.
Sure.
You know, it really helped me figure out that those next steps and where I should be aiming. So that was just phenomenal. So what else do you have going on? The mix coming to an end here shortly. I know you get to go home for a couple days, but what's up after that?
I get to go home for a couple of days. Yeah, this is week 7 of 7 weeks of travel. The last 6 weeks I've been here, and then at June, Craig, Tampa, England, at JBLM, and Campbell. And, you know, in the areas out there. Next week I'll be in Saginaw, Michigan. And then, I don't know, 2 weeks after that, I'm going down to Fort Myers. And then I'm gonna take a little break and enjoy the holidays. So, but it's all veteran related work, you know, all helping folks get a better idea of who they are, what they're bringing to the party, and how they define success relative to their future after the year.
That is awesome. And one of the things that I absolutely loved in talking with you and then also working a little bit with you after the fact is how simple you put it. You know, it makes it easy to digest, to understand, to know, okay, maybe we apply it this way, this is how we look at it. You know, and it's so easy.
Oh, I appreciate that. You know, my first book, I designed it to be a hip pocket guide.
Right.
A little quick hit concept. The second book isn't so much a hip pocket guide. It includes 60 stories with a bunch of different learning points, more insights. So it's a little bit different approach. You know, years ago while I was in uniform, I learned that you gotta be clear, concise, and complete.
The one and
Be an
only.
effective communicator. So everything I do,
But
I
the reading's
try to
great.
be clear,
The Hawthorne's
concise,
great.
and complete.
Yes, I went to dinner with all of them
I
last night, and
understand
you
the
know what's the
value of
crazy part
academia.
too? I almost started
But at the
tearing
end
up.
of the day,
His wife worked with my
people
grandma
don't
Helen,
understand what you're saying
the one
and
that
why it's
I was telling you about. So they both taught Navajo
And I
at the
would add
middle
to
school
that
in
that another
Gallup.
key piece and something
So
that
small world,
alludes a
and
lot
they
of people
live
is
an
the
exit
art
down
storytelling.
from Carino
Yeah, if you
Canyon,
can tell
where
it
my
in a
family
story, it's gonna
resides.
be remembered so much better.
They invited me
You
over
have that
whenever I
ability,
go
whereas a
back
lot
to
of
New
people
Mexico
don't.
to visit.
They may think they
Yeah,
do,
they're like,
but,
come
you know,
over.
the fact is you can get
I'll
your
be
point
there.
across in a
And
story.
I don't know if
and
Regan
then
told you,
follow
but
up
I'm going to be
with
making him an Instagram and setting that up
I
for
think
him.
that just makes it
So I
that
told
much
him to
better
just
and
send
easier
me
to take
the
No, I appreciate
videos
that.
that he already
Lessons
has,
I've
and then
done
I'll
each
make some
transition
reels for
veteran,
him.
I'll get
You
together.
have to be able to tell your
Yeah.
story
There's some
in a way
sandwiches.
that
We're gonna go get a
lands
salad
well
out there.
as
Okay,
the employer's
thanks.
ear. You know, you bring great people. I screwed this up when I first got out. I was meeting with somebody and they said, well, what do you do? What do you do in the military? And I probably said, I was a 90 Alpha 5 Papa 3 Romeo. And they smiled and said, what the hell is that? So I thought I'd help. I said, I was a tactical multi-home.
3 minute break. 3 minutes.
I was airport nuclear biological chemical certified. And
Makes
they
sense.
went, so what? And I realized that what they're asking isn't what I heard. See, they only ask half the question. The real question is, what did you do in the military that's relevant to what I need? If you can understand the question and then tell your story using their words in a way that lands well on their ears, now all of a sudden you become a little bit more interesting. You become a little bit more attractive. And you might become that person that they say, I think you can do the work I need done. And I think you're going to be a great fit and add value to my team.
That is such a great way to put that question, though. What did you do in the military that will benefit me, benefit my organization?
Yeah.
I mean, if you approach any job interview with that type of question in mind, you know, what am I bringing to the table that's going to help this organization? I think you're going to more easily sell yourself in the interview because that's what they want to know. And we don't think like that when we're transitioning and trying to go through it.
No, absolutely. And probably some of my recruiter and employer friends may not like this, but folks that are doing recruiting and interviewing are selfish people. They have to be. They got work that needs to be done.
Oh, yeah.
There's jobs that need to be filled. So they have to be focused on themselves mostly. They have to be focused on you as to see if you're really the right person or not.
Right, right.
But they got something that needs to get done, and many of these folks are doing a whole lot of other things besides sitting there interviewing. So they're thinking about 19,000 different things, and they're trying to get, so you gotta be interesting, you gotta be clear, you gotta be concise, you gotta be complete, and you've gotta use language that they're gonna understand. You know, when you look at a job description,
Right.
job posting, it's a menu of what they're asking for. They're telling you what they want. This really isn't rocket science. So if you take a look and go, okay, this is what they're looking for, that's their ask, what's my answer for every one of those asks? And when I coach folks individually, we actually do that. We create a left-right list, and on the left, all the asks, and on the right, all the answers. And when we do that, they start by using Bill speak or Metronese or whatever works. And then we start to enhance the language.
Veterinese, I love that.
You like that?
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
There's a patent pending on that.
There you go. But I think you hit the nail on the head though. It's one of the few things that we probably don't recognize. Is they're giving us the answers to the test and the job description. We're not used to that in the military.
Exactly. It's not a big thing. You know, we're looking for this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
X, Y, and Z. You want to keep talking. If we're asking for X, Y, and
It just
Z,
stays in one
you
spot.
bring in A, B, and C, probably won't get a call.
Okay.
That's, absolutely. I mean, that's right on, spot on. I think that's exactly what is needed. And like I've told you before, I think what you're doing for our community is just absolutely amazing. 1, the books, 2, the YOS, and then 3, just the coaching part that you do as well. I mean, you're really giving back to this community and really making an impact, in my opinion.
Well,
I know
thank
you did
you.
in my life.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. We have just started a nonprofit. It's veterancareerjourney.org. If anybody's interested, please go online and take a look. I appreciate it, man.
All right. Outstanding, Bill. Good talking with you again.
All right, thank you.
To be fair, I don't know if this is gonna, but I would rather
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
You know, there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So
I
sort of
noticed
a
that too
reward
yesterday.
for
I was
everything
like,
that you had
what
to
is
give
on my ear?
previously.
Yeah, that's
To be able to take your family anywhere, like the costs involved with sort of all of those barriers, they kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to kind of eat and do something out and just cool experiences.
I've seen the Islanders, I saw Taylor Swift, I saw Kenny Walker.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for Bentex. You know, being a middle class, kind of, work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do, that takes those up for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. You know, we've done for concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, real good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her 2 friends to experience an awesome live event that I don't think they would have got to experience otherwise.
For you, coming down to the Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these days. It's great that Veterans throws tickets out to veterans and
Make sure I spelled Joe's name right.
and thank them as well as be out with them and their families. It's a lot of fun.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You know, it's all about that papyrus, Joe. It's all about that papyrus.
Making me laugh.
Listen,
Right.
inside joke. Shout out to Ryan Gosling and papyrus.
And no dissing, he's going to be on our show probably.
I mean,
20 hours.
don't come with something that.
Never need to.
Okay, maybe not. Listen, if you are chilling at home, if you are in your car, well, yeah, you can listen to this in your car. Why not? And if you're wherever you are, this is your boy Greg Williams, and you're probably doing like this, like, what is he talking about?
That's dangerous.
We are here live at the Military Influencer Conference 2023, live from Las Vegas. Why do I keep doing this? Anyway,
Driving me crazy.
No pun intended.
Can't mess with
Okay.
you. Kijo, listen,
Yes.
I have to say, you're a man after my own heart. I really have to ask you right off the bat, why are you here?
what are you doing here? Everybody at home is like, what's going on with the cap? We need to get on some John Deere's because you rocking like the Undercat. Yeah,
All
over
right.
here at the main-
All right, I got the point. I don't dress the part necessarily.
By the way, I love the Dickies hat. It's Dickies,
Okay.
everybody's Dickies.
I don't necessarily have the uniform of a director or brand developer, but that's what I do. I develop brands, and I'm with Great Deck developing them. I'm connected with this team and helping them get off the ground as a startup. It's a brand new organization, brand new team, brand new company that kind of been unveiling in here a bit.
Yeah.
2023.
So the whole thing is, I like to talk to people. I like to learn about their story real quickly because, you know, as a brand director, as somebody that is constantly creating things, I always like to know a little bit of their background and what drives your creative process.
You're assuming I haven't created a product.
Okay, I have a process. I'm a brand director with a process. Like you just, I woke up like this.
All right. Could be, a logo.
Microphone's out.
You know, really a billboard. It could be, you know, doing a splash of a giant QR code against the side of a thing. You know, the reality is that how do I become? Me, it's getting into my alone zone. I am, believe it or not, an introvert. Introverts are people that get different energy when they are in solitude and they can use their cognitive ability. So I do a lot of research. I started looking at a lot of books. I do Google. Have you heard that tool set, Google?
Yeah.
And you know, I look at what other artists around the world have done, and we have access to it now in this day and age in a second. And I started looking at Picasso and Rembrandt, and I started looking at what Warhol did. And you know, what we are doing when we create, there's nothing new under the sun, or at least that's what Solomon once said. You're taking associations with what's already done, and you're bringing it together with something new.
Wow. So really, your whole journey has brought you onto Parade Deck. Where do you want to go in like 5 years, brother, with us? We're gonna put it out there. We're gonna manifest it.
Well, because I really love being in this community because very deeply we have these intimate conversations about real things like values, about where our families are. It's almost really spiritual. And so I'd love to see Parade Deck grow and bring in more stories about life, bring in more stories about, get beyond these big words like sacrifice, get beyond these big words like freedom. What do those really mean? And let's, you know, we can even hang out some dirty laundry every once in a while about the things we don't talk about. And those are the real human stories, because once we become real, authentic, and get beyond the pretty stuff, that's when people, you know, really connect in a relationship, because they're like, you know what?
Well, we're gonna see how we turn out in 5 years, and I'm gonna take this mic from you, and thank you very much, Guido. And he's gonna continue to make me look pretty, and make all of our change makers look pretty, but now you must exit stage, right? Because guess what? Somebody else is gonna take your place. Oh! He just gave you that.
What's his last name?
Why did you do that so violently? Like, I thought I was in order.
That's how we do it.
I know, but he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. Okay, no trademark. If you come after me, for me to, he wasn't, I will not do that again, because Kevin Hart will be the type to be like, yeah, you aren't ready for this cease and desist letter. Anyway, like this. I know, you even, and I already listen, you got the rock, I'm the pebble. I don't have all the muscles, everybody. But listen, I've been talking about Icon this whole entire weekend. Shout out to Icon Industries, content creation, social media strategy, and the whole 9 yards. I would just let you introduce yourself because you got the beautiful Icon t-shirt on. I get a t-shirt. I guess I'm not an Icon.
Not yet. We're gonna
But
make that
I'm gonna tell you right now, Army's in the house. Whoop, whoop.
So I'm Shane Mitchell, I'm the CEO of Icon Industries. We're based out of San Diego. You know, our tagline is we build more than brands, we build icons. Because you know, icons are forever. And, yeah, that's what we do. We build subject matter experts into icons.
Now, see, I didn't remember the tagline, and that's why I had him do his own intro. Because I was trying to memorize the tagline at the same time trying to look down the guest script and everything. So I would have to ask this right off the rip.
All right.
You have the evolution of technology. You have the evolution of trends, ChatGPT, AI, all this stuff. How does Icon Industries continue to not only stay competitive with other, marketing brands and all that other good stuff, but how do you gain that competitive edge? What makes Icon Industries so different?
So we're always staying on top of it. We're always learning. I keep a crew of individuals who are younger than me to stay on top of all the trends and social media. They're always, going through the blogs, what's new, what's trending, what's going on, keeping on top of the trends, right? It's so better. It's one of the ways than behind it, right?
Say that again.
Behind it.
Now let me ask you though, before we go further, how do you even identify the way? You have so many people, oh, I know what my organization does, I know where we're going, but they don't really know their macro environments.
There's so many tools available to you as an individual, as a creator. There's tons of AI tools now. I mean, AI is just taking over. There's different analytic tools. I'm an engineer, right? Used to do, it's what I did in marketing. And it's all about the numbers to me. Take a look at the numbers. We're cutting out here.
It's okay, you got
Take a look at the numbers and analyze what's trending, what's going on. Like, look at your numbers, right? Am I reaching an audience outside of my followers? If you're not reaching something outside of your followers, that means you're not doing it right. We got to then break it down Barney style for those of you out there that know what we're talking about, right? Break down those step at a time and see why are we not getting outside the algorithm? How do we break the algorithm, right? And it's little. It's actually a lot simpler than people make it. Look at your numbers. Are you keeping outside your followers? If not, am I posting enough? Am I posting content that's relevant to my audience? Right? Because if you got content that doesn't make sense to your audience, they're not gonna pay attention to you. And then the algorithm will say people aren't engaging with them, and now the algorithm says, hey, he's irrelevant. Now you gotta break the algorithm again. And it doesn't take with that.
So I come in hot. Come in hot and heavy. So last, 30-second question. How did your military experience transition to you, right? Just Icon Industries? Or was this a passion project, passion business, passion endeavor for you?
So in the military, like I said, I did engineering, I did electronics, I worked electronic warfare, and became an engineer for a lot of years, traveled the world to 130 countries, designed desalinization plants for the marine industry. And then one day I made a movie with a bunch of friends, and I decided that I really enjoy making film, making movies, being behind the camera, doing video production. And then, coming up, starting to transition from the corporate world and becoming an entrepreneur, I decided to make video production and film production and marketing and advertising and everything else that we do is what I do now.
Well, you heard it here folks. I hope you took your notepads out. So for everybody out there, Google Icon Industries. I'm gonna let you get the last word.
IconIndustries.io, and just to let you know, we got someone special coming up right now that he didn't even know was happening. And that's how live production works, everybody. Get ready for this.
Well, we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going. I don't know, where is this?
Hey!
You can't sneak up on me like that!
Look, I had these shoes on. It's like I'm on.
Yeah, hello!
How you doing?
You just came out of no, for real. Why'd you do that to me, Joey?
Sneaky. My name's Ashley Newton.
I was about to do the whole.
I'm jumping ahead.
No, go ahead, Ashley.
Okay, yeah, I hijacked it.
Go get your name,
All right.
the accolades. Listen, I would just tell you this.
5'6", 130.
I was downstairs yesterday.
Oh, you were?
And I have to tell you, this whole entire, you gotta come over here to look at you. Look at that monitor. See,
Oh,
you got
there
to
I
stay
am.
in the shop. Look, I like that.
Look at you, we look good. Look at that.
The fans are strong. I was downstairs yesterday, and you had every eye looking at you, every hand moving, taking notes. I'm gonna let you say your name. I'm gonna let you put out the accolades because this is some real. I can't say. Parade Deck is a child-friendly channel, and we will not say any cuss words on it.
That's right, that's right. Keep it clean.
No guessing.
Keep it clean.
Now you do it.
My name is Ashley Gooderbooth. I'm a stand-up comedian and military spouse and military advocate.
Now, last night you were not just comedic. What were you? Listen, I'll be for real. I was trying to like dipping out all these. When you're at the military performance conference, you gotta understand so many things are going on.
So much.
And you had an event downstairs, there's another event on the second floor. And I'm trying to so many things.
So many
What were
things.
you talking about last night? Like, cause I was missing out.
We did, so we had No Spouse Fest, which I travel around the country to do that with that awesome group. So we share resources for military families, and I closed that with a comedy show. And then I had to run upstairs to do my actual comedy show, which is less keynote, more comedy for the Best Medicine Brigade.
But what were you?
What
were you? No,
I double-fisted donuts. I don't know.
Okay, no, not double-fisted donuts. How do you even double-fisted donuts? Was it like this? Or was it so much in good? No, but you had, oh my gosh, who are you teaching? What are you talking about? Come on now.
I talked about a lot of things. I talked about some weird stuff. I talked about how I have a picture of somebody that my husband dated in college and on my wall.
Sounds like everybody's taking notes.
It could be.
I don't think that was no word.
I don't have any photographs up in my house except for somebody, my husband.
Is that like, is that like your Rocky moment? You're like, I'm gonna be funny today. And then you see the picture of his ex.
No.
And you're like, oh.
It's pretty accurate. Military family, right? We move all the time.
Right.
And this picture got moved 3 times. I thought it was his sister. What? And then at one point I was like, that's not even sister. She looks like. And he goes, no, that's that girl I dated. And I was like, are you kidding me? So I put it up. It's the first thing you see when you come in the house because I am not petty at all.
Uh-oh.
I love it.
The pettiness is strong.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, it fell, and I replaced the frame.
Did you like get it enlarged and just like, Robin Hood, Kevin Costner style it? And just like,
I love it. If we get divorced, and we probably will, I get to keep it.
Did you just manifest the divorceness? You know what?
Come on, stats are not for me. All right,
Stats are not for us.
It's not
Don't be speaking that energy over
Let me tell you. My husband, which that's a surprise. My husband is 20 years older than I am.
What?
Yes. All right. Here's the stat on that. Here's the. I mean, it's good. It's good.
Okay.
If
I did the same thing. She's older than I am.
There's a 95% divorce rate at that age difference.
Okay.
We made it 10 years. I think that's good. We should check that box.
I don't believe you're gonna fall privy into it because you make. I didn't say that. I just think he'll laugh before he kicks the bucket first. And same thing with mine because we about this life. We about it. So I will have to ask you, like, what do military spouses tell you they take away mostly from when you do your speaking engagements? Because I gotta tell you, you had the whole room captivated, and this was before the comedy show. That's why I couldn't even dip in. I was just like, why does everybody look like a freaking robot?
Well, what they tell me to take away from it is that they feel seen, and there are a group of people that feel like they've been kicked in the teeth over and over again. Even the word, you look at the word dependent, you're like, oh God, okay, that means I'm literally dependent on somebody else to get to my house, to have an ID that says I could get on base, So that feeling of being seen and having that representation is important to them. What I do is I take their stories and anonymously share them with military leaders, with senators, with anybody who will listen, so that we can start to fix problems like food insecurity, like mental health, and things like that.
So I'll have to ask you, what is one of the biggest challenges that you feel, not only military spouses, but veterans in general, that we're facing, and there's gotta be something done about it. I always like to ask people, what is the passion barrier?
Okay, so, first of all, I host the American Legion podcast, I go out to Lima, and with that, gotta check it out. The American Legion has the Be the One program, which is be the one person that stops that veteran from committing suicide. So we got that. I also work with Operation Hilarious, which is another suicide prevention. That's huge for me. The other side of it is food insecurity. Military families, 1 in 4 can't afford food. Why? It's ridiculous. So I work with Stronghold Community Food Pantry, and we help give food around the world, is what we're expanding to this year.
So one thing that I always like to tell people is that anybody can become an addict. All right? All it takes is just a little bit of empathy, a little bit of time, and a little bit of education. So how do you convert the regular, everyday, person that has no idea of the military, no idea of the veteran, thinks every veteran looks like Jeremy Renner and all these other, I don't look like that. I could barely look like a pimple.
You're beautiful.
You're beautiful, it's true.
How do you do it? And this is how you do it. You have to have something different. You can't just give data and facts. You have to I give a joke or some sort of sarcasm or something like that. But that's my whole goal, is to bridge that civilian military divide. Why do I want to do that? Because the civilian and the businesses, they're the ones with the money. And I want them to give it to us so we can solve the problem.
That's a good funnel system. If you got the money, give it to the honey because we ain't your dummy. I just from Harlem Dipset. So let me ask you, what has been the overall feeling here at the MIC for you? And I mean, what have you taken away from it? Positive, negative, everything in between?
I think that they need to schedule more naps.
Nap time. Nap time. We're gonna have for nap time. We want more nap time, everybody.
Nap time.
We're gonna see that veterans come next year with their money. I'm ready to take a nap and give me a
Todd?
Yes.
Do we have
So
a
we're
Todd?
gonna take away from it. This is
There's
the best place to
extra
be.
one.
Other
He's
people
he's on
that
Zoom
want
as
to
well.
support the military,
We do
that
have
want
our
to
Zoom
keep
cast.
that going, that got out in some cases and then didn't forget about where they came from. They're like, I'm gonna help the next generation. And that is so important because we're stronger together. If you want to build up whatever your cause is, come here, meet with the people that are here already and link up. And it's like taking steroids. It's military advocacy on steroids. Pulls it up.
That was like the worst Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Tell me to go back on Zoom.
So where can people find you? Don't put out your phone number because people
Can I
will
give out
call
my
you.
own thing?
Oh, sure. What about that, Mike? Let's get it.
I got great feet. AshGooderman.com. I'm everywhere that the internet is. At Ash Gooderman. It looks like Buttermouth, but Gooderman.
Okay, and basically, if you can share one, this is always my last question sometimes. What is one piece of advice that you received that you still put into action today?
Oh, God. That's so put into action today. No matter what, be yourself.
Is he there?
All right, y'all. Well, listen. ParadeDeck.com, Parade Deck TV. It's your boy Greg Rush Williams. Oh, you thought you were done with me? Oh,
Who's helping? Who's talking to him?
Let's keep it locked, y'all.
Combat is right away. He's gone. Yeah, he's the leg back there. He's not there no more. But I shut him on top of that. Combat. Court, you have been.
All right, Steve.
So we're taking fire all day long. Lieutenant Gallagher bent over, grabbed his radio, a trace of light came through the left armhole of his flak jacket.
I'm gonna go to the restroom there, so I'll take a quick look.
Just barely penetrated the skin. Crazy things.
Wait, I have a quick question. While you're gone, is it just gonna automatically go there?
This one is like 8 minutes. I'll be back before that.
Okay.
That's the kind of story that people won't believe unless we show it to them. That'd be shocking. All right, going up to say, I owe my life to Navy Corps. Those are unsung heroes. But you're going back, and you're going, that you know you stood for the thing that keeps you going is the man you left and the man you ride.
Since its birth, the Marine Corps has sought to find those exceptional individuals who embody the qualities of toughness, honor, courage, and commitment, qualities required of a professional war-fighting force that is not only capable, but willing to do the hard things on behalf of the nation.
Victory in every time and place does not happen by chance. From the unforgiving jungles of the South Pacific to the snow-covered mountains of Korea to the bloody streets of Wei and Fallujah, Marines have prevailed because they have moral courage, steel backbones, and a ruthless commitment to a tradition of excellence.
In preparation comes confidence. The more prepared you are, the more you rehearse, the more you drill, the more confidence you get.
The Marine standard is the only standard, and discipline is the currency of our Corps. This is the bedrock of our ethos, and what makes us unique from any other fighting force in the world.
Discipline is lethal. I see it every single day from the fire teams to the squad to the student level. When the Marines are running up the recon, running through the military, going to the drill, making themselves more lethal today. And that directly correlates.
5 minutes.
You know, Rangers 400 or do a company quick assault. That's only going to continue to bleed off when they go overseas and take care of this.
Today, we continue to prepare for the next fight. And while the faces, weapons, and formations are new, the fighting spirit of the individual Marine has never changed. When the nation calls and the order is given to send in the Marines, every friend and every foe understands that help or destruction is on the way.
Right now, we have more capabilities than we ever had in the past, from weapon systems, platforms, and technology, to it would be lighter and faster and more lethal.
As Marines, we do not decide when the next fight will come, but we do decide who wins.
The Marines who came before have paved the way. They prevailed against all odds, in the face of unimaginable hardship, and yet they kept their humanity. They kept their honor clean.
The character of war will change. The battlefield will evolve, and the equipment will modernize. But the ethos of our Corps stands firm. We do not simply say that we're just a family. We work hard every day to prove it.
For our adversaries, I would say if you see that US Navy or you see that artifact, I would say you better stand by. Because if you don't get these Marines working every single day, the better their craft and skills, you guys better stay covered. So these Marines are to stop from mission accomplished and you're destroyed.
It's funny when you're a men's court and we got combat action. Maybe invasion. When you play the bishop, I see service, and they look at you like, what are you doing? I just don't make any protest.
We are people who are dedicated to the service of others. If there's somebody that's in trouble, a Marine is not going to walk away. they're going to do whatever is necessary. It's to the point of giving their life.
Admiral Chester Nimitz said about Iwo Jima, uncommon valor was a common virtue. The stories I hear that reunions should be on Silver Star citations.
The Marine Corps history is very important, and I'm glad that it's still being told. I'm glad that my fellow Marines that didn't come back are being abused because the squad killed this thing. Marines are tough.
I would say stand in front of the stage and put a 2-minute finger up.
I think there's something about a young man or young woman who comes into the Marine Corps that they perhaps the war with and didn't even know.
You can do it. You can do it all. You are capable of more than you think. And there are so many people in the Marine Corps who want to emulate that. You're now fighting for your brothers and sisters.
What's coming then, and from what I can tell, what's coming now is the camaraderie and how we rush like that culture there, the one that people down on the side.
There's no better thing than camaraderie and talking through sharing certain pieces with individuals because it creates a bond that is forever.
How many times? What's the time?
On the strength of our faith. And your actions determine the fate of millions of future warriors and their ability to stand on your shoulders. I know we should. As we come together and celebrate our 248th birthday, I encourage every family to reflect on our history. And think about the moment and you ask yourself, do I have what it takes? And you are on the journey that you have dared to complete. Take pride in what you represent. You are the pinnacle of professional warriors and the model for others to follow. Sergeant Major Luis and I are proud to stand among you and we'll be with you every step of the way. Happy birthday, Marines, and Semper Fidelis.
Marines do die. And we require who we choose to live.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And happy birthday to the U.S. Marine Corps. And I have to say, listen, you all do the best job out there. And from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to thank all of the U.S. Marine Corps veterans and those still actively serving, and especially the spouses to our devil dogs. Thank you for everything that you do. Listen, starting from the bottom now, here. All right, I was here last year at the MIC. We are live here at the Military Influencer Conference. As you can tell, I mean, it says it right now. It says it right now. But we were live here last year. My show, the Final Life Show, Greg Williams, representing U-Base 5 Military Fraternity Incorporated. And I was just on my camera phone. I just want to give a shout out to my fellow special double dogs, Andrew Appleton and Rico Player from the Himalayas. Because they gave your boy a little bit of stage, but I want to put a little bit of information out for y'all. So I got to introduce you to the U.S. Navy veteran, Todd Cochran, CEO of Blueberry Podcast, and also, I have to say, the overseer. I shouldn't say overseer, but I'm just saying he puts together the process for the People's Choice Podcast Awards. Where you at, Todd? I mean, you rolling up your sleeves like you about to go to work on it, brother. You're about to do some work.
We're gonna put some information down, absolutely.
Okay, well we're gonna drop it like it's hot. All right, so Todd, let's go into a little bit about your military history and how you transitioned from the U.S. Navy to starting arguably one of the most important podcast award shows in the nation.
Yeah, so I joined the Navy just, like a lot of other folks do. I enlisted and went to boot camp in 1983, so that's dated me a little bit. I was in aviation electronics, went through all the normal schools everyone did, and then when I was captain orders, they basically said, hey, you wanna be air crew? So I got and went, did the air crew thing. And I went to an additional school, and I ended up in P3s in Guam in my very first outfit in police squad 1 and 1. Electronic warfare operator, and that really kind of kicked it off. And, did multiple tours all over, basically between Guam, PAX, South California, and spent a long time in Hawaii at the end with special projects, B-2, and retired in 2007. So it's been a minute since I've retired, but what happened was I got hurt, nothing combat wise, just a stupid full accident, grounded me. And Uncle Sugar, when you're broke, Uncle Sugar's looking at you, right? And what are you gonna do for me because you can't fly anymore? And I ended up spending time doing contracting support out in Waco, Texas, where I heard about this thing called podcasting in 2004. And having kids with as many sailors there, I decided to do a podcast. And so I really did the podcast for the last 40 years. I really started the company when I was still active. And it was pretty crazy. So, like a lot of military guys, when I retired in 2007, I came back a few months later, I sat right back down in the same seat I occupied as active duty and was working at Maytag and being a tech rep, right? The same systems. I did that for 10 years, actually 12, because 2 of those were contractors. And in 2019, I technically went full time with the company, but the whole time I was building a company. I was literally almost the last person in my favorite. It's been crazy, but we basically had to get up at
The launch cart's a competitor to Shopify. Launch cart's a competitor to Shopify. Okay, reach out to me on the Icon one. I can get you a free lifetime to launch cart.
Okay. It really got to a point.
How about reach out to you? Yeah, they're offering me to give away some free to military veterans. Okay.
So, 2018 resigned.
That's me on the card.
Okay, perfect. In my business, and it's been
Hey, you too.
So I have to say that one of the things I love about what you do is not only have you been in the podcasting game since forever, almost it seems like.
19 years.
Yeah, I mean, you are into the podcasting data and analytics portion, and it seems like you more enough so have the street cred, and you can speak to the evolution of today's modern podcasters, today's modern influencer. So if you could give me 3 things that have evolved over time for influencers, and the changes you've seen, and just how has it impacted our industry, just briefly share that with us.
Well, the thing about influences is how many do you want to influence? And often get the question from people, well, I'm not influencing very many people, but if you're doing a podcast, you're having a significant influence, regardless if you're trying to influence them on what you have to say, influence them from a sponsor. So from an influence standpoint, I really think that podcasting is this unique, I don't know if I can give you 3 exact things, but it's this unique medium where really people you're in their head because they're listening to headphones, they can't usually work at the same time they're listening to a podcast, paying attention or active listening. So you really have the ability to truly engage with an audience. And it's not YouTube, TikTok, we all go through TikTok, we all on YouTube. I think the podcasting medium such that you really have a different audience and engagement on the way they listen. So you have the ability to be a super influencer. And that's why, why product placement, why advertising deals, and stuff like that, really, really well. Not only that, but that's where the audience as well. So, I guess, right about me, that's my answer for you. I don't have 3 specific things.
That's fine.
Hi. How are you?
So the People's Choice Podcast, I'll say it right now, the finalized show, we got 2 nominations.
Icon or parade deck?
I don't know about y'all.
Icon or parade deck?
Icon.
Okay, that'd be me.
What is the process and what does it do for everyday podcasters?
I can come back here in the middle.
Give me 3 minutes. I just sent my guy to go grab some lunch.
Yeah,
to
you know
go
what?
grab
Take
some
your time.
sandwiches.
I need to go chat with someone else, so I'll stop by. You're not leaving soon, are you?
No, we're here. We're stuck here.
I'm gaining value by having a show, having a sponsor, growing a business. Let me just get back. So I
Ride over. I'm like, oh my gosh,
this
please.
is our 18th
Okay, I'm about to put the 10-minute mark up.
Yeah.
Go ahead and put it up.
The pure purpose of it was to allow the listeners to not only nominate, but also to vote on the final slate. So this year, we had, I believe it was 8.7 million people that came in.
Say that number again, Todd.
We had 8.7 million listeners came in and voted on 30 different categories. And ultimately, from those 30 categories, we ended up having 10 nominees each. So just making the slate, making the final 10 is as big of an award as winning the award. So then the second round of voting is done by, I think we had 22,000 listeners, about 500 podcasters came in and did the final round voting. And it's weighted so that not one show, because we have all voting records, so it's weighted in such a way that no one show has the advantage going into the final voting ranking, because we don't pick 800 that voted for a show in a category. It doesn't work that way. So ultimately, in the end, we end up with 30 shows that are honored by being the winner in their specific category, the top category, the People's Choice Podcast Award category, which everyone is entered into automatically. So again, it's just a way to, and again, I don't vote, my team doesn't vote. This is all done by listeners. It's not like there is a waiting of someone being able to step on the scale because listeners. So it's like the People's Choice process has worked out. It's been refined over the years. We've had some hiccups just like any other awards process. But yeah, we'll this trophy orders going in a couple of days, and probably around January 15th or so, you'll have that trophy in your hand.
So I have to say, Todd, for me to be a military influencer, for me to be a podcaster, I will say, I will attribute it, I'll endorse it. My listenership went up by 30%. Those are listeners that never heard the Final Light Show. Really, how does this help? How does this award show help influencers increase their bandwidth and their listenership organically?
Well, if you think about the awards itself, you're on the site now through basically July. So the site is a tremendous amount of traffic every day.
Yeah, we're switching here. You're not seeing it all there.
And Google or Bing or whatever they do and say, hey, what is the top sports show? What is the top business show? And, or not, they land on their website and Google rankings. And people say, okay, there's 10 business shows, let me go on this. Not all of them going to stay, but again, making the
Actually, just leave it on the speaker, so whoever's speaking can switch to that. You can do one, so we'll try. I don't know if I can, or I can get more than one.
So can you speak to, tell me for all the influencers, all the podcasters out there, all the showrunners, all the producers, like really what, and this goes to the data, the stats that you push out, because you get these master classes on LinkedIn, what can they do to enhance their brand? What can they do to enhance their content? Or what are some of the trends that people are just overlooking as content creators?
Yeah, I'm pretty old school when it comes to building a brand. I truly, absolutely, unequivocally, I can't say this a million times. They have to have their own moon-based output. They have to have their own headquarters. They have to have a place where, even though your content might be hitting on YouTube, might be hitting on Instagram, wherever it may be, you need to have a place to call home. Because at some point, if you monetize, there's all kinds of things that happen. If you're trying knows that year.com is where they can find you, thanks for citing, or merch, mailing list, everything that goes along with it. You gotta have .com. Not only that, that is, you are the genesis point for all, your site is the genesis point for all of your content. And what that really does is Google looks at that, the authority, the ranking, and from there, they can go listen, watch, either wherever you are socially.
Gonna put the 5-minute mark up.
We don't care where that happens, right? What they catch is they catch. But the main thing is have some place that you can call your own. Don't build your castle. And to have a ballroom, have a place. And really then, rinse, wash, repeat. It's consistency. You gotta be in there creating content on a schedule, try to be feeding the algorithm, if it's on YouTube or podcast or what it is. But at a minimum, if you're doing long-form content, you have to put in most people's ears or eyes once a week. It's minimum. Otherwise, what happens is if Todd doesn't do a show on Thursday, they have nothing to listen to on Friday. They're gonna replace me. So
Wait, say that again. You can get replaced. Huh?
Yeah, my listeners will replace me because guess what? They build your fan base builds you into their lives. And it depends on the content and where you're producing. If your episode on YouTube drops on Tuesday, it can drop on Tuesday. If you're doing a podcast that's coming out on Wednesday afternoon at 4, it better drop it Wednesday at 4. And if you're going to miss an episode, you better tell them why. Because otherwise, they're gonna fill that void with something there. Because hey, Greg's not there. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna go just listen to something else. So I think the key is really you gotta be in there and create a content on a consistent basis. And it's not it's a grind, brother. It's a grind. It's like when we work 12-hour, 6-hour days. You know how we used to do that, right? And then you go black. So you gotta do that grind to build that audience. It's not easy. And
So real quick, Todd, you keep talking about audience. And I think some people are not looking at the macro environment as content creators. They're not really getting the right data or looking at the right analytics to target the right audience. What is just give me a tip. How do you target the right audience that is fitting the identity?
Well, it's simple. What is your goal with your content? Who are you trying to reach and help? You gotta build that. You're gonna know who your audience is, and then you gotta go where they are. You gotta go where they're hanging out and engaging with them. Don't say, I got this one for be a resource.
Are they, you said they're also here for 20 minutes for them? The next?
The goal is really what are you trying to do with this content? And once you answer that question, then create content for the audience and find that audience is possible.
Wow, that's So Todd, listen, how do people enter the podcast awards? What should they expect? I don't want to spoil it for them. You the man with the plan. How's it go down?
Yeah, in February we'll reopen up registration again. And we have to register to participate. That's how we pay the bills and pay for the films. We have a few sponsor spots as well, but it's not super personalized. So starting in February 1, we'll open up the registration. Then in July is when the big contest happens. Those spectacular and you can tell you're out to take over and work for. They give them away once. And they get to pick their favorite shows, prosperity categories. You can register more than one category if you want. But the main thing really is just persistent. There's lots of rewards out there, but be very careful on the ones that you register with. What is it? What are they doing? How are they thinking? Is it just friends that all of a sudden they have registration, but yet you'll never have a chance of making this link because there's some politics going on. I think for us, we've always said this is independent. I can't step on the scale. And we have independent auditing to prove that when it comes to that. But again, I think it's just about trying to get and again, it's like podcast for those.
Thank you so much, Todd. Listen, man, I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. What is one piece of advice that you received in your lifetime that you put into action today?
It's very simple. Find the smartest person in the room, smartest person in your business, smartest person in the category of content you're creating, and get your training for them. And learn and suck up that knowledge. Because guaranteed there's always somebody in the room that's smarter than you that you can learn something from. And if you have a message to say, you'll start practicing what the heck you're doing.
Thank you so much, Todd. Listen, I'm doing this strategically because Todd, this is Parade Deck, Parade Deck TV, ParadeDeck.com, where all the military influencers live, reside, push our content. I'm just saying, next year's podcast awards, there's gonna be a whole slew of military influencers. But thank you so much, Todd, and thank you so much for joining us on Parade Deck. And this is your boy Greg Hush Williams. We've got more going here at the Military Influencer Conference. Live from Las Vegas.
My name is Sandy Williams. Our mission is to boost electrifying and draw veterans out of isolation and into community.
I am trying having witnessed the challenges and hardships that all veterans in this space, we are profoundly aware of the urgency of this mission.
Our goal is to not only bring veterans together, but to keep them. Because we know the power of model. We know as we draw these veterans into our community, we can improve mental health, we can prevent themselves.
6, 5, 4.
A self-defense unit offering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact on your psyche. This is precisely why our esteemed partner, the United States Concealed Carry Association, stands out as the fastest growing self-defense group in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Tiffany Horner, Chief Operating Officer here at the Parade Deck, and I'm here with two of my fellow military brethren. Oh, did I say that right? Brethren? Yeah, awesome. We have Jack Firework. See, I love him so much. What is his last name? I just, thank you, sir. Thank you. First form athlete, and then of course we have Angelo, who everyone loves and knows. Yes, and we're here to talk. I think that Jeff has an amazing story that I think so many people need to hear. And I wanted Angelo to be here with us because talk about a connector with love, that is Mr. Martinez, my brother. He's great. So, Angelo, how did you two meet?
Yeah, I believe it was the Cornwall Beach hike.
I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Okay. We started talking. I was behind Jeff, but I was hearing him share his story of hope and perseverance. And I was like, I have to because what he's sharing with all these veterans is truly. What's up, man? Every stop, he's doing something like 200 push-ups, 300 squats, or something else. Every single stop.
Was that last year? I was at that hike last year.
No, it was the year before. Right. There is history.
That's all she
wrote.
Yeah, well, one of my dear friends was with me, she had to leave late last night, and she said something that, you know, really embodied the Military Influencer Conference, and why behind us being here is to remind all of us that we have a tribe, but she said, thank you for choosing life.
That's fine. I think, community is a huge thing with, we miss the boat. That's like, it's the ultimate biohack to life. Like, community has been around.
Once we get into the
No, like, the beginning, right? Like, you think back to, as far as you can go back in history and in communities, right? They're close. And it's the community we're having. And what I mean by that is like people that are not gonna let you fall whenever you fall, right? Like we're gonna pick you up when you fall. They're not gonna let you, they're gonna hold you to accountability, they're gonna bring you and push you to the next level where we're gonna step up and walk and rise up like the kings and queens of the world. You know, that we're destined to be. And Angelo has been that for me too, you know, and I appreciate you whenever I was going through this hard time. I don't often reach out to people for help or like support or things like that very often. And I sent Angelo a text, and within like 5 minutes, he was like, jumped on a video call, and I was like struggling, and I had been drinking, and I was just in a really rough spot. That should be a 3-month run where I was doing 32.1 miles a day for 85 days. And, you know, people had said, there were people out there, like my whole team had quit on me. And my fiance here, Trina, she quit her job and came out to support me. Again, it's like, when you become the average of your 5 closest friends in all reality, you know? And if you have to have people around you that are gonna lift you up and push you forward, and everybody that's in my circle does that. You know, or yeah.
It's hard. Let me serve and.
So, hey, you can stop right now.
Angelo has been a beacon of light for so many of us.
If it wasn't for Angelo, I wouldn't be right here sharing my story here. What he did was he stepped up, he gave me a different perspective, and he gave me a purpose to be able to show up here to this event. He introduced me to Andrew, he introduced me to Tiffany. He gave me an opportunity to be here and be able to sit on this stage with y'all, because without y'all, I wouldn't be here. Right? And I'm so grateful for you, man. Like, you, not just me, it's so many other people, and you need to be recognized, and we need to tell people and show people how we feel about them, because, like, you know, tomorrow's not promised. And I just want to tell you, you know, I love you, I appreciate you, and I'm grateful for you.
You're so sweet. We all have to know this, right? That we're going to fail at times, but we have to understand the circumstances. We can't allow our failures to dictate our future. If we allow that to dictate our future, we're never going to grow beyond where we're at. And you have to understand that we ran 3,000 miles.
Yeah, can we talk about that? Can we just, all right, first of all.
You ran 3,000 miles in 88 days. I want to say half of that was on less than 3 hours of sleep because your team gave up. So after this, we hope that you actually do something that world record attempt, because you have that's a platform, that's a trajectory. Like you made it, you stopped, you had to. You didn't quit on your own, you medically had to stop. You still broke a world record. And the next time you go to do this again, no, oh, I broke a world record. What's next? What can I do now? Oh, I can go beyond 88 days with a better team, with a better foundation, and with better people around me supporting me, with a better headset.
I appreciate you saying that, man. I want to say, you know, along that journey too, there were several, not, I want to say several, but like, you know, with First Form stood up and backed me monetarily. We had a lot of support with y'all. MD Turbines is another company that like stood up. Transient Foundation, they helped me get my blood work done, optimize my hormones and mental health, and address like the deficiencies that I had inside my body and stuff like that to help me to operate optimally. But at the time, when the protocol came through, and this is another reason that I felt like such a failure was like I wasn't able to give the value that, like, when I say that I'm going to provide value to somebody, I'm ready to die for you. Like, I embody the payroll that contract that I signed for the military, right? Like, and the goal was 201 days. And so whenever I went down on day 85, mind you, the male world record for consecutive days doing an ultra marathon distance was 21 days. And I surpassed that 3 times. And I still felt like a failure because I hold myself to that standard of my word has to mean something. And when I say something, I'm going to do it. I will come back stronger. I will come back better. And I will destroy what I previously did. I will obliterate it. You know, because like I have that mindset, I have that mentality. I want to give hope to people. And it's not just about that record, but like there's so many times like veterans come back broken. We have issues, like I have amputated muscles out of my leg, I have a paralyzed left foot. So all this is left leg damage. I have a lot in my left leg. I have amputated muscles out of my left leg. I have paralysis in my left foot. And I did more than what 99.9% of able-bodied humans would do on 2 good legs. But I still felt, you know, like I still hold myself to that accountability of like, with failure and stuff like that. It's like zero compromise. You know?
Yeah, but hold on, because all right, you gotta tell, because not everyone knows the backstory that some of us do know. So what branch, right? And then your VA over and over and over, and then when you chose, like.
So 12 years in the Army, I was infantry and combat engineer. I had an 18-month deployment to Iraq, 12 months in-country boots on ground. I was National Guard, so 6 months of that was dedicated to whether it be train up, mobilization, and then depot. While I was deployed, I did EOD escort as a vehicle runner, and then I also did route clearance missions. And then upon returning home, that's whenever addiction kicked in into full effect, and then like the real battle started. I immediately started getting in trouble. I dealt with 13 years of addiction, and not just alcohol. It was meth, it was coke. I was shooting up. I couldn't go to family functions because like I couldn't wear shorts and shirts because I was shooting up so much. I mean, you just look down at my arms and you literally see pinholes all over my arms from the amount of times that I would shoot up. And my life, that's not what my life was meant for. You know, during the course of 13 years of addiction, I had 2 intentional overdoses where I swallowed 100 Valium. I flatlined or whatever, brought back. I still wasn't grateful for life. That's how bad my life sucked. That's how like dead I was inside. That's how little purpose I had for life. And then, you know, I gave my life to God. And I gave my life to God. You know, Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, has given me purpose and The last time that I was incarcerated wasn't for a long time. I did 5.5 years as a fugitive. 2 of those years I did with no electricity. I was on the run. And the last time that I was incarcerated, that was the freest that I'd ever been. I started to read books. I never felt like I was behind the walls. I always felt like my mind was outside. And it was the first time I started to understand what visualization, creating a vision was. It was the first time that
Sorry, I'm with Parade Debt. I'm not sure.
You know, you can still get drugs inside of prison, jail, and stuff like that. And I was like, man, look, if you invest into this, if you invest into those extracurricular activities, we're not cool.
6.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
once I was released, again, the real battle started again. I relapsed, and I relapsed, and I relapsed. Success, recovery, it's not a straight trajectory up. You have your valleys, you have your mountains, you have like the highs, the lows, and everything in between, and the struggles. And it's important to share those things because it's important for me to share those things authentically and transparently because a lot of people think that they can't. And I want to give people power back in their life and show them that, like, your power and your strength isn't when you're thriving. Your power and your strength is whenever you're at your lowest. Because that's whenever it takes the most mental fortitude, intestinal fortitude, whatever you want to call it, to get out of those dark areas and not give in to the war within, right? Like to be able to continue to take one step at a time. And that's one of, my major focuses to tell people and to show it doesn't matter how big of a step you take, as long as you take that step forward. It doesn't matter if you get knocked back two steps backwards. Continue to push the fight. Continue to bring the fight for your life. And find a community. A community is where you find your purpose. We were put here to serve. That's what we put the uniform on for, to serve our country, to give our life for our country. So why would you not want to do that here? Why would you not want to continue to, that's where I felt my fullest. Like, when I came off that run, I felt empty, because I felt like I failed everyone. And it's still a struggle, because even though that people tell me, like, you didn't fail, in my mind, it doesn't register that way. But without community, you can't realize you'll stay stuck in that negative mindset and that vicious cycle, right?
I want to thank you for sharing everything with us, because there's someone, whether they're here or they're watching, that has been through something like what you've been through, or knows a fellow veteran or active duty member that is going through it right now. So by you sharing, you're providing a space for others to share their story too, right?
Absolutely. You have to know too, right, that you running 3,000 miles has and will inspire other men and women to get up and make a change. Right? If people don't know what Jeff did, there's no insight. So you can't keep that story hidden. You have to tell everyone what you did. Missing parts of your life with the raw with the entire team.
I just put up the 2-minute warning. Put it
And
back
you
down.
still ran 3,000 miles at 8 days. Because there's gold. There's gold. There's treasure there for people to get up and make the change, just like you did. So take that story and run and tell people, this is what happened. I hope it inspires you.
Because the next time I do this, I'm going to break this record. I'm gonna see all 201 days of running through.
That's what I tell other nonprofits, you know, it's like, so many of my friends, close friends that run nonprofits are like, oh my gosh, this is happening, that is happening. And I tell them, you can't have a testimony without the test. TV says that, and I love that. So, and know this, next time when you run those 201 days, you got us. So I may not be running with you, but I'll be my wrangler.
I just want to, if like, when I'm passing through areas, I want to connect with them. I want to connect with people. I want people to come and share their story with me. I want people to I want people to share their power with me. I want people to come out and like, that's my thing. Like, I'm not perfect. I'm not rehearsed. I'm not this great speaker. I'm not just like, I don't rehearse anything. Typically, a lot of the time, like if somebody asks me to do something, I'll write down what I want to say and then throw it away. So that's just let God talk to me through me.
Well, I want to thank you two so much. And stay tuned. I'm going to put Jeff on the parade deck a lot because I love him so much and I think his story really resonates with a lot of us. So, paradedeck.com. Jeff, where can they find you outside of the paradedeck.com?
I'm on Instagram. It's just my name at Jeff Squire. My website at IamTango1.com. It's got some updates.
Yeah, we're gonna get right. Anyway, he'll be on the parade deck. Yes, and Angela was there from Talia, but I guess that's it. They're cutting me off. If you're off the stage, I don't want tomatoes currently, so. All right, guys, thank you so much. Stay tuned for what's next.
All right, no quit. Let's go.
Oh, baby!
That was wrong. 30 seconds.
It looks fun.
This is on the side stage.
I feel like I have to like.
All right, we're going to be doing 2 of these.
Come in there, our charging, great. Put the sandwich down, go to your station. I'm like, what? Anyway,
That's what we do.
so, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Greg Williams, and once again, we're about to fill this room up with this energy, and we're about to take this thing to another level. I'm here with Amber now. Listen, Amber, she go up and down here. You're an Air Force veteran. We'll talk about just traveling and just living your best life. Disability, no disability, it doesn't matter. It's about living your best life. But we're here live at the Military Influence Conference, live out of Las Vegas. And Amber, I want to ask you, before we get into your business, let's get into the business that you've been getting into here at the MIC. What has been going on? What has been the feedback? What have you been sharing with others here at the MIC?
Oh, it's been such a great event to start, right? I mean, I got to engage with my brother for the Excellence podcast, right? We enjoyed some spouses, really creative things from my male spouse, right? Learn about the HCP mentorship, really excited, and hugging people in person.
Now, if you are not here at the Military Influencer Conference, let them know, like, you might have bad LinkedIn friends, but you want them here. You're gonna meet them here. And talk about basically what is the importance of human connection.
Oh, yes. You know, we spend time with friends across the country, but you know what? You have that in-person conversations, to be vulnerable, to have fun, to laugh. There were such a solid connection that goes way back to online travel. And it does it.
So Amber, you just got them. Tell everybody what do you do and how did you partner with Ariel? I would just be quiet. Go ahead, Amber. Because everybody gonna be like, oh, you do Ariel Reese? No, we don't. She gave me coffee. But anyway, you gonna talk? Just get into it.
So everybody knows I love coffee, right? And like many military members, I need some good coffee. And then of course, we have good coffee. But Amber's adventures, all my travels across the U.S., and something great. So I was looking at the partner with Mike Lemmer, who's an Army veteran himself, is all about community and supporting our great veterans and their spouses. So I brought some 100 samples here to share and out with our other great communities.
Can you talk about Amber's adventures? Because I'm gonna tell you something right now. There are a lot of travel agencies that are out there, and they want to cater to the veterans. Sometimes they're operated by veterans and veterans. I'm gonna tell you right now, we come in all shapes, different sizes, ethnicities. What is so unique about Amber's adventures?
I think the big thing is everybody started to see connect and travel like before this even was my thing. Right? I had people come tell me this, like you need to bring it. So Amber's adventure is talking about veterans disability travel. You hear about veteran disability, you might hear travel, but you don't hear about it better. We spent so many times overseas, there's places they don't go later. When we get out, we started blessing those people, great disabilities, especially when we it's very tiring. So I want to highlight those things that we can adapt. We know how to adapt doesn't know what we need. We know how to travel. So many people have we can actually pour some more time on the southwestern border to mitigate some of that anxiety.
What are the top 3 things that are most overlooked when traveling, and especially for veterans who might have a disability that the family does not take into account? We drop essentials right now.
Right. I think number 1 is knowing that you can ask and talk with the airline about your disability. It could be a quick conversation at the ticket counter or ask them to have a job or just like disability. Let them know that. I think number 2, the hotel accommodation. Talking with them. I'm a little bit on the short side. Maybe we call it sport mode. But I can't get out of it. So if you want me to be standing on a chair, yes, I'm that short. So knowing if I need a disability room that has a productive shower, or if I need to sit, really good. There's a thing, so things like that will keep it. So you just look on the security people at my side. So for somebody who has been the same, right, one right here, they may not know it.
She's on the stage.
So right after this.
From my understanding, there should be one more ad hoc. Wireless.
Who's going to be hosting this one on stage?
It's going to be Austin and Rush.
Let's prefer the wire.
I'm gonna tell you right now, this ain't no royal there. You about to travel in style with some knowledge in your head. Where can everybody find Amber's adventures?
The best way.
Well, I just said it. Google it. Bing Yahoo!
The best way, Amber Collector, I'm on LinkedIn, and from there we can connect. My link tree, right, talking about our coffee, right? We're checking out my girl, Shaquita Rue, right? She does all my
This is hey!
I have to stay hydrated at this conference. We got places for people to see. So, supporting other veterans, Army owned, Shaquita Rue creates, right? Veterans help the veterans, and our mental health community.
I'm gonna give this to you because this is like a whole entire bicep workout right there. Thank you so much, Amber. I'll let it play if you see him in the streets. Now listen, I'm teach you out and watch how you sure. Why don't do this whole like wrestling tagging? Like this was a wrestling match. Listen, Steven, come on in closer. I'm not scary. You see much bigger. Nah, LinkedIn friends. You don't look like this in your LinkedIn profile. No. All right, I love the beard. I'm trying to get like you. Anyway, Stephen, tell everybody about Trident Adventures. We're on this adventure. And I'm all about selling.
We do all the stuff in the water, so that's helpful. Food items, spearfishing, everything that's what we're doing. Plus, we have a helicopter.
Wait, you got a helicopter?
Yeah.
So I can do my John Wick stuff on the helicopter? I don't know. I mean, what's up? Whoa!
But for real, get you in. So we jump out of helicopters, and it doesn't really matter.
No, you didn't.
So we got 3 girls that jump, and once you're in the water, so we also compare. Everything. We have this whole thing where you put games and governments on emotional rate bottom.
Whoa. No, but when we shoot and all right. I'm so dang it. Keep on with Steven. Stop looking at me. How'd you come up with this idea? I mean, anyway, passion project. Best friends telling you you should do this.
I was a bit bored. Started thinking and looking up and seeing does. And I've been doing it about 5 years now.
So I have to ask you, what have been some of the, because people must go through, Trident Adventures, and there have to be some testimonies, there has to be somewhat therapeutic. What have been some of the benefits for people that actually utilize the services and travel accommodations?
So, I mean, if you've ever been scuba diving before, it's pretty awesome. Because you go in the water, it's just a good environment. Now, when you take becomes super peaceful environment, you can go as crazy as you want, the gym outside, you go, outside, so you see a dive, you see this. So you do anything you don't have to be certified or anything, you'll never even touch the water, you get a certification. But what's really neat is you actually stop torturing people from the suicide. So we partner a lot with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Steve Foundation, people at ALS, people are going to see the best way to life and surrounding people that actually care about them and let them give them a great experience. So it's pretty awesome.
So I have to ask, where can people, Google Bing, Yahoo, Trident Adventures, but what's the website, brother? I gotta let you.
TridentAdventures.com. We're also on Instagram, Trident Adventures, and all the other social media stuff. I'm sure one more thing. So for veterans, this is a veteran veteran.
Let me hold that. That cool stuff.
So this is pretty awesome. So this is brand new. If you show up active duty military dependents or veterans, people that have access to their GI Bill or post on their GI Bill, they can come to us and they can use their GI Bill to get their all the 5 certifications and helicopter taskmaster certification.
I'm taking out my CAT card and my Chase credit card. We're going to do this right now. But listen.
Paid for it. That's why you're going through $300 a month.
Gotta love it. Listen, Trident Adventures, thank you so much, Steve. We have more programming on the parade deck here live at the Military Influencer Conference out of Las Vegas. Keep it live.
In just a few moments, as this message reaches your ears, consider the provided your segments. This is precisely why our esteemed partner, the United States Concealed Carry Association,
40 seconds.
is the fastest growing self-defense group. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance. Join the communities and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
How you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm incredible. We're at Military Ambulance Conference 2023. I believe we have some virtual hosts joining us as well. Riley, there she is.
Oh, there she is.
How are you, Riley? You're live from Lake Placid, right?
I am, yep, I'm at the Olympic Training Center here at Lake Placid, a lot colder, we have a snowy day here, but excited to talk to you guys.
Nice, likewise. Chef, you came in from?
I came in from the sky.
From the sky, okay.
Literally, I've been,
Are we doing 20 minutes?
I was in Korea and Thailand and Russia and New York, and I just got here. So, yeah.
So, in my eyes, I traveled a good bit. I stand no chance of being this guy. I texted people like, oh, sorry, dude, I was just listening to you at the same time.
That is true.
Like, what the
My
hell?
left and my right.
Exactly. Yeah.
2 time zones.
I'm looking at the camera. You're really outthinking me here. You're thinking really bad. Can you just step to the side? We'll just go to audio. So I believe we are going to be making up a topic today. We're not making it up. Just kind of doing our own thing.
Who we are, doing our own thing, we're not making topics, they're always gonna be with us in the military community, it's about mental wellness, that's stability, that's that transition and care, what we always do in our social media and typical real life.
Yeah, and I think
Let's say if we go 20 minutes and give them until 2:30, 2:28.
What do you want to call them? They have an aspect of promoting positive mental health on their social media, and especially transitioning out. It's a tough one. I transitioned out in 2020.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was very tough. When did you transition out?
I haven't.
Oh, you?
No, I transitioned out, but the kind of things I can do now, I ever be the military my whole entire career. I think I transitioned out in 2017.
Riley, you're still in the Marine, by the way. Happy birthday.
Thank you, I'm waiting for that. Yes, but I'm still active duty, I'm just 5 years in, so I plan to make this a much longer career, but I've seen and have worked and mentored Marines through getting out, so really imagine what you guys have been through, what it means, what you guys have through for a military community.
Riley, you just picked up captain, correct?
In September, yeah.
Okay. Very good. Congrats, by the way.
Congratulations.
I think when I first started on social media, I don't think I know. It was in 2018. I had no goal to be like, this is going to be my time. I had no plan to be like, I want to make much money and just do this like full time. What got me started was I previously loved creating videos. And I never had the initiative to share them with mass amounts of people. I would just make a video and show it to my mom, show it to my grandma, and they'd be like, oh, cool. And everybody started telling me, hey, post these on YouTube, post these on YouTube. This was, again, 2018. So I did. And the thing that kept me going was hearing other stories from sailors and soldiers and Marines. They're like, oh, I've been here, I've been in Bahrain, I've been on the ship, I was on the same point of view, and just hearing very similar stories of people that related to my story. And I know you've gotten that as well, especially getting thousands of comments and messages and just letters of inspiration saying, hey, Chef, you've inspired me in some way. And I know it's a good feeling, right?
That's great, man. I remember your content when I first met you, and it is extremely relatable. So if you don't know all these content, you should check it out. It makes me have flashbacks, and also in a quick way. Like a lot of between Normandy, the Air Force, Marine, Coast Guard, Space Force, the services and all the things that you do. You're very competitive, fun way, like the Army Navy or like the Air Force, where we have that niche of like poking at each other, but we know that we're going together. We'll take care of each other together.
Yeah, and just that rivalry, we always say, like Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, whatever, which is like the premise of my content. I love seeing the battle, but at the end of the day, I just love being with people, with people that are like-minded, people that Marine Corps, Army, military in general. And speaking about sports, Riley, I don't think that we mentioned for those folks here that are watching online, they don't know, some of them may not know that you are a Team USA bobsledder.
Yes, so in addition to being active in ring, I'm also a member of the USA Bobsled as a pilot. So that's what I'm doing here in Lake Placid, New York. I'm actually on the first race with next week, which is really exciting. I've been working to become the first runner in the Olympics. So we'll see how that goes. But just acting everybody does talk about social media is such an awesome platform, and it's been such a blessing to link up with all different people from all different branches and supporting the military as we get our efforts. We try to do multiple things in service, better ourselves as people and constantly better ourselves as practical athletes and as educators as well. So it's really awesome. I love what all of us are able to do and kind of do it in our own different kind of niche ways. It's super awesome.
It's amazing.
So I want to ask, Riley, I'll ask you first. Why, because you create media to share online as well. And it's pretty much always included your captions, your posts, your videos, everything, that aspect of positive mental health. Can you explain why that's important, especially to primarily a veteran audience or military audience?
Absolutely. I think our job as warfighters is a difficult one. I think there's very dark times that we all experience at some point. We're in a profession with death, hardship, and what brings us all together is we're uncommon folks trying to pursue a common goal of serving and being servant leaders and protecting our country. And so I think it's so important to highlight the positives that the military brings to people, especially sometimes now it seems to be in the news, it's always something negative, and the awesome things that our military service members are doing and what it really means to be a part of this community. I think being active duty reservist or even a veteran, you meet your brothers and sisters, your best friends, and sometimes the best friends of your life in service. And so it's important to highlight those because I think sometimes it's very easy to shine a light on the negative things that we experience in service. And so I just want to get an accurate representation of how awesome life is and how much I love my job. And I think being a Marine is the best thing in the whole entire world.
Yeah, 100%. I completely agree with you. And you mentioned the good and the bad. When I was transitioning out, I didn't expect this. And I don't think a lot of service members expect the transition to be tough. But I created a video talking and sharing about some of the struggles that I was having after the military, such as, you're in the military, you feel like you're going like 200 miles an hour, you're showing 06 for muster, training Tuesday, PTs, everything. And then when you get out, you somewhat lose that feeling of being on the team and the feeling of just belonging. And that happened to me as well. Did that, Chef, I'll ask you, is that something that you experienced when you got out, back to duty?
No, absolutely. I mean, it's like, it's a click. It just happens. You don't know it's going to happen like that. You don't even know it's going to be that powerful. You're like, a lot of times when you're at service, like, I'm so ready to get out, transitioning out, and all of a sudden when you get out, it's a shadow, it's darkness. It's like, what's next? What do I do? I don't feel worthy. I don't feel worthy. And it's crazy because now I go and I speak all over the world and
talk about their transitions and bridging those gaps and let people know, military service, that it's okay, but also as a conduit from the civilian side, the military side, those bridges and that working value of us and who we are, our service is not lost as we transition out. I see it, what I'm doing, there is another way.
Great response. Was it our first project together? You knew I was gonna bring this up.
You know what?
You're just waiting for it. So, Chef, in person, great guy. Online, great guy. Funny. So I said, a lot of my videos are, tend to be pretty humorous. I'm a goofy guy. I have to be serious a lot Monday through Friday. So when I'm having an off lot, I'm just a good goofball. We did a video together. And we did ballet.
Whoa, that's not true. That's not true. Whoa, stop.
Oh, should I not say that? I think the title was Veterans Try Ballet. And I had these tights on. I was looking really good. Might I add, Chef was looking even better. And we were having to do these flexible things, But to me, thinking of that, of course, the goofy video, we were laughing the entire time. I think I pulled my groin and my hamstring a few times. But me thinking about the people that would watch that video and get a laugh out of it, seeing two, veterans that they potentially relate to doing something silly and putting themselves out there like that. That was the reward for me. And just seeing so many comments like, oh, I'm in the Army, I was in the Army, I was with Chef Rush at this point, or I was in Bahrain with you at this point, just seeing this is just hilarious.
I guess my breath. It was hilarious, and it was fun. I'm not even gonna lie to you. And the thing about what he's saying is that for us as big guys going out there, looking at this content platform, and we've done so many things, but to be, I used to work vulnerable, and say, hey, make me poke fun of ourselves. I was in some tight tights. I looked so ridiculous. I looked ridiculous. I looked ridiculous. But it was fun. It was, before I say it's okay, it's not any egos, masculinity, it's just us having a great time. And it was an absolute, especially now, so it was amazing.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you really enjoyed it.
Well, I never do it again.
Oh, I was going to invite you for number 2 next week. No? Sorry, I got a call. I'll also see the 10-minute buzzer. Riley, I've been asking you to do a video for a while where I come and continue as a bobsledding, just because I think it would be funny. I'm not sure if there's a height limit for those bobsleds, but I'm like 6'3.5", 6'5" on Tinder, and I'm pretty tall. So, do you think I would fit in one of those bobsleds?
We have a male from Korea that's about 6'7" and he fits your body. So as long as you learn some flexibility from ballet and you can touch your toes, you'll fit just right in that sled. How good they are dynamics.
I'm not sure if I can touch my toes.
Well, I guess we'll take each other and compliment.
We can do a video together. Try to rush and I attempt a new crossing.
Oh, you know what is there a weight limit?
Not really.
No. How much weight?
About 226 pounds.
Is it on Tinder or real?
Oh, that's for real. On Tinder, I'm 235.
It's like I'm 285.
85. So 400 pounds today. 405 pounds today.
That's gonna be a dead box there.
We should create a Tinder account together.
We should. Then we'll be the ultimate person.
Yes. 400 pounds of pure beef.
I know that.
Riley's like, I'm pretending like this is funny, but it's not really entertaining.
No, but there's things I think I can do that for the weekend. It's not tight quarters for sure. We have big guys up here. 240 is the biggest that I know, so we might have to cut some weight, maybe cut off an arm or so. We will make it work.
It's an arm or two. Let's just say arm. You just say something else, bro. That's not an arm. That's 25 inches.
That's 90 pounds. That's an arm right there. Yeah, I mentioned being goofy about
Marines are brutal.
Yeah, they are. Just because it's your birthday, Riley, doesn't mean you can just, tongue talk or whatever. I came up here, I said, I'm going to be serious. And I'm just having a great time. That's what it's all about. When people laugh. We have a very special young lady just laughing her head off in the audience. It's making me feel good about myself. Making me feel funny. And jokes?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
That's it.
That was good. It worked. It worked.
I didn't get it work. It's crazy because, like I said, we see also the company is very humorous and other stuff and whatnot. And I switched up my content. I switched it up, and I guess about 5 months ago, I want to focus more on my things with mental health, my foundation, military, but one more kids. And I raised my content up, I guess in that 5 months, about 10 million more or so. And I was lucky to get a lot of kids on the platform, right? Because I made fun of myself. I laughed and did things that were something, but in between it, I put in nuggets of information for them. Bullying and mental health and doing things and so forth. Just to your parents, it was absolutely amazing that part. And I did a lot of stuff with kids for years later.
I've noticed with yours, you said 5 or 6 months ago, you're bringing the intensity, but you're upholding a very strong figure. There's no, you are putting those nuggets in there. I know probably everybody else has to, so good job. She's doing a good job. And you've also tapped into other networks who aren't military affiliated, chefs and people who cook online and things like that, and kind of collaborating. So I think it shines a positive light on the military, being able to bring in their audience, with your audience, and showing that there are positive figures in the military can be a great place. Well, Riley, thank you so much for tuning in with us today. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks all for having me.
I'm coming out to Lake Placid. We're going to be doing some bobsledding, okay?
See you next week.
Meet next week. Jeez. All right, I'll be sure to cut that way. Chef and I will be there.
Make sure you wear the tutu.
I can do that. I filmed an underwear commercial this morning.
Oh, wow.
Really? That's where I just came from.
On Tinder?
Tinder, yeah. I have to make the senior jokes now. Tinder is like a pretty raunchy place, I feel like, but that's the platform that jokes about.
It's not a giveaway.
Yeah, it's not like that. We won't mention that. Break that. Go Andrew is part of like, don't talk about that.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, we won't shine the light on that. Good. All right, Michael Splatman. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you guys. Yeah, thank y'all. See you, Riley.
See you
next week. I'll see you sometime.
I love helping veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about seeing the stuff in the rooms for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
There are a lot of things that we miss, birthdays, holidays, so sort of a regret for everything that we went through previously. We sort of all of those barriers, being able to remove that barrier and allowing
just
55 seconds.
As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why our esteemed partner, the United States Concealed Carry Association, stands out as the largest growing self-defense community. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. We are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary for safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
You have to know that SIGFIT is. All right, good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got 90 seconds. And go. So we are here with the CEO of SIGFIT. Hey, the Signals. Now listen, what's up with SIGFIT? You got 30 seconds to give that plug.
So my name is Megan Sickles.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, my name is Megan Sickles. I'm the owner of SIGFIT. I own a socks and streetwear company. I'm that girl when it comes to socks. So yes, that is exactly what I do.
Now, how you selling socks and street got your socks on you because you left it in your bag? She left it in her bag. Hey.
We always have socks on us.
Oh, what are those? Anyway,
Good to see you again.
See you as well.
How you been?
Not too shabby.
Yeah.
Are you busy?
Been busy. Yeah. Busy.
I appreciate
Oh,
you.
I've been down at the bunker.
Feeling really good, very confident.
Yeah.
I made a great network here, so I'm very excited.
Very, very well.
Well, listen, we have got some great content. I just had to give it up for CEO, U.S. Army veteran as well, and a finalist. And you gotta go get some of that SIGFIT, and it's gonna be in the parade deck shop. Oh, we got a shop, if you didn't know. Are we done? All right, then. Happy birthday, U.S. Marines. Happy birthday. All right, sir, am I dismissed? All right, y'all, keep it locked. Parade Deck, paradedeck.com, SIGFIT. Yo, y'all about to love this next video. Check it out.
Yeah, we slid down with the runs.
I love helping around here because I've been in the shoes. It really does like me.
Because you feel like you don't have enough.
Some of the stuff that we can do for
You know, there are a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays, so it's sort of a report for everything that you had to do previously.
Right. 45 seconds.
You make me look good up there. What? You're working on it.
Hi, I'm Jamie.
Jamie, nice to meet you. Austin.
Nice to meet you.
You work with this group?
No, I'm in Parade Deck.
Oh, okay, you're kind of just verifying, making sure everybody.
Yeah.
20 seconds. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to the Minnesota podcast by the Who You Know Network, and we are proud members of the Parade Deck, and we're here on the Parade Deck stage here at the Mitt. You're at the Mitt live.
Dude, we're in the Mitt. You want to delete you up, bro.
I am pumped. Not only are we at the Mitt, but we've got an awesome guest. This is going to be an amazing event. We've gone live.
It is. Speaking of our guests, here we go. CIB, John Ray Troxel, the founder and CEO of PME Hard Consulting, the author of Surrender to God, one of my former bosses, and a longtime friend. John, how are you?
I am awesome. It is such an honor to be here with you guys today and be a part of this event. and see all the great stuff that's going on here at the Vic.
It is wild.
Yeah.
It has been some days. So I want to get started because this is important, right? Our podcast is all about transition. It's all about what's out there for us and really what our stories are. So John, you were the SEAC, you were the third SEAC, senior enlisted advisor, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and you retired. Nearly, I don't know, 4 decades?
4 decades.
Nearly 4 decades. That's just a couple of days.
I hardly did 2 decades.
What was it like navigating your transition?
It was extremely difficult. You know, we have this phrase in the military that we use, and it is pretty effective in combat and things like that, called "I'll figure it out when I get there." You know, and so with transition, like a lot of people, I was that same guy. Hey, I'm the SEAC. I got to continue to focus on the joint force. I got to focus on getting the pulse of the force for the chairman and the Secretary of Defense and delivering the line to the troops all over the world in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, Libya, Yemen, all the dark spots that we had troops operating in. And I forgot to worry about myself.
Oh, come on.
Which is, you know, yeah. So I went finally, I was 90 days out from retiring after 38 years, and I went through a transition course. All of the other senior enlisted that were in that course with me had over 2 years left. I was under 90 days. And then I got back from that course, and I was already starting my VA process, and the worst thing that could happen to a guy in my job happened. I got a new chairman. General Joe Dunford retired, and General Mark Milley became the chairman. And Milley walked into my office and said, "Pack your stuff, we're going to the Middle East." And I said, "Chairman, I got the VA appointment and everything." You know what he told me? "Oh, you'll figure that out." All right, so.
We'll figure it out when we get there.
Yeah, so it was difficult. Thankfully, now, being the senior enlisted guy in the DOD, I have a staff that helped me out, okay? But no, 99.9% of the force doesn't get that. So it was difficult for me, but I got through it in the end. I got everything done. And as a matter of fact, I was a one-take jump at the Central Issue facility and turning in all of my kit. First time go, after 38 years worth of shit. And I'm talking about mess kits and pile packs and all this stuff that never existed anymore. And they want the stuff back, man.
So I gotta ask them, on that day, what was the bill owed by the CIF?
Zebra.
Come on.
Zebra.
Look at that.
As a matter of fact, they gave me a bunch of stuff back because they don't issue it anymore.
So we stopped using this stuff.
Yeah.
What jumped out at me though, your story there is the fact that we hear a lot about how
This is
people
going
get
on
stuck
till
with
3,
tax
right?
fees and things like that during their
Until 3.
transition. And essentially,
Yeah,
people do
so
the exact same thing.
3:30.
The new chief come and say, "Hey, no, we've got things to do."
It's 2:30.
And overcome at that point. That's amazing.
Dude, 10 days before I retired, I was in Afghanistan with General Milley and President Trump. And President Trump even looked at me and he said, "Did I hear you right? You're retiring in 10 days?" And I said, "Yes, Mr. President, I am." He says, "What the F are you doing over here?" And I said, "That's a good question, Mr. President. I don't know why I'm over here." And yes, because that selfless service thing, it's hard for us to let it go. And what I tell transition service members now is you got to rapidly transition that selfless service tenet that is inherent in military service to a marketable personal brand that will allow you to get after some opportunities in post-military life. That's the hardest thing we go in transition, is start thinking about ourselves when we've been thinking about others for decades.
Absolutely. I don't know if I'm more impressed with the fact that he made it to CIF or that Trump impersonation. That was impressive. That was impressive.
Was that pretty good?
That was
That's pretty good. Okay.
That was good. Yeah. So one thing that I talk about a lot with different transitions is the health matching close syndrome, right? So as we go, no matter where we go, whether it's 24 years or 38 years, we always know someone. We share a job. We've been in the same DFACs. We've been to the same places. And if nothing else in common with anybody, we wear matching clothes.
Yeah.
So we've always got common threads somewhere. When you step out of the uniform and you look left and right, and
Can you
realize
confirm the time?
that nobody matched
Yeah,
the
so
one known
the,
John A. Troxel anymore.
Austin's will start at 3:30. It goes to 4:15.
You represent, but you took to this idea.
9 right now.
9. You took the idea of
So
building a
once
personal
we
brand
cut to
to a
that
completely different level.
Absolutely.
right?
still have to
And you
keep
did
this
that
stuff
all
up
while
going for
writing,
public cameras
authoring,
and lights and stuff.
producing a book.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit about that journey.
Yeah, so, I tell everybody.
Yeah, my concern,
what
my
I tell
main
a
thing
bunch
is
of
just the
transition
time
service
thing
members,
to pull up.
especially senior officers and enlisted, is
Oh, okay.
do not be lost in your museum. When you retire, it's time to look forward. It's not time to look back, and don't be this sergeant major that's at the gas station and Joe doesn't have his headgear on, and you want to go over there and you want to correct the guy and you're retired now. And I even had to tell a retired sergeant major today, I said, you're gonna go and try and do that to an active duty troop, and they're gonna know that retiree ID card has zero authority. And they were either gonna tell you to F off or they're gonna beat your ass right there, okay? So, in post-military life, we can't be lost in our museum. We want to be proud of our military service. We want to use the knowledge, skills, and attributes that we got from our military service to assist us in our post-military careers and everything. But look forward and don't look back. And that's what I was going to do. And when I went through my transition, and I had experience at some of the courses that the Army sent me to, I did a fellowship at ExxonMobil when Rex Tillerson was the CEO, and I also did one at Southwest Airlines. And so when I went through my transition and started talking to major corporations, I told myself, I think I can compete. I think I can come out and do some things and build a personal brand that will not only honor my service, but the things that I did in the service, like telling ISIS that they have two options, surrender or die, or building up young troops during the surge in Iraq, like Eric Crew, to go out and kill the enemy with relentless aggression and everything. I think I can get out here and get after this. And so I started my own. PME hard was the phrase that I used to use, that I wanted my troops to be. I wanted them to be physically, mentally, and emotionally hard to face the insidious enemies that we face in combat. The same kind of enemies, like Hamas now, that do the same savagery, the same guys that we were fighting, the same kind of radical ideology. And so now my consulting company, PME Hard, is all about fitness. It's all about mental and emotional health, but more importantly, it's about leadership and getting people to be successful post-military life. And I use this hashtag, corporate enlistment family. Now, I'm not anti-officer, please, okay? But, when you look at brands like Black Rifle Coffee, those are enlisted guys who started that brand. And, Downrange Supplements, who's one of the brands that I work with that's going to be here in Vegas this weekend, all enlisted guys. Two former E5 infantrymen have their own supplement company, and they're the #1 brand in the commissaries across the country. So my goal now is to help people to be able to go out and start a small business, or go out and want to be an author, or write a book, or do whatever they want to do, but continue to get that purpose that they had while they were in uniform, through their transition post-military life, to go out and do some great things. And that's what I'm focused on.
And that's, you mentioned your book, Surrender or Die.
Yeah.
I want to hit on that too. I don't want to run out of time.
He's really
Because
good.
I remember being a young recon CL and listening to my brigade sergeant major talk about this in the middle of the surge, when we took that trap to heart. Right?
So, yeah, I never got it.
Like the enemy, you back down, you're physically, mentally, and emotionally hard, and you're ready to go. And that whole thing, that whole mentality.
That's what I told myself. Yeah, so you brought up the surge in Iraq. So too many times, especially in our nation now, people, talk in victim speak.
Yes.
And you can't be very successful when you're talking in victim speak. You got to talk in champion speak. I'm going to be the best that I can be. I'm going to make my team the best that they can be. And especially in combat during the surge, when we went in there and we went in some very heavily enemy-infested areas, I wasn't worried about you guys because we had trained our butts off. And
much training.
And I knew that all the way down to the team leader level, that you were going to execute discipline initiative within the commander's intent, apply agile and adaptive practices based on what the enemy doing to you, and you were going to kill it. So I wasn't worried about what we were going to do. I was confident that we were going to take the fight to the enemy and that we were going to have them on the run. And we did. And quickly. And if you remember, in the last 4 months of our 15-month deployment, we had not one soldier killed or one soldier wounded. And we were still killing the enemy by the bushels. And we were building capacity in our Iraqi partners. We were building, the communities.
the elected officials were able to start getting after governments and everything like that. And that's what that was all about. So the book is titled Surrender or Die because of that phrase, that I used. That, the enemies of the United States, they have two options. They can surrender or die. And I'm not, none of us that are going to apologize that if you try to infringe on our freedom, our homeland, and way of life, then it's going to go bad for you. And it's going to go very bad. And so when I was the SEAC, I have been saying this for years, ever since this guy was a young teenager. And nobody ever said they do it, but here I am, the senior enlisted guy in the TOD. And I'm in Raqqa, Syria, with our most elite Army Special Operations unit during the fall of the Caliphate. And I'm up on a roof, and I'm seeing our Syrian Democratic Forces with our Special Operations advisors getting after the enemy. And every time there'd be a lull in the fight, there would be an enemy suicide vessel bomb come out and detonate and kill some SDF. Or there would be a max vehicle born out of that would come out and detonate. A very resilient enemy. And so on that roof, I just blurted out, the same thing I've been saying for years. These a-holes have two options. They can surrender or die. And the elite unit sergeant major there, who's a good friend of mine, his name is Rob. Rob looks at me and says, "You got to put that in your update to General Dunford and Secretary Knox." So I did that night. I put it in the update, exactly that. And if you know anything about Max, he loves that kind of brazen language.
Oh, yeah.
And he wrote me back immediately and said, "Keep saying that." Because that fit into his narrative of, we're not just going to defeat the enemies of the United States, we're going to annihilate them. And so I kept saying it everywhere until some major newspaper reporter heard me say it on Christmas Day in Bagram, Afghanistan. It was never an issue. And then the guy walks up to me afterwards and he says, "I can't believe that you are encouraging U.S. troops to go out and commit war crimes." I said, I don't know what you've been smoking, dude, but I didn't do that. We train soldiers, Marines, and battlefield airmen how to use non-standard weapons to kill the enemy. And we are going to tell them, you got two options here. And he said, "Well, I'm going to go public with this. I'm going to do an article." I told him, "Knock yourself out." And then I thought about it, and I was like, this could go bad. So I called up my trusty public affairs guy, Rob Couture, and I said, "Rob, I just ran into this you would know the name of this reporter. And what are we going to do?" So I was beating to the punch and take care of it. So we did a social media post, a picture of me holding an entrenching tool, because the bottom line, I was telling them, if they didn't surrender, we were going to kill them, whether that was dropping bombs on them, shooting them in the face, or beating them to death with our military shells or entrenching tool. So
And the eagle's got a pointy end.
That's right. And so the post went viral. And all of a sudden, not only all of U.S. media, but French, German, UK media, ISIS was talking smack about me on their French propaganda webpage. So what did we do? We started talking smack back to them and everything. But the bottom line, here was an enlisted guy using language about real combat that people weren't using. But I wanted to send an inspirational message to the troops in all of those guard spots that we in Washington, D.C. had not forgotten about all the heavy lifting that you're doing over there and getting after freedom and giving people in those countries a better life. And so that's how the title of the book came out, Surrender or Die. It is reflections of a combat leader. It's my career, my 38 years in uniform from when I was a young private, and then meeting my wife, Sandra, who Eric knows very well.
This is the bomb.
Yeah, and we've been married for 40 years.
Oh, congratulations.
And then, there's some leadership nuggets in there. I talk about combat. I talk about the effects of combat, with PTSD and TBI and things like that. And then I talk about my time as the SCIF. Because shortly after I made that bold statement, things changed for me in Washington, D.C. And all of a sudden, there were people that I felt were out to get me, whether that was in the Pentagon, across the river, in Capitol Hill, and places like that. And pretty soon, I was under investigation. And I was suspended for 6 months. And people wanted me to go away. And they wanted me, but I wasn't going away like that, And, so I stuck it out. And for 6 months, I said, I'm going to wait. If I got to wait years, I am not going out like this. And I even told Denver, I said, the only way I'm leaving is that you reinstate me, you let me do my last year and a half and retire, or you fire me. But I ain't quitting. Because if I quit, then it's okay for the troops to quit in Syria and Iraq. So I stuck it out, got reinstated, and finished out. So that's what the book is all about. And I dedicate a chapter to my suspension because too many times in life, we face adversity. And it may seem like a mountain of adversity, and we can succumb to it. And I wasn't going to do that, because I knew there were 3 million troops that were hoping that I would get back. And so I just stuck it out, and for 6 months I did the things I wanted to do. I got up in the morning, I worked out, I went into this little cubicle in the Pentagon that they had me kind of hold up in. I sat there for 9 hours, then I would go home. I read 27 books, and I watched every episode of every season of Moonshiners. So if you guys want some Applejack or Cherry Bounce, I can hook you guys up, because I'm pretty good at it. God bless Tim Smith, all right? So, and then when I got reinstated, and Dunford and Max brought me back in, and, I almost wanted to do the Conor McGregor walk back to my office, because I hadn't been there in 6 months. But I said, no, I'm going to be the same stoic that I was for 6 months. And I went back and got back to work and finished out with honor. But, so that's what the book is all about: my life, my career, my family, and how important having a military spouse that was with me for the whole ride, for 38 years while I did it. We just celebrated our 40th wedding anniversary. So it's all about that. And my hope with the book is that some young truth or some veteran or family member can read this, get some nuggets out of it, and go out and make their life, their career, something that they've always dreamed of.
Amazing. And that is why when we talked about bringing John on, I said I would follow this dude into hell with gasoline-soaked pants on today. That's why.
I'm ready to go back to CIF right now.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey,
Just don't take this.
That ship is sailed, all right? The best thing I'm going to do now is hand out coffee and donuts in the USO.
There we go.
But unless, terrorists or the North Koreans or the Russians are through my backyard in Lakewood, Washington, which would go bad for them with all the people and non-lethal stuff I have, my wars are over.
You got me.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that, brother. But my message is that I'm going to do everything in my power to pay it forward to this current course, give back to my fellow veterans, and enjoy the ride.
I absolutely love that, because honestly, after 40 years, you kind of would like, you make a break. Maybe, a little me time. But no, 40 years, he's still giving back, still wanting to, help people come on and helping these guys through their transition, things like that. Things that you working for, which is even more special for me, the fact that you have that drive still within you to get back to the troops in the community and help them continue to be successful. The point of overcoming adversity and that chapter on the suspension, you want to talk about power. How many people deal with an Article 15 they think it's the end of the world, and then over time maybe they overcome it and get back to what they're doing, or they come out of the military and they transition, they hit some sort of roadblock, they can't find a job, whatever, and I think that's motivation for someone who hit the highest levels in the military, but then the highest, the highest, sorry, but then also still has some adversity that you had to deal with and overcome. I love the message, absolutely beautiful.
And to sum it up, this isn't directed at anybody, but it was unusual for an enlisted person in the Pentagon when you were surrounded by general officers and flag officers. You couldn't see your dad at the Pentagon or an admiral, okay? It was unusual for someone, an enlisted guy, to be delivering a powerful message.
You want to go to the Marine Corps balls?
And what the worst
you
part
run the gallon,
was
right?
is that I got attacked on social media by
No,
peers and others that said I
Want to go to the Marine Corps bar?
and since when, I wasn't creating policy or none of that stuff. I was just
It's going to be full of
exactly what we were gonna do.
It was a fair warning.
Yeah, hey, we
That's
should
what
know
I found
that.
out.
A Chinook lands in their back.
I missed all of that.
Sorry. Snatch them up or put two in their chest and we take them off the battlefield there. I gave them fair warning of what we were gonna do, all right? So I'm actually a pretty good guy, in dealing with terrorists and any other enemy threat out there.
All right, so he's a PR guy. He's doing his own spin over there. It's beautiful. So here's my question. As we're wrapping up, we start talking about transition. We already know your story. I know Sean and I each had our own troubles in transition. You were the CEO. If you were to look back right now, if you were able to look in the camera right now and talk to current and active command teams at the battalion, brigade, division level, what would you tell them? What would you tell them about what they need to be doing for soldiers, sailors, and Marines as they are getting ready to transition?
So commanders, senior enlisted leaders at all levels out there, you talk about people first. You talk about people always. You talk about military service as a family. When a service member decides that they are going to transition out and they're going to go do something else, that is not a disloyal act. That is a loyal act because they serve their nation and they've done the bidding that you've asked them to do. So support them through their transition out as much as you would support them if they decided to stay on the team. Too many times, we leave our transitioning service members out because we think it's disloyal to get out of the military. The bottom line is everybody transitions. And if you're a commander or a senior enlisted leader, you're going to transition. And you want somebody to treat you like crap when you get ready to transition out? Heck no. So take care of your people always. And if people first means everything, don't turn it into me first. And all of a sudden, our transitioning service members don't get taken care of. They are still a soldier, sailor, airman, marine, guardian, and coastie for life. And we got to take care of them. And when we got this recruiting crisis going on right now, who better to be ambassadors for military service than those that have recently transitioned and had a great transition? So get after it. And I'm going to be coming out and checking like I've been doing the last 4 years. So let's go. Boom!
Yes, absolutely. If these were our mics, I'd be dropping it right now, walking off the stage.
I'm probably going to call Miss Sandra. I apologize for getting John's blood pressure up like that. I didn't mean to. So Miss Sandra, if you're watching, I'm sorry. I still love you. Please don't be mad at me. Man, John, I echo, right? I remember when I was transitioning. 2 weeks before I went into my CSP, the ops sergeant major called me, say, come up to the 3 shots, one of the 3 shots, hey, I'm gonna have you take over the team leader and squad leader academy. And I said, no, dude. Because I can't believe you don't care about the future of these soldiers. I can't believe you're not gonna pay my mortgage.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to exit. It's been 25 years, I'm done. Good luck. It happens, listen, if it happens to senior enlisted folks, if it happens to senior officers, it's happening to the junior ranks.
100%.
It's happening to the E5s, it's happening to the E4s, it's happening to the young officers that have done one term and are getting out. Commanders, first ranks, sergeants, major, we've got to take care of our folks on the way out. If you want to increase your recruiting, if you want to increase your retention, treat people well. That's how we do it.
Absolutely.
Man.
I'm kind of speechless. You know me, I like to talk a little bit, but I mean, first of all, I'm the new guy here. I officially retired this past June, so I just recently went through it. And Eric was a big part of my transition, which now I know you were a big part of my transition. You taught him, what I greatly appreciate, because through this platform, doing the podcast, we started at 6 months into my transition. And so I was able to learn all the horror stories, learn from everybody who had a horrible transition, and mine was actually really good because I listened. And that's always my advice to people is listen, talk to people, find out what they did, what worked, what didn't work, find out what organizations are doing great things that they liked, and then try those out. But I love the fact that you're still giving back. I mean, the fact that you served almost 40 years, I still can't understand it. I mean, we know a podcaster who's almost been podcasting in transition that long. And I'm going to pay for that later.
You will. She's going to hear that out of you. That's okay, though.
But, just the fact that you're still giving back and still that passionate about it is absolutely amazing. I love it. I love your heart. I can't wait to continue to read that book. Just amazing stuff. I need to get to the chapter on the suspension. I got to go to details.
You don't miss that.
Yes.
So, I know we're out of time, but so I just want to make sure before I say what I'm going to say, none of you guys are pending charges or nothing, your pictures on at the post office or nothing like that.
I don't think so. We haven't left Vegas yet, so.
Well, we were at the Leatherneck though. We weren't. Oh, happy birthday, Marine Corps, by the way.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Yes, but we were at the Leatherneck the first night, so I don't think there's any pictures.
Well, I'd like to take this opportunity. I appreciate you giving both a signed copy of my book and hope that you enjoy it.
Oh, absolutely.
I love that. Thank you so much.
And from here on out, Brew, your beer in my glass, all right?
Yeah, I got it. I've been doing this for a long time.
I love the fact that your legacy continues through the people you train because you train them hard and you train them right. People like Eric, helps people like me come along, and now I'm getting an opportunity to try to help people as well. And so we're keeping that legacy alive. And we've got a million great people out here that we're talking with, interviewing, and just the community itself. There's so many people out there. They're trying to do the right thing and help service members. And you know, I look at you and I'm like, this is worse.
Yeah, it really started at a pair of missing eye pro. And then the nasopharyngeal, and it started into my nose from my started.
I'll cut to a start card on
Never forgot that eye pro again.
I never forgot my eye pro again. That was terrifying. I was assessed as a casualty and immediately needed a nasopharyngeal, so that was, I learned.
And your soldiers had to carry you off the back.
They did. That was humbling.
Yeah.
Realistic training.
Yeah.
Well, my favorite memory of you, I just want to share this real quick. My favorite memory is when I got promoted to E5. And you walked up to me, and you get, I don't know if you guys can see on the screen, but he's got some incredibly intense blue eyes. Stared at me, and he goes, "Brew, don't ever forget where you came from." And that was something I will carry with me for the rest of my life.
Was that followed by the blood rank?
No.
Okay.
You know, the key thing, I think we're all rolling in the same direction. You know, I gave a speech last night in Bakersfield, California, supporting a nonprofit up there that had their annual gala. And the title of my speech was Preserving America. And, you know, there's a lot of things going on with communist China, the war in Eastern Europe, what's going on in Israel with terrorism coming back, and in Iran being foreign power and everything. The North Koreans haven't gone away. There's still potentially a nuclear threat and everything. So if we want to continue to preserve who we are, what we are, and what this nation has stood for well over 200 years, then we've got to be champions and not victims.
Yes.
And we've got to build our military. We've got to promote military service to this Gen Z folks that have been, you know, are looking away from. We've got to empower our veterans to be part of this ability to be ambassadors for military service. All of us that serve have stories, and we've got great stories, and we need to hear those stories. Whether they got out as an E4 or they got out as a SEAC, we need to hear those stories.
Yes.
And the American public needs to hear it, because we as a nation are at a critical point right now, where, you know, we don't get this recruiting crisis straight, we could have a national security crisis on our hands, and we could erode competitive advantages over a communist China, or a Russia, or North Korea, or even Iran. And so we've got to continue to get after it, and we've got to be champions when we get after it. And it can't be none of this woe is me stuff right now. Okay, and the next time a Chinese balloon comes across, or Mary Poppins on a world tour, we need to shoot the damn thing down. Okay, but you know why I love America, though, gents? Because there was a bunch of NASCAR fans in Arkansas when that balloon flew over that took their Busch Light bottles and their Mossberg shotguns, and even though the balloon was 30,000 feet in the air, they were throwing beer bottles at it and shooting at it. And that tells me if anybody tries to invade this nation, 300 million Americans are going to stand up and say, "Not on my watch, buddy."
Well, I think on that note, I'm going to call it.
Yes. You take us out?
I do. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the Vet SOS podcast. It's been a blast here from Big John. Thank you so very much for your time on an incredibly busy schedule.
Anything for you, brother.
I love you, man. Hey, listen, as you're going through transition, remember, don't drown when you see a transition. Reach for that lifeline. Talk to you guys later.
I love helping out veterans, and because I've been in the shoes, it really does sort of make me forget about some of the stuff that I've been doing for my team.
You know, there are a lot of things that we miss, birthdays, holidays, so it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to do for the previous barriers, because remove that barrier and allowing these people to do something.
Either way, I'd rather do it here to see that. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, 45 seconds.
Do you want me to do music though?
No, we're good. It'll just take 10 seconds. So that's what we
Gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and their two friends to experience.
Oh, it froze.
It's
frozen.
To experience otherwise.
I can't go to the United States. It's great.
Start No, we're not supposed to speak on stage. Are we going on stage?
Yes. Sorry.
So, I'm gonna play a video, and then we'll go back to the stage. Playing video. Pull the heart.
As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact on your
Alright,
seconds.
getting ready to go to
This
stage
is precisely
for
why
closeout.
our esteemed partner, the United States
Yeah,
Concealed
40
Carry
seconds.
stands out as the fastest growing self-defense movement in our nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable
30
training,
seconds.
and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, with our 800,000 responsible gun owners, proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now is your chance. Embrace the assurance. Join the
6, 5, 4,
with
3,
the
2,
USCCA.
1. Take camera.
All right. Friends, Romans, countrymen, we made it. Yay, this is it, guys. We made it the last day
What size?
of the Military Influencer Conference. Wow.
Lend me your ear.
We don't fight it.
Okay.
We're from Vegas, right? All right, guys, we want to say thank you. We want to thank everybody that zoomed in from afar, you amazing service members, veterans, and mill spouses that have shared your time on the parade deck stage.
I got a question. I mean, the Influencers Conference this year is just tremendous. I think I observed firsthand how tribes come together, lifting each other up, helping each other shine. They talk about adventure therapy, and for me today, this conference was a form of adventure therapy. I think it was last year, Secretary of the Navy, Don Carlos, he approved the Brandon Act that incorporates, no wrong door. Because, when someone's out there struggling, whether it's in that sea of transition or, just trying to find your way after you take the uniform off, something different works differently for different folks. Whether it's fly fishing or hiking or any number of adventure therapy things that are out there. If it works for you, pursue it. Get your brother or sister out there, make sure that they're checking stuff out too, because we're losing folks and no one has the answer, but at least we as a community are getting after it and trying, hey, what's working, sharing that information and amplifying those voices and those missions on the parade.
Absolutely, and we want to encourage everyone to do your buddy checks. Some of you all get random texts from me, buddy checking everybody, right? And again, guys, the parade deck. We believe that every military voice deserves to be heard. So again, we want to shout out some of our big guys like NASA.
Oh, yeah.
That is so amazing. NASA, who else? The VA, Terrence, Mike Myers. Who else? Everyone. Austin, Chef, obviously.
Riley.
Yes, Riley Queen, right? Bobsledder.
I mean, I'm drawing a blank because the lights are hot and I'm exhausted.
Chef for sharing his story.
And all I'm thinking about is the great birthday cake and becoming a Liberty risk.
I was gonna say Angelo too, but he's Marine. So yeah, happy birthday, Marine.
It was
Airforce, we gotta do better. 18 September. It was great, guys. Thank you so much. This is our first time doing this. We cannot wait to rinse and repeat, right, to our AAR and do this again at other conferences. Bring the military voice to these conferences throughout the United States on
Great.
Yeah.
So we're current, you hear us, you've seen us, you know who brings to the table, Curtis, my man, you gotta do it again.
And again, and again, and again.
Correct.
All right, guys. Well, collaboration over competition always.
Always.
And listen, if it's military, it belongs on the parade.
As the sun dips below the horizon of the Las Vegas Sky. military community. Perfectly in time for today's celebration of the United States Marine Corps birthday. A heartfelt sacrifice to our Marine brothers and sisters. As we sign off, let's carry with us the echoes of wisdom, the laughter shared, the new alliances formed,
Do you want music?
and the collective pledge to continue amplifying the voices that matter most. Our platform, ParadeDeck.com, remains a constant ally in this mission, and our mighty community is grateful for your contributions. Though our paths may diverge until next year's conference, our shared mission does not pause.
All right.
I could pull it up on mine.
We are clear. So we cut the other stage. So we're gonna take a group photo.
I'm gonna cut the other soldiers to see.
All right, Steph, so
I'm seeing these girls. Oh wait, it's gonna play on TV. Let's do it. Yeah, we'll clear the box.
Dude, what's all you guys?
What's up?
We need you up here for a picture.
I don't wanna.
Huh?
What's
I
going
don't
on?
wanna.
We're wrapping up.
Give us 2 seconds. We're getting things set.
all right, cameras up.
Is this all good?
Yeah, you just leave this.
Leave
We're
it?
good.
Okay.
All right. Cool. Cameras up and leave it. Play music.
Okay.
Do you want to take the remote camera? It's an empty stage at the moment.
Here.
Let's just go to empty stage and whatever.
All right.
Okay. No. Start card? No start card?
No, just leave it.
Okay. The music is still on though.
Leave it there, music playing. Yep.
All right.
Right.
Yeah, right here. Dude, are you trying to
Okay, look over here, everybody. Dude. Yeah, you want me to come over?
I didn't even stop you on that. Here we go. All right. Ready to go. I can give you the whole. Oh wait, stay. Put that on Divots or whatever that photo. Divots, yeah. Put it on Divots. Add it. Send it. Let's go, Angela, Natalia. Hey, where's Paige? Yeah.
That one?
Oh no, this one's good. This one's perfect. Thank you.
All right, what's the light limit on this thing?
We're ready. Don't put Sean on it. Don't put Sean on it. The floor is on.
Conceal carry, fall in. Everyone has to be all right. Everyone sounds good.
I don't like that. Okay, ready, 1, 2, 3. Everybody jump up. You bring it all the way. All right, bring it on 3. 1, 2, 3.
One more time.
Are we still going to Boston?
It's just,
Are you still doing the one in Boston, or is that?
I know nothing about this.
Yeah.
I don't know what if you gotta go, then shut it. 5 more matter of. Yes. Why just I don't care.
Yeah, whatever you set up. Yes, you gotta switch it over.
The same way that
Oh, no. Okay.
Great deck is great deck. Monday delivery is.
You remember, I don't see the email that just says.
Oh, yeah.
It just says.
Set it up.
Yeah, I have it recorded. So the screen off and then, okay. All right, can I pull up the, whole card?
That's what I was wondering about you. He's one of the other camera. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We probably have no viewers on it, right?
That's why I keep over. I was like,
Am I turning this?